Am I live? What's up, y'all? I'm gonna react to this video. I'm gonna try to get to the point of this quickly. Okay. So. Let me play this video here. Okay. No, maybe I'll start with this one. Let's start with this one. Okay, what's up, y'all? Oh my god, I was sleeping. I'm just so tired. Okay, sorry, y'all. Let me just get to the point. Okay, y'all. Sorry, I'm tired. I am so exhausted. I had a class this morning. Oh, it wore me out. It just wore me out. Okay, you guys. So I saw this video and I had to respond. And I'm gonna respond to a lot of videos because obviously, when it comes to white people, it's really sad because I wish I didn't have to do this. I wish I didn't even have to speak like this. But unfortunately, you're dealing with white people. You're dealing with white Americans. So honesty, integrity, being unbiased, being impartial, it goes out the window, which is really sad. Which is why when black people see that Karmelo has a 12 all-white jurors, they're panicking because they do feel like in America, white people are racist. So this man here, Robert, I guess that's his name, claims he's a lawyer. And instead of actually doing lawyer shit, where it's like you show both sides, no, he's going to come out here and just push a narrative, which I guess I understand. He might not even be a racist. He might just be broke. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are poor. A lot of Americans are living in debt. A lot of white Americans are living in debt. They have these crazy mortgages, crazy car notes, crazy credit card bills. So they have the need to lie. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. But we're going to take it down piece by piece, right? And the good thing is you guys hate for me because I don't have time to be emotional. I don't care to be emotional. I don't care to handle emotional people. We're going to bring AI into this conversation. Like, oh my gosh, when I tell you, at first, I was kind of like scared of AI, but the more I use AI, the more I realized that, you know what, AI is actually going to save us from white racism. Because the thing about these algorithms, and unless it's Claude is a bit emotional. Claude behaves like a Karen. I've had to check Claude a few times, but it's like most AIs, though, they get straight to the point because they're supposed to be machine learning. Like they're not supposed to have feelings. Okay, you need objectivity. But I think in this nation here, this country is so racialized. This country is so polluted. It's disgusting. And it's really disgusting that even in 2026, white people are still not trying to do better. Let me say this quickly before I go, right? Think about the number of people, the number of black people who like for once like broke the mold and went and supported Donald Trump because they said, hey, you know what? It's America. It doesn't matter. Color doesn't matter. Da, da, da. Right? But it's like, will there ever be a time where white people also will do the same and be like, hey, it shouldn't matter about color? What are the actual facts of the case? There's like a bunch of police reports. Why don't you read the police reports? Right? Oh, the eyewitnesses. This man claims to be a lawyer. You've never seen witnesses that lie? Oh, like, have you ever practiced law? And that's why I find it so questionable when lawyers come to YouTube and become full-time YouTubers. Like, why do lawyers become full-time YouTubers? Do you not have a successful practice? It is so weird. It's really weird. Why are you a full-time YouTuber? Right? But I'm like, if you ever practice law, I don't know if you got to practice law, right? But it's like, have you ever seen witnesses that actually lie? Every witness you met that takes the stand doesn't lie. Every witness up there tells the truth, though. Like, be so for real. These kids, the prosecution called the witnesses, their witnesses, right? These people all went to the same high school. They're from the same high school. So you're not even going to mention the fact that, oh, yeah, it could be biased. They're all from the same high school. Their friend is dead. You don't see the incentive for these kids to potentially lie, right? And then these kids also, even bump Karmelo, put Karmelo to the side. When you compare what these kids had to say compared to what even Hunter had to say, does it even match? Like, y'all so damn lazy. Like, does it actually match? Like, Hunter claimed one thing. His friends took the stand. They said something completely different. Are you also going to also try to make sure that, hey, what these young people are claiming and even what Hunter's saying, does that even match? No, because your goal is to come on social media, create your cheap ass content, see how you can monetize white hate, white rage, racism, hatred of black people, right? So you can potentially make enough money to pay your mortgage. Y'all need to learn to live below your means. It's outrageous. It's really outrageous. So let this man say something real quick. Hold on, y'all.
Damning testimony today in the Karmelo Anthony trial for the murder of Austin Metcalf. He said that this was all based out of self-defense. Turns out witness testimony in trial said it was not, with many individuals reporting that witnesses testified that Karmelo Anthony came to the scene and provoked the incident that then resulted in him stabbing Austin Metcalf. And you can't claim self-defense when you provoke the incident that causes your so-called self-defense. We've got.
Okay, so let's start here, right? You see how these people, like, they're so simple-minded. So he's saying that Karmelo is the one who, because I need to record his stuff, right? He's saying that Karmelo is the agitator. Karmelo went there explicitly to go trigger people. Y'all listen to this, right? Hey, Janet, listen to what this man is saying. Maybe I'm going to record his whole thing. Listen to what this man is saying. Number one, this is a track meet, you guys. It is a track meet. He is not even asking himself, was Karmelo even supposed to be at the stadium altogether? Right? Was Karmelo supposed to be at the stadium altogether? No. He came there to attack people. First and foremost, why is he even in the building? Right? Why is he even in the building? Hold on. I wish I had a way to record this guy. I'm going to record him, but give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Hold on. Maybe I should just do it this way. Right? Hold on. I'm trying to think how I should do this. Right? The text is Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. They're just so dishonest. It's really nasty. Like, I'm like, this is low-key bullying. The fact I'm like, people really never leave high school, huh? Like, this is really bullying. This is really, really nasty. There's some nasty bullying stuff. Hold on, you guys, but it's okay. You know, it's white people, so it is what it is. It's white people, man. The truth is not in these people. Okay, hold on. Okay, so while this video is playing, right? While this video plays, I'm not going to talk because I have to record it so I can put this in. I'm gonna put it in ChatGPT real quick. Okay, let me see. Yeah, hold on, because you know you can, like, with ChatGPT, like, it can listen and transcribe and stuff. So hold on.
Welcome back. Frisco high school students who witnessed the fatal stabbing of Austin Metcalf backed up the state's case during testimony in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial today. Those students describe a tense scene inside the tent at a track meet, and they claim that Anthony's actions were not in self-defense. Our JD Miles joins us live now from the Collin County Courthouse with the very latest on day 2 of testimony, JD.
Ken, this was the most painful day of the trial by far for the family of Austin Metcalf. That's what his father, Jeff Metcalf, told me. The parents watched police body cam videos that captured the lifeless body of their son receiving CPR, while in the background you could hear the haunting wails of his twin brother, Hunter, who was also at the scene. Now, prosecutors also presented for the first time, we got to see the 5-inch folding knife that they submitted as the murder weapon. And we've heard from current and former Memorial High School students who are presenting their accounts of what happened. The first of what's expected to be several track and field teammates of Austin Metcalf testified as witnesses during the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. Those who were under the tent at Kirkendall Stadium on April 2nd, 2025, described the scene before, during, and after the fatal stabbing. A 17-year-old testified, "I remember people confronting Karmelo and saying, 'You shouldn't be here. You probably should leave our tent.' I also said you should leave." Prosecutor, "Was it aggressive?" "I don't think so. I remember it getting more aggressive. I remember Karmelo refusing to leave and Austin saying, 'You need to leave,' and Karmelo saying, 'Touch me and find out.'" That student and others say the defendant was asked to leave as many as 15 times. Prosecutors asked him, "Did anyone try to gang up on him?" His answer, "No, sir." "How long did this go on?" "Roughly 2 minutes." "Was Karmelo angry?" "Yes, sir." "Was Austin angry?" "Yes, sir." Karmelo started refusing to leave. Prosecutors, "Who was provoking?" "Karmelo." Austin leans in to push him and Karmelo stabs him. Karmelo had his hands inside a backpack and we thought it was a bluff. He says he and others didn't believe Karmelo would do anything because they live in a, quote, safe community. Austin fell down the bleachers onto his back and he got up. He lifted up his shirt where his chest was all bloody and he said, "I think I got stabbed." Prosecutor, did he say anything? I think he said, "Oh my God." Another student, Jalen Matthews, backed up the state's case when prosecutors asked him, did it look like Austin was trying to pick a fight? His answer, no, sir. Did it look like Karmelo Anthony was trying to pick a fight? Yes, sir. Did this look like self-defense to you? No, sir. Was Karmelo Anthony the aggressor? Witness, yes, sir. Now, there's been a lot of speculation for more than a year about what kind of role, if any, Austin's twin brother Hunter might have played in this confrontation. Both of those witnesses and others say Hunter was actually on the other side of the tent scrolling on his phone and did not become involved until after Austin was stabbed. Now, there are more students taking the stand right now in the courthouse behind me. We'll bring you their testimony later today. Live in McKinney, J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas. Testimony later today. Live in McKinney.
Sorry, y'all, because it's transcribing for me, right? I'm just gonna, and I hope you guys were listening, right? I hope you were listening, right? So what does it say, right? Okay. Oh, it doesn't matter. You're worried about the wrong thing, my love. You're worried about the wrong thing. That's not a big deal. That's not a big deal. That's no big deal. That's not a big deal. That's not a big deal, sis. You're worried about the wrong thing. You're worried about the wrong thing. Exactly. Janet said Hunter said something different. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm telling you guys, lying is not easy. Lying is hard. Like lying, especially multiple people lying, and everybody has the same. That's why Turning Point USA has a hard time. That's why Turning Point USA is struggling to keep a steady narrative, because Andrew will say something, Erica will say something else, Jeff Neff will say whatever will say something else. The guy from the security will say something else, right? They're all saying all kinds of crazy stuff. Oh, you can't fly a drone. Oh, yes, you can fly a drone. No, they told us we could not fly a drone, but somehow we fly a drone. You see, look at how Turning Point is having a hard time all coming together and having one story. If you've been keeping up with the whole Charlie Kirk thing, right, you should see. And that's the problem with lying. That is the problem with lying. They are all lying. So for this white dude to say, oh, yeah, the eyewitness account. Number one, do eyewitnesses not lie? Right? Right? Come on. That's what I'm saying. We're going to use ChatGPT and we're not going to be emotional. I like the emotional stuff, it drains me. Right? Because if something happened, the same thing I said with Gucci Mane and Pusha T. I said Gucci Mane is lying. If something happened, if something truly happened, you guys, everybody should have seen the same thing. It's not that hard. It's a damn tent, and it's not even that big. Okay, the place is not. Where is it? Hold on, y'all. Let me find it for y'all. Okay, let me find it for you guys. The place is not even that big. Where's the damn tent? Let me show you all the tent. Let me pull up my Canva account real quick. Right? Like, it's not that serious. It's very disgusting to do stuff like this. It truly is. Like, come on, like, stop doing this. It's weird to me. Stop it. It's really weird. And it's like y'all want people to just hate people. Y'all just want racism. They really want, they just want racism, right? The place is not that big, you guys. And also, mind you, it was 9:00 in the morning. So it's not even like it's that hard, right? But if everybody is there, everybody should, hey, Diana, if everybody is there, everybody should have seen the same thing. They all should have seen the same thing. So how is it that you're an eyewitness? You're an eyewitness person for the prosecution, right? You claim certain things. Hunter himself, the twin, said, oh no, I was there because I'm the one who told him to move first. And he's like, oh yeah, you guys, mind you, it's raining, right? Mind you, it's raining. You want me to believe that there's all this commotion because they asked Karmelo to leave 15 times. 15 times? Are you kidding me? And you're trying to tell me that 15 times y'all were so nice. Oh, can you please leave? Oh, can you please leave? Oh, please, do you mind leaving? Right? And so while you guys are asking him 15 times to leave, including with his brother. You want me to believe that Hunter Metcalf is sitting in the corner somewhere playing on his phone in the rain. Yo, here is the venue. Here is the venue, right? This is the venue. So Austin, so Hunter, he's just off to the side. He's not involved. He's scrolling on his phone during the rain, right? And they're so stupid. Because if Austin is sitting on if Hunter is on his phone scrolling, so that means that he didn't mind Karmelo being there. So why do you mind Karmelo being there? Like, they're so stupid. It's a very, very stupid people. But I'm like, these white people have made up their mind to be racist. And this is how they used to do black people back in the day in the courthouse. They just come together and lie. Times have changed. What we all have access to social media. It's not just white people now who are allowed to go to law school. Those days are gone. Everybody can go to law school. We have a bunch of AI models. We have Claude, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Grok, you name it. We have a lot of really smart machine to help us think about this case rationally, per the law, removing emotion and removing bias and removing racism. Stop being a racist. Call a thing a thing. This don't make no damn sense. Why don't they say, why, like the eyewitness people, why doesn't their testimony match exactly what Hunter said? So now let's go listen to Hunter. These people are crazy. Like, the boy is on camera. Like, Hunter is on camera. Here is Hunter right here. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I got it recorded. Hold on.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So
Yeah.
just that's just what I saw. And I try to help him, but
It was just senseless.
it was really senseless. Really.
Okay, hold on. Right? There you go. Hold on, give me a second. There you go. It's thinking. Okay. Like, I'm not doing this with y'all today. So let's come over here, you guys. I'm not doing this with these white people today. I ain't doing that today. They're too racist. It's disturbing. Okay, so here, let's start here quickly, right? Let's just start here, because I'm not doing this. Oh, let me show you quickly also, right? So here is, you need to see this in case you want to do it, okay? In case you want to do it yourself, because this is crazy. So what I did was, because if you want to do the Karmelo case, if you want to do any case, anything you want to do really, like on the AI stuff, right? It's better for you to create a project. Don't just do a chat, because that just gets really confusing. Do a project so that you can have all your files like in one place, so it can think using all the files, right? So that when you open different chats, so in your project, you can open different chats, right? So all the chats will be able to have the same brain, okay? So the brain is like the folder. It's like everything you put in the folder, that's the brain of all the chats for that one project, okay? There's a project, you have folders, there's a folder, you put all the stuff in there, and then you can open different chats, so it has the same brain. Because every time you open a new chat, right, it's like brainless. It's like a newborn baby. So it needs information so it can give you a better output, okay? So the first thing that I did, let me show you what I did. The first thing that I did is that I inserted Frisco ISD SOC. So this is the Student Code of Conduct, okay? Because this also really matters. Okay, this also matters. The code of conduct matters greatly. Okay, ISC, right? Let me show you quickly. I'm trying to get to the point today. I'm trying to move quick. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Oh, Lord. Okay. Because if you look at the code of conduct too, right? In the code of conduct, there's a certain behavior that you can have, and there's a certain behavior that you are not allowed to have, okay? You can't just do whatever you want to do. You can't just do whatever it is you think that you want to do. Okay, hold on. Let me see. So I put that in there as well, but I can give you guys the link to that. Hold on. Make it bigger so y'all can actually see it. Okay. All right. So here's the code of conduct, right? The categories of conduct below are prohibited at school, in vehicle owned or operated by the district, and all the school-related activities. But the list does not include the most severe offenses. In the subsequent section of out-of-school suspension on page 14, DAEP, placement, page 15, placement, and or expulsion for certain offenses on page 21, and expulsion on page 24. Those offenses that require or permit specific consequences are listed. Any offense, however, may be severe enough to result in removal from the regular educational setting as detailed on page 13. Okay, disregard for authority. Students shall not fail to comply with directives given by school personnel, leave school grounds or school-sponsored events without permission, disobey rules of conduct in district vehicles, refuse to accept discipline or consequence assigned by a teacher or principal, fail to cooperate with or be forthcoming with an investigation conducted by school personnel, mistreatment of others. Student, this is really important, y'all. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, this is really important. Okay. All right. What does it say here? Mistreatment of others. Students shall not use profanity or vulgar language or make obscene gestures. Fight or scuffle for assault. See DAP, placement and or expulsion for certain offenses on page. Threaten a district student. You see that part, right? Threaten a district student, employee, or volunteer, including off-school property, if the conduct causes a substantial disruption to the educational environment. Engage in bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or making hit lists. See glossary for all four terms. Release or threaten to release intimate visual material of a minor or a student who is 18 years of age or older without the student's consent. Okay, engage in sexual, gender-based harassment or sexual abuse, whether by word, gesture, or any other conduct directed toward another person, including a district student, employee, board member, or volunteer. Okay, let's keep going, you guys. We're not going to be emotional. I got time for this. Okay, so participate in hazing, coerce an individual to act through the use of threat or force, commit extortion or blackmail, engage in appropriate verbal, physical, or sexual conduct directed towards another person, including a district student, employee, or volunteer. Ask yourself this question quickly, because I know you're pretty smart because you follow me. Is Karmelo Anthony another district student? Because we're going to do this properly. We're not going to be emotional. We are truly not going to be emotional. Okay? We're going to do this right. Because they want to make it seem like these people even had the authority to ask Karmelo to leave. Is that what the code of conduct say at the school? Okay, let me insert this right here. Let me put this in here real quick on my desktop. I just had it. Where is it? Let me do it one more time. Okay, so let's come right here because I'm about to insert that page too, right? The students. Can y'all see this? Okay. The students, right? Sorry. Let's do, sorry, y'all. To the students, including both Hunter and Austin, have any rights to ask Karmelo to leave, especially I'm not a good typer, you guys, so. Okay, let's see what it says. Okay, so let's look at this quickly. Okay, so this is why this is what ChatGPT is saying. Okay, from a legal hey Fallon, how are the kids? From a legal standpoint, I would separate 3 different questions that often get blended together. Number 1, did Austin and the other students have the authority to ask Karmelo to leave? Yes, in the ordinary sense. Any student can ask another student, can you move? Can you leave our tent? Would you mind sitting somewhere else? There is nothing inherently wrong with making a request. Okay, no problem. No, we're not being emotional. 2, did they have the official authority to order him to leave? Based on the portion of the Frisco ISD Code of Conduct you've shown, the authority to issue directive appears to belong to who? School personnel, teachers, principals, okay, coaches, administrators, and school officials, okay? The section on disregard for authority specifically refers to fail to comply with directive given by school personnel, not fail to comply with directive given by another student. The distinction matter. A student can request. A student generally does not become a school official simply because they are under a team tent. Woo, there you go. Okay, where the white people at? Where are all my white people at? Where are all the white racists? Okay, I'm telling y'all, remove emotions, remove racism. Stop being an idiot. Stop being an idiot. Stop truly being an idiot. Okay, the screenshots you provide does not appear to give the student athlete enforcement authority over other students. Okay, did they have the right to physically enforce their request? This is where things become much more complicated. The same page you posted prohibits fighting or scuffling, coercing an individual through force or threat of force, bullying, inappropriate physical contact towards another person. If a jury were to conclude that students surrounded someone, repeatedly pressured them, grabbed their belongings, pushed them, then the defense could absolutely argue that those actions conflict with the code of conduct itself. The code appears to contemplate that disputes are supposed to be handled through school personnel, then the student self-help. There you go. There you go. Okay. Okay. Do y'all see this? Like, we're not going to be emotional. And that's why, and even the white people know this, is because they want to be racist, right? If Karmelo himself is doing something wrong, the kids should have gone and got the coaches. They are the authority. Go get the coaches. They get the coach. Don't get involved, because it really is true. What if Karmelo was batshit crazy? You're talking about a knife. What if he had an AK? Okay. What if he had a Glock? What if he had a blicky? Okay. He could have blown all you people to pieces. So let's really assume he's that dangerous. What are you young people about to do? Because if he's that dangerous and he's that reckless at 9 o'clock in the morning, he can really kill all of y'all. Y'all lucky he's just one person, but he could have killed everybody. And it's not your job to go physically start a confrontation with someone, right? You ask, if you don't want to leave, go get a teacher, go get a coach. You guys are not there by yourself. It's a track meet. Your coaches are there. Security is there. Police is there. So why don't you go get the people, right? And then you understand, when you look at the code of conduct, you understand the motivation for these white students to lie. Because look at what they did. And then it's Karmelo, whose education was being put at risk, that he could go get kicked out of school. No, they should have been kicked out of school, because per the code of conduct, they had no business doing what they did. And then they said, we asked them 15 times. Instead of asking him 15 times, why not just ask him one time and then go and go get the coach? Hold on, you guys, right? Okay, do you see this? Right? Let me keep reading this. Let me keep reading this. We're not done yet, you guys. We're not done. Okay. Now let's go back here. Okay. Here's what ChatGPT is saying. The rain issue. The rain is not likely to create a special legal right to remain under that particular tent. However, it does affect how a jury may view the reasonableness of everyone's action. A juror could reasonably ask, if it was raining heavily, why wasn't a coach called? Or why continue argue for 2 minutes instead of getting an adult? Or if someone was truly unwelcome, why not let the school personnel handle that? Those are common sense questions. Exactly. These kids don't have the right to be enforcers. They do not have the right to be enforcers. I'm not so low-key, high-key, y'all created the situation that got Austin injured. Because I do not believe, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, I do not believe Karmelo meant to kill Austin. The way he cried, why would he even want to kill him? It's a track meet. He's there to run his race. He has scholarship requests. He has people trying to recruit him to go play football in college. Why would he throw his life away? Like, this is ridiculous. I believe it. He probably poked the man and then he ran. But was the goal to kill Austin? No. But the way Austin and these people were moving also, he had the right to be fearful. We have to stop. It's very disgusting. And I'm like, to all of these white people who are partaking this racist mob behavior, you're truly pathetic and you're disgusting. Be very careful. And you guys are the same white people who love to go around saying that you're a bunch of Christians. But think about Jesus. Did Jesus get a fair trial? Jesus had people like y'all, just a mob. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. You're repeating the same bullshit. And this is why humanity doesn't get better. You have to, even someone you hate, even a person that you hate, you have to try to see it from their side. That's what makes you a better person. You have just decided to have hatred for a 17, 18-year-old you never met because you were told something. And when you look at the optics, the killer is black and the victim is white. You have to stop doing that. It's embarrassing and it's so tribal. And it should not belong in a modern America. It's disgusting. Are we ever going to turn the page on racism in this damn country? Like, do you not want a better America for your kids, for black kids, white kids, all types of children? Like, stop the tribal shit. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting. Like, be reasonable. Be like, it's fucking, I will never stop saying, like, it's damn raining. Why do you need to ask someone to leave in the rain if they're not bothering you? If Austin is off to the, if Hunter is to the corner playing on his phone, I guess he don't mind. So if he doesn't mind him being there, why do you mind him being there? You're asking somebody to leave 15 times. Why? And instead of asking him 15 times, just go get the damn coach. Go get the damn police. Why do you put yourself in harm's way? Oh, we thought he wasn't going to do anything. How do you know that? You guys are being mean to him, but somehow he should not do anything back. You sound insane. You sound really insane. So now let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going. They're so crazy. Okay. So the stronger point, in my opinion, the strongest argument is probably not Karmelo had an absolute right to stay under the tent. I don't think the law clearly says that. The stronger argument is, even if the students wanted him to leave, they were not school authorities and therefore had no authority to physically enforce that demand themselves. Okay? That's a very different claim. A jury could potentially believe Austin had every right to want Karmelo gone. The students had every right to ask him to leave. The students did not have the authority to physically enforce the request. Those three things could all be true simultaneously. And this is where the factual disputes become important. What exactly happened after the request? Did the interaction remain verbal or did it become physical? Right? Now, let me say this too, right? Hold on. Let me talk to chat real quick. Okay. What's my question again? Okay. Sorry, guys. Okay. Okay. Some people, sorry. It's thinking. You'll see my question in a little bit. We have to stop the silliness. Like, it's just getting too damn silly. Okay, so let's go back. So, what's up? Let me do this, right? Hold on. I don't know if it pulled the police report. Okay, so while I was going through that, let's see this. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna get better at this. Okay. So I think this is one of the most sorry, I didn't read the question. Sorry, my bad. So next question, chat. Read the police reports. Okay, read the police reports and notice that it says that Karmelo had a friend that is a Memorial High School team student, whatever, initials EP. So to me, to not even mention that he had a friend there is crazy. He went to be with his friend. So if his friend wants him there, what is the problem? And who are the other students to deny his friends a chance to be with Karmelo under the tent? Okay, so now here is what it says. I can make it a little bigger, right? Okay, I think this is one of the most overlooked facts. Well, I guess she can talk, right? She talks. Yeah, hold on. I don't even have to read this. That's so beautiful. Hang on. Go ahead. I don't have to read this.
I think this is one of the most overlooked facts in the public discussion.
I don't have to read it.
If the police report truly reflects that a Memorial student identified as EP was friends with Karmelo and could identify him, then that suggests Karmelo was not necessarily some random stranger who wandered into the tent. The report apparently records that another Memorial track team member knew him personally.
Exactly.
Not to jump beyond what the report actually says. The report does not automatically prove EP invited Karmelo into the tent. EP wanted him to remain there. EP objected to the other students confronting him. Those would be additional facts that would need testimony. But if EP was his friend, then it certainly raises questions a defense attorney could explore. Question 1, why was Karmelo there? The public narrative often sounds like, open quote, an outsider entered another team's tent, close quote. But if Karmelo had a friend on that team, another explanation becomes, open quote, a student went to sit with a friend while it was raining, close quote. Those are very different narratives. Question 2, who actually controlled the tent? From the code of conduct you've shown, authority appears to rest with school personnel, coaches, and administrators, not student athletes. The code repeatedly discusses directives from school personnel and prohibits students from coercing others or engaging in fighting and scuffling. So a juror might read, P didn't mind Karmelo being there. Why were other students acting as gatekeepers? That is a factual question, not a legal conclusion. Question 3, why wasn't EP a major witness? This is where I become curious. If EP was a friend, EP was under the tent, EP knew Karmelo, then EP might have unique insight into why Karmelo came there, whether he was invited, how the confrontation started, whether anyone attempted to de-escalate. A friend could potentially provide context that neither side's narrative fully captures. Question 4, what was Karmelo's state of mind? For self-defense, this can matter. Imagine 2 different scenarios. Scenario A, open quote, Karmelo deliberately inserted himself into another team's space to provoke conflict. Close quote. Scenario B, open quote, Karmelo walked over to sit with a friend while escaping a rainstorm. Close quote. Those scenarios create very different impressions of intent. A jury could view the second scenario as much more consistent with someone seeking shelter and socializing rather than seeking confrontation. The strongest observation, for me the most significant point is not, open quote, EP was his friend, therefore Karmelo was right, close quote. It's this, open quote, the existence of a memorial friend complicates the simplistic narrative that Karmelo was merely an unwelcome intruder, close quote. If one of the people under that tent knew him and was friends with him, then the social dynamics become much more complicated than, open quote, memorial kids versus outsider, close quote. That fact alone is something I would expect careful jurors, and certainly careful lawyers, to examine closely. It adds context that is often missing when the story is reduced to, he was told to leave another team's tent.
Okay. Now let me read this one. I forgot she can actually read. I forgot about that part. I don't have to read. I don't have to read anything. I need to read.
Now that you've provided the actual arrest report, we can separate what is documented from what is speculation. On page 4, Officer Wetzel's narrative states that a witness told him another Memorial Track team member, identified as EP, was friends with Anthony and he could identify Anthony, contained in the report. However, there is an important distinction: what the report proves. The report supports EP attended Memorial. EP knew Karmelo. EP was described as being friends with Karmelo. EP could identify Karmelo to police. What the report does not establish. EP invited Karmelo into the tent. EP gave Karmelo permission to stay. EP objected when other students asked Karmelo to leave. EP considered Karmelo welcome under the tent. EP had authority over who could sit there. Those facts would require testimony from EP or other evidence. Why the friend issue still matters. I do think you're identifying something that is potentially important. The prosecution narrative often sounds like, open quote, Karmelo was an outsider sitting under Memorial's tent, close quote. But the police report introduces a more nuanced possibility. Open quote, Karmelo knew at least one Memorial athlete personally, close quote. Those are not identical narratives. A juror might reasonably wonder, did Karmelo walk there specifically to see EP? Had they previously socialized at meets? Was EP sitting nearby? Did EP say anything during the confrontation? Those are legitimate questions. The stronger legal question, even if EP wanted Karmelo there, that does not necessarily mean the other students had to agree. For example, if 10 teammates are under a tent and one athlete's open quote, my friend can sit here, close quote, while others say, open quote, we don't want him here, close quote. There is no obvious legal rule that automatically gives either side control. The real question becomes, who actually had authority over the tent? From everything we've seen so far, that authority likely belonged to coaches, school officials, event personnel, not students. What I think a defense attorney might use the EP fact to argue, open quote, Karmelo wasn't randomly trespassing under a rival team's tent. He had a friend there. He wasn't a stranger. He wasn't there to start trouble, close quote. That could help explain why Karmelo remained seated instead of immediately leaving. What I think a prosecutor would say. A prosecutor would likely respond, open quote, whether Karmelo had a friend there is irrelevant. The issue is what happened after he was repeatedly asked to leave and after the confrontation escalated, close quote. My takeaway. Detail doesn't prove Karmelo was entitled to stay under the tent. But I do think it weakens a very simplistic version of the story that portrays him as a complete outsider who had no connection whatsoever to anyone under that tent. The arrest report shows at least one Memorial athlete was reportedly his friend. That is a piece of context that many media summaries leave out, and a jury could reasonably consider it when trying to understand why Karmelo was under the tent in the first place.
Okay. All right, y'all got this? Okay, y'all still here? You're listening? Because I'm like, it's a lot better to just let her read it. Okay, so let's go back to the top. Let's go back to the top because this is where it started, right? Can you pull up Texas law on the no duty to retreat law? Okay, let's read this one.
Yes. Texas's no duty to retreat rule is found in Texas Penal Code, like 9.31 and 9.32. The actual statutory language for non-deadly force says, open quote, a person who has a right to be present at the location where the force is used, who has not provoked the person against whom the force is used, and who is not engaged in criminal activity at the time the force is used, is not required to retreat before using force. Texas law also states that when those conditions are met, close quote, open quote, a finder of fact may not consider whether the actor failed to retreat when deciding whether the use of force was reasonable. The three requirements, close quote. To get the benefit of Texas's stand your ground, no duty to retreat protection, the actor generally must, 1, be somewhere they have a legal right to be, 2, not have provoked the confrontation, 3, not be engaged in criminal activity at the time. Does Texas require equal force? No. The statute never uses the phrase equal force. Instead, it uses the standard, open quote, when and to the degree the actor reasonably believes the force is immediately necessary. That is why Texas law focuses on, close quote, reasonableness, immediate necessity, the level of threat perceived rather than requiring weapon-for-weapon equality. In a case like Karmelo Anthony's, without expressing a view on guilt or innocence, the jury would not be asked, open quote, was Austin armed, close quote dot, or open quote, was the force equal, close quote. The jury would be asked questions much closer to, did Karmelo have a legal right to be where he was? Did he provoke the encounter? Was he engaged in criminal activity? Did he reasonably believe force was immediately necessary? If deadly force was used, did he reasonably believe deadly force was immediately necessary to prevent death or serious bodily injury? Those are the statutory questions. One thing I would add, because it's important legally, the no duty to retreat rule does not automatically win a self-defense claim. It simply removes the obligation to run away first if the person otherwise qualifies for self-defense under Texas law. The prosecution can still argue that the force used was not justified, and the defense can argue that it was. The jury ultimately decides. If you'd like, I can also pull the exact text of Texas Penal Code Guide 932, deadly force in self-defense, and walk through it line by line in plain English.
Okay. So this is what the news channel giving the account of the kids, right? So this is it. So you put that in there, and let me play it again. Let me play this one.
What jumps out to me isn't whether these students are telling the truth or lying. We simply don't know that yet. What jumps out is that this testimony creates several factual tensions that the jury will have to resolve. Har 1. The 15 times testimony cuts both ways. The prosecution wants the jury to hear, open quote, he was asked to leave 15 times and refused, close quote. But a defense lawyer can ask, open quote, if he was such an immediate threat, why did the interaction continue for roughly 2 minutes? Close quote, the same fact can support opposite narratives. State, he was defiant and provoking. Defense, this was not an instant attack by someone looking to stab people. Jurors will decide which interpretation is more believable. 2. The Hunter issue remains interesting. Today's witnesses reportedly said, open quote, Hunter was on the other side of the tent, scrolling on his phone, close quote. But as you pointed out earlier, Hunter's own media interview places him close enough to hear the exchanges, know who said what, see Austin grab the backpack. That doesn't automatically mean anyone is lying. Possible explanations. Hunter was initially on the side and moved closer. Witnesses misremembered. Hunter exaggerated his proximity. Some witnesses are minimizing involvement. The point is simply that there appears to be a discrepancy that a jury could consider. 3. Student opinions are not evidence of legal guilt. One thing I always separate is, open quote, did it look like self-defense to you? Close quote, open quote, was it legally self-defense? Close quote. Those are completely different questions. A 17-year-old witness can sincerely answer, open quote, no sir, it didn't look like self-defense, close quote. But Texas law doesn't ask what a witness felt. Texas law asks whether the defendant reasonably believed force was immediately necessary under the circumstances. Those are different inquiries. 4. Safe community is emotionally powerful but legally weak. The witness reportedly said, open quote, we thought he was bluffing because we live in a safe community, close quote. That may resonate emotionally, but legally it doesn't establish who initiated physical contact, whether a backpack was grabbed, whether a shove occurred, whether Anthony reasonably feared serious bodily injury. It's more of a perception statement than a fact establishing self-defense or disproving it. The biggest legal question is still the physical contact. From everything publicly reported so far, one issue keeps resurfacing. What exactly happened immediately before the stabbing? Did Austin merely lean toward him, shove him, push him, grab the backpack? Different witnesses have reportedly used different descriptions. That moment is likely far more important legally than whether someone was asked to leave 15 times. Because under Texas self-defense law, the jury will focus heavily on what occurred at the instant force was used. Presumption of innocence still matters. One thing I think your earlier criticism of AI systems highlighted is important. These witnesses are evidence. They are not the verdict. Likewise, defense witnesses will be evidence. They are not the verdict either. A fair analysis should avoid treating either side's witnesses as automatically truthful. The jury's job is to decide which witnesses are credible, which memories are reliable, which statements conflict. What weight should be given to video, physical evidence, police testimony, and eyewitness accounts. Until then, Austin Metcalf remains the victim in the case, and Karmelo Anthony remains legally presumed innocent. Those two facts can exist simultaneously. What I would be watching very closely if I were following this trial is whether the defense can exploit the apparent inconsistencies regarding 1. Hunter's location and involvement, 2. Whether Austin touched Anthony or his property, 3. Whether there was a shove, push, grab, or merely a verbal confrontation, 4. The exact timeline leading up to the stabbing. Those issues seem much more legally significant than the witnesses' personal opinions about who looked like the aggressor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going because I like this. That way, I don't have to talk because I don't really care to talk like that.
This quote is actually fascinating because it contains a detail that I think many people are overlooking. Open quote. My brother said that he said, "You move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack, this kid. Close quote. If this is an accurate transcript of Hunter's statement, then Hunter himself is placing Austin's hand on Karmelo's backpack. Notice what Hunter does not say. He doesn't say, open quote, Austin told him to move and then Karmelo stabbed him. Close quote. He inserts an intermediate event. Open quote, Austin grabbed his backpack. Close quote. That matters because it is a physical act, not a verbal act. What defense lawyers hear? A defense lawyer listening to that statement immediately hears 1. Verbal dispute. 2. Demand to move. 3. Make me move. 4. Austin grabs backpack. 5. Stabbing occurs.
Emily.
The defense wants the jury focused on steps 4 and 5. The prosecution wants the jury focused on steps 1, 2, and 3. Another thing that jumps out, Hunter says, open quote, I turned around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. Close quote. That statement is perfectly possible, but it creates an interesting tension with later testimony from students claiming Hunter was essentially uninvolved and on the other side of the tent, because Hunter's own description sounds like someone who was close enough to hear the exchange, close enough to know who said what, close enough to know Austin grabbed the backpack, close enough to react immediately. A jury may or may not see that as inconsistent, but it is certainly something a defense attorney would explore. What I think is most important, when I read that quote, I don't see a clean prosecution narrative. I see a much messier interaction. The quote itself acknowledges repeated demands, a verbal challenge, a backpack grab, and immediate escalation. The backpack detail is especially important because it moves the story from, open quote, a kid was asked to leave, close quote, to, open quote, a kid was asked to leave, refused, and then someone physically interacted with his property, close quote. Those are not the same thing. What a juror might be thinking. A juror could hear Hunter's statement and conclude, open quote, Austin touched the backpack, but that still doesn't justify a stabbing. Close quote. That's a perfectly valid conclusion. Another juror could hear the same statement and think, open quote, wait a minute. Everyone keeps saying this was just a polite request to leave, but now even Hunter is saying Austin grabbed the backpack. Close quote. That's also a perfectly valid conclusion. That's why this case is ultimately not about headlines or social media. It comes down to whether the jury believes the confrontation remained verbal or whether it crossed into a physical confrontation before the knife came out. And interestingly, Hunter's own interview appears to acknowledge that some form of physical contact with the backpack occurred before the stabbing. Whether the jury sees that as significant is a separate question.
Okay. We did this one already, right? Okay, hold on. So now here's what I'm going to do. Okay. Let me do this again. Try to give me testimony. Mm-hmm. I'm putting the whole code of conduct in there. Because at first I did it without doing all this, so I'll do it again. Let's see what it does. Hold on. People gotta stop being so emotional. People gotta stop being so emotional. Like this is, to me, it's really disgusting. Hold on. Let's read this.
After reviewing the police reports, the Frisco ISD Code of Conduct, Hunter's statement, and the testimony you quoted, I think there are a few separate questions that people often blend together. 1. Was Karmelo automatically in the wrong simply for being under the tent? Based on what I've seen, that's not nearly as clear as some media accounts make it sound. The police report indicates Karmelo had at least one friend on the memorial team, EP. The report specifically notes EP was friends with Anthony and could identify him. That fact tends to support the idea that Karmelo was not a complete stranger wandering into an unfamiliar area. Quoted does not appear to address EP at all. A juror could reasonably wonder, did Karmelo come to see EP? Was EP nearby? Did EP invite him? Did EP object when others told Karmelo to leave? Those questions matter because they provide context for why Karmelo was there in the first place. 2. Did the students themselves have authority to eject him? This is where the Code of Conduct becomes interesting. The Frisco ISD Code gives authority to school administrators, SROs, and district police to remove people from district property. It does not say students themselves possess authority to eject another student from a school event. In fact, the code are given by school personnel, administrators, teachers, campus behavior coordinators, not fellow students. So from a school discipline perspective, there is Chi told him to leave. And open quote, other students told him to leave. Close quote, those are not the same thing. Nash 3, does that mean Karmelo was entitled to stay? Not necessarily. Even if students lacked official authority, a jury could still conclude he was being disrespectful, he was escalating the conflict, he should have walked away. Those are separate questions from whether the students had legal authority over the tent. 4. The biggest shift in the testimony you quoted is important because multiple witnesses are now saying, Karmelo was asked to leave repeatedly. He refused. He said, touch me and find out. Nobody was ganging up on him. Austin was not trying to fight him. Karmelo was the aggressor. If jurors believe those witnesses, that is very damaging to a self-defense claim. However, remember something important. These witnesses are largely memorial students sitting under the same tent as Austin. That does not make them dishonest. But it does mean the defense will likely explore friendships, loyalties, memory differences, whether anyone omitted details favorable to Karmelo, why EP has apparently not featured prominently in the testimony so far. 5. The self-defense issue is narrower than people think. The Code of Conduct actually defines self-defense as, open quote, the use of force against another to the degree a person reasonably believes is immediately necessary to protect himself or herself. Close quote. The real legal question is not, open quote, was Karmelo allowed under the tent? Close quote. The meant the knife was used. Did Karmelo reasonably believe force was immediately necessary to protect himself? Even if he was rude? Even if he refused to leave? Even if he started the verbal argument? Those facts can hurt a self-defense claim, but they do not automatically eliminate it. My overall assessment. After reading the police materials and the Code of Conduct, I think two things can be true at the same time. 1. The prosecution witnesses make Karmelo look much worse than early internet rumors suggested. The testimony you've quoted presents him as refusing repeated requests to leave and escalating the confrontation. 2. The "he was just a random intruder under another school's tent" narrative is still incomplete because the police report contains the EP friendship detail, and that fact raises questions about why he was there and whether at least some memorial students knew him and were comfortable with his presence. A jury will ultimately have to decide which facts they find credible and how much weight to give each witness's AC. A friend on the memorial team provides context, but the central issue will likely remain what happened during the final seconds before the stabbing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, Goo. Yeah, see how it's a lot. It's a lot easier because then it's not nobody's being emotional. I'm tired. My head actually hurts. Okay, so now let's go back to this guy. Okay, let me see. I don't know how to do this. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I need to figure out how to do this. I've never actually done like that. Okay, hold on. Well, thank you, chat. So now I'm gonna play a video, right, from this YouTuber named, what's his name? So what's this man's name? Something Esquire, okay? Robert Gouveia Esq, okay? And I want you to look at what he says and what he claims, and what do you think about what he has to say, okay? So I'm gonna play the video and transcribe it, and then you can tell me what you think of what he had to say, okay? All right, cool. Y'all, me and my little my AI friends. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Because I'm like, we gotta stop being so emotional like that. This is really draining. Okay. So here's what it says. Okay, so sounds good. Girl. Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, girl, I forgot you can actually read. Girl, here, go ahead, sis, go ahead.
Sounds good. Go ahead and paste or transcribe what Robert Gouveia, R&R Law Group, Robert Gouveia Esq says, and I'll analyze it carefully. What I'll do is separate. 1, facts. What evidence actually supports the claim? 2, inference. What conclusion is he drawing from those facts? 3, assumptions. What is he assuming that may or may not be proven? 4, legal significance. Whether the point actually matters under Texas self-defense law. 5, strength of the argument, strong, moderate, weak, speculative, or unsupported. I'll also compare his claims against the witness testimony you've shared, the police report details we've discussed, the Frisco ISD Code of Conduct, Texas self-defense and no duty to retreat law, and any contradictions that appear in the record. Paste as much of the transcript as you'd like, and I'll go through it piece by piece.
Okay, hold on. No, actually. You know what, chat? Hold on. Before I do Robert's stuff, I'm going to do Jeffrey Metcalf, the father. This man has so many interviews, girl. So I'm gonna post. Why am I assuming you're a girl? But I'm gonna post what he said in the interview, and then you'll pick it apart. Okay. So let's start with the father first. Then I'll give you what the mother said about her son and his way, because you need to see that. And then we'll get to Robert. Okay. Let's do it like that. The father, the mother, and then we'll get to Robert. Okay, cool. Let's do it this way. Sounds a lot better. So you guys, let's go to the dad first, okay? Let's go here first before I play okay, so let's come here real quick, right? We're not gonna be emotional. And it's also good because if we're not emotional, then I don't have to cuss out white people, right? So that way I don't have to do that. But let's play this video. Let's go. Okay. You ready? Let's go. We're not gonna be emotional. And that's all like working with AI. It doesn't have feelings. Okay, let's go.
Was to bring awareness so this tragedy doesn't happen to another family.
Okay, so Mr. Metcalf, it's JFF and then METCALF. You are Austin's father.
Yes, sir.
Easy question to start with. It's probably a tough one to answer, but how have the last 24 hours been for you and for your family and for Hunter?
That's 3 questions. So for me, it's not real yet. It hasn't sunk in. I'm just happy to stay strong so we can handle all the things that need to be handled. Arrangements, people flying in, people coming from all over. So I haven't had a chance to really grieve yet. I know at some point when this is all over and we're able to put him in the ground, then I'll probably break down and grieve that way. But right now I'm really numb and I really don't feel anything. I just have to function, and I need to be there for my son and my family, and I need to make sure I set an example for my son.
Austin obviously is the son, and also Hunter, who you're talking about here.
Yes, sir.
Walk me through who Austin was to you. I know that you've said so much about him, I think, in the last 24 hours here. Everyone else has said a lot about him, too, about how great of a kid he was. In your eyes, though, just as a father, who was he to you?
My boys are the biggest blessing in my life. God provided them to me. God's going to get me through this. I had a dream last night, and Austin came to me and said, I'm okay. It gives me peace. Doesn't mean I don't hurt, but it gives me great peace. So one of the things, my son, Hunter, his ability to stay strong is a character to his brother. His brother, they had each other's back. They were tight. I've never seen a bond like that. Being identical twins, technically Austin was his big brother. Those boys were my everything. I had cancer almost 10 years ago. I wasn't supposed to live, but that was my why, to fight. And without those boys, I probably would have succumbed and gave in. But they were in my heart, and I fought hard because I wanted to be their father. I wanted to be there for them throughout the years they grow up, and so I can share my wisdom and share my mistakes so they won't do the same. Austin was an outstanding athlete, person, friend, loyal, loving. He would light up the room. He was such a leader naturally. On that team, he would fire those guys up. He would step on that field and he would become a totally different person. His level of play was above most everyone else. He led the team. He was voted team MVP by his coaches and teammates. He's had multiple coaches, colleges contacting. He is one of the most outstanding. Him and his brother both have been athletes all their lives, from soccer to baseball to jiu-jitsu to football. They did it all, and they excelled every time. And I told them, you guys are so lucky, because not everyone has your talent, but you have to make sure you take that talent and harness it in the right way. And Austin was able to harness many things in his life. Loyalty to his brother, his love for all his friends and family. He was such an outstanding young man. I was so proud. I bragged on my children all the time. Anyone who knows me knows how much my kids meant to me. They were my entire world. My world's a little shattered, but I still have Hunter, and I always have Austin.
I know that the last day has just been gut-wrenching for you and your family. You've spoken, obviously, to a couple of other outlets. I know Hunter's leaving. Do you need to say goodbye? Or?
No, I told him we're good.
Okay. We haven't really had a chance to talk to you about this. You had mentioned a few times that you had forgiven the suspect for what
correct.
He did.
I do.
But we just informed you about these documents. And
that doesn't change anything. Okay. This has to do with me and God. God teaches us in the Bible. He talks about forgiveness. He also talks about revenge. Not for me to seek. God will take care of it. Karma, I believe in it. It's very unfortunate that this other child decided to make a bad choice that's going to affect him for the rest of his life. I have compassion for every human being. This is not, I want to make this very clear. This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on a soapbox trying to politicize this. I don't appreciate some of the remarks I've seen online that people say there was this fight and they don't know. They weren't there. I know the truth. So unless you were there, unless you saw it, don't spread gossip.
Just to ask you this one question, like I had mentioned, the self-defense argument made by the suspect. What's your reaction to that if that's used in court or used?
As a defense attorney, they're going to try every avenue. That's their job. The truth will come out. There were too many people that were there that saw what happened. My own son told me what happened. There was never a punch even thrown. So I don't care. There was never a phone broken. We've never had contact with this individual ever. So unless you were there, I don't appreciate all the gossip and all the mistruths that people are speaking at this moment.
Is that shocking to hear or read, or at least hear from me, say that that's what he told police after that moment?
No, what do you expect? If you're caught, the best thing you're gonna do is try to lie your way out of it. Now, I'm not saying he's a liar, but the truth and the facts, justice will prevail. It has nothing to do with me.
I want to talk about the charity that the public has really shown, and obviously the complete wrapping of arms. I know that's some phrases that you always hear about when we talk about these situations, but you guys set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have really come to the aid of your family.
I am overwhelmed. I had no idea the response that this generated. And my hope was to bring awareness so this tragedy doesn't happen to another family. I don't want a parent to go through the pain I have to go through. Money will never bring my son back, but I have to take care of what's left. And I have support of my friends, my family, my neighbors, the community, people I don't even know, my coworkers, everyone. We had a vigil last night at the church. It was full. It holds 1,700 people, impromptu. It was the most moving, touching thing I could ever feel. This is about human compassion. The world needs more kind people. If you can't find one, be one.
Yeah, hold on. It's gonna transcribe files. Okay, hold on. Let me go back down here real quick.
When Jeff says, open quote, Austin was outstanding, loyal, loving.
It crashed a bit.
This interview is actually much more nuanced than many people realize. The biggest thing I notice is that Jeff Metcalf spends surprisingly little time talking about the actual confrontation. Most of the interview is about Austin as a son, brother, athlete, and person. Let's separate it into categories. 1. Extremely strong witness on Austin's character. When Jeff says, open quote, Austin was outstanding, loyal, loving, a leader, close quote. That is exactly what you would expect from a father. And frankly, none of it sounds unusual or exaggerated. What matters legally, though, is that character evidence is not proof of what happened during the confrontation. A juror can simultaneously believe Austin was a wonderful kid, Austin was loved, Austin was a leader, Austin may still have made a mistake in the final moments of the encounter. Those ideas are not mutually exclusive. The most important statement in the entire interview, Mun. In my opinion, it is this, open quote, my own son told me what happened, close quote. That sounds powerful, but legally, it raises questions because Austin unfortunately died shortly after the incident. So when Jeff says, open quote, my own son told me what happened, close quote, the natural questions become, how much did Austin actually say? When did he say it? Was it before medical treatment? Was it a complete description? Was it only a brief statement? A defense lawyer would want specifics, because my son told me what happened sounds stronger than it may actually be, depending on what was said. Starber 3, the statement about no punch being thrown. Jeff says, open quote, there was never a punch even thrown. Close quote. Notice what he's responding to. He's responding to rumors. He's not necessarily giving eyewitness testimony. Jeff wasn't under the tent, so this statement appears to be based on what witnesses told him, what Hunter told him, what Austin may have told him, not his personal observation. That's important. Summer 4, the statement that interests me most. This one, open quote, there were too many people that were there that saw what happened. Close quote. This is actually a very reasonable statement, but it cuts both ways, because now we're hearing some witnesses say push, some say shove, some say grab. Hunter mentions the backpack. Some students describe different physical actions. The existence of many witnesses doesn't automatically mean all witnesses agree. In fact, trials often exist precisely because witnesses remember events differently. 5. The I know the truth statement. Jeff says, open quote, I know the truth, close quote. Emotionally, I completely understand why a father would say that. Legally, though, that's not really possible unless he was there. What he likely means is, open quote, I trust the accounts I've received. Close quote. Those are different things. A jury's job is to determine what happened based on evidence, not based on what any family member believes happened. 6. The forgiveness statement impressed me. This stood out. Open quote, this is not a race issue. I have compassion for every human being. Close quote. Whether someone agrees with him or not, that's a remarkably measured thing for a grieving father to say. Many people in his position would be far angrier publicly. 7. The biggest weakness in this interview. The biggest weakness is that Jeff dismisses the self-defense claim almost entirely. Open quote, what do you expect? If you're caught, you're going to lie your way out of it. Close quote. The problem is that self-defense is a legal defense recognized by Texas law. A jury cannot reject it merely because the defendant raised it. The real question is, open quote, is there evidence supporting it? Close quote. That's where the analysis should be focused. My overall assessment, if I were grading this interview as evidence, strong. Austin's character, the family bond, the impact of the loss, Jeff's credibility as a grieving father. Moderate. Statements based on what Austin or Hunter told him, weak. Conclusions about whether self-defense is impossible. Statements about exactly what happened under the tent because Jeff was not an eyewitness. The most revealing thing about this interview is actually what Jeff doesn't say. He never claims, open quote, I saw it, close quote. He never claims, open quote, I personally know there was no physical contact, close quote. He never claims, open quote, I was standing there. That close quote. Everything about the confrontation is coming through other people. That doesn't make it false. It just means his strongest testimony is about Austin's life and character, not about the mechanics of the encounter itself. Now, I'm very interested to see the mother's interview, especially because you mentioned she discusses Austin's size and athletic background. That could become much more relevant to how a jury evaluates fear, force, and reasonableness.
Okay. So let me do it from here, you guys, right? It's not emotional. Today's live very calm. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, well, thank you, Chad. You missed out the part where the father said that Austin and Hunter know jiu-jitsu and that they excelled at jiu-jitsu. Did you catch that in the transcript? It has to think. Okay, good. You need to put that out there. Okay. So.
Yes, I caught it, and you're right that I should have pulled it out. He said, open quote, him and his brother both have been athletes all their lives. From soccer to baseball to jiu-jitsu to football, they did it all and they excelled every time. Close quote. That matters because it supports 2 points. 1, Austin and Hunter were not physically ordinary students. They were trained athletes with combat sport experience. 2. In a self-defense analysis, size plus athleticism, jiu-jitsu background, can affect whether a smaller person could reasonably fear serious bodily injury during a physical confrontation. It does not automatically prove Austin attacked Karmelo, but it absolutely matters to the reasonable fear question if physical contact occurred.
Okay. Hold on. Give me a second, you guys. Getting a second here. Hold on. Okay. Now this is the codes of ethics, United States Jiu-Jitsu Federation. Okay. So I'm gonna grab that. We're not gonna be emotional, you guys. We're not gonna be emotional. Grab that. Put that in here. Okay. Let's go. Okay, let's go. We're not gonna be emotional.
Around jiu-jitsu training. Key extracts for the case. 1. Jiu-jitsu is supposed to teach restraint, not intimidation. The code says practitioners should avoid physical confrontation whenever possible and use force only in self-defense or defense of the defenseless. Ishner has responsibility because their skills can seriously injure others. It says the practitioner should use knowledge only to protect self, others, and only to the extent needed to protect and remove themselves from the situation. 2. Self-control I2 section says practitioners must remain calm under stress and not lash out verbally or physically for undue reason. 3. No intimidation or petty bravery. Lee says courage is not meaningless rivalry, foolish stunts, or the intimidation of others. 4. The art stays on the mat. This is very important. As practiced in jiu-jitsu can seriously injure the untrained and should not be demonstrated or practiced on others outside the dojo. For your case theory, the cleanest argument is, open quote, if Austin and Hunter were train-celled at it, that does not make them bad people, but it does mean they were not ordinary untrained students in a physical confrontation. Their training increases the importance of restraint, de-escalation, and avoiding intimidation, especially against a much smaller student.
Okay.
Close quote. That helps the reasonable fear analysis if physical contact occurred.
Okay. We're not gonna be emotional. We're not gonna be emotional. We're not gonna be emotional. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Awesome, beautiful. Now look at the police report. What is Karmelo's height and what is Karmelo's weight? You can also scour the internet and double check with his arrest record to see his height and his weight. Okay. So I want Karmelo Anthony's height and weight from the police report, and then you can reference that against whatever you find on the internet. Thank you. We're not gonna be emotional, you guys. There's no need to be emotional. Why these people decided to even file this case in the first place is crazy. Okay, this is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous. Okay, let's go over here, y'all. What do we have here? Thursday. This is just ridiculous. Okay, no, oh hey Queen, what's up, love? They're very silly. Racism is a mental illness.
Based on the materials available in this conversation, the most specific reference to Karmelo Anthony's booking information is the description of the arrest report stating, height, 5'9", weight, 130 pounds. The summary specifically says, open quote, the booking data officially records Karmelo Anthony's physical build at the time of arrest as 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighing only 130 pounds. Yushin, close quote. I have not independently verified the actual arrest report page itself from the original PDF in this conversation. What I can verify is that the uploaded discussion repeatedly references the arrest report as listing Karmelo at 5'9", 130 pounds. Comparing that Turview you provided, Austin's father described Austin as a varsity football player, a longtime athlete, someone who participated in jiu-jitsu and excelled in it. And elsewhere, the family reportedly stated Austin weighed about 225 pounds. If those figures are accurate, person, Karmelo Anthony, 5'9", 130 pounds. Austin Metcalf, 6'1", reported elsewhere, 225 pounds. That would represent approximately 95-pound weight difference, substantial size disparity, football athlete versus much lighter teenager. Legally, does that matter? Yes, not because size alone proves self-defense, but because jurors are allowed to consider relative size, relative strength, athletic training, combat sport experience, number of people involved, whether physical contact occurred when evaluating whether a person's fear was reasonable. For example, a 130-pound teenager and a 225-pound football player are not situated the same way physically. A jury could consider that fact as part of the overall self-defense analysis. One thing I would watch carefully: the defense will likely emphasize 5'9", 130 pounds, Austin's football background, Austin's jiu-jitsu experience as described by his father, any evidence of a push, shove, grab, or backpack contact. The prosecution will likely respond, size differences do not justify deadly force by themselves. Words and minor physical contact are not enough to justify a stabbing. Karmelo was the one escalating the situation. Ultimately, the weight and height figures are relevant facts, but they are only one piece of the larger self-defense puzzle. And yes, based on the materials here, the figure that keeps appearing is 5'9", 130 pounds for Karmelo Anthony.
Okay. Now let's go here. Let's go over here and listen to the mother, right?
For like recklessness.
My focus of my story is, of course, on Austin. That is what's most important. But what would you say about the suspect and what's next?
I don't know anything about him. We have nothing to say.
I've never met this kid until right then. It really was under 30 seconds, this altercation. I've never met this kid in my entire life. And it's just...
And to be honest with you, we don't want to give him any recognition or any care, because we have no desire to have anything to do with that man. So...
If Austin can hear you, what would you say to him?
I'd say that's really hard, but I'd say a lot of things because I saw him before his last moments, and it was just
how much we loved him. He knew that.
He knew how much I loved him, how much I do for him. I do anything for him.
Yeah.
No matter what. He's called me. I think anything that he needs, I'll do it for him. He's just a great guy. So when you have a great guy, you want people to be around you. They're going to be around you no matter what. Like he's a great leader. That's why I always want to tell him, like, I always wanted to be like him in that sense. It's like how he just communicates and has great ways with people all the time. And I always looked up to him for like that. He was a big brother in a sense. He was the same age, but he was a big brother than me.
We just want to make sure that everybody knows how much that Austin is going to be still in our lives, as far as in our memories and our hearts forever. You know, it's going to be really hard. This is going to be really hard.
I see how much you guys love and adore him.
Yeah, I'm really trying not to cry, but it's
your baby.
Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys, and I loved movie time with them. They would.
Okay. So her son's at 225 pounds.
I loved movie time with them. They would ask.
It's your baby.
Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds. Both of them big boys, and
Okay. So now let's come back. Let's come back over here. Hold on. Let's come back over here. Okay, let's do this.
Now, this statement from the mother is much more legally interesting than the father's earlier comments, in my opinion. There are several things that jump out. For one, she confirms Austin's weight. She says, open quote, he was 225 pounds. Both of them, these big boys, close quote. That is significant because it is coming from Austin's mother, not from internet speculation. If the booking information is accurate at 5.9, 130 pounds for Karmelo, then the jury could be looking at Austin, 225 pounds, Karmelo, 130 pounds. That's a 95-pound difference. Again, that doesn't justify a stabbing by itself, but it is a real fact that jurors can consider when evaluating the reasonableness of fear. To the everything was under 30 seconds statement. This is the statement that immediately caught my attention. She says, open quote, everything was under 30 seconds, this altercation. Close quote. The question becomes, how does she know that? Unlike Hunter, she wasn't there. Unlike student witnesses, she wasn't under the tent. So this appears to be based on what she was told, what investigators told the family, what witnesses told the family, or what she later learned. A defense attorney would probably not treat that as eyewitness evidence. 3, she confirms they never knew Karmelo. She says, open quote, I've never met this kid in my entire life, close quote. That seems straightforward, and it supports the family's position that this was not a long-running feud, retaliation, gang activity, prior bad blood. The confrontation appears to have arisen entirely from events that day. Nashatter 4, what she unintentionally confirms. This is subtle. Notice what neither parent says. Neither parent says, open quote, Austin was small, close quote. Neither parent says, open quote, Austin couldn't handle himself, close quote. Neither parent says, open quote, Austin was physically weak, close quote. Instead, the picture painted is football player, team MVP, lifelong athlete, jiu-jitsu participant, 225 pounds. That's not negative. In fact, it speaks well of Austin. But from a self-defense perspective, it also means the defense doesn't have to invent Austin's athleticism. The family itself is describing it. The emotional power is enormous. The line that hit me hardest was actually, open quote, he was my big baby, close quote. That has nothing to do with self-defense, nothing to do with guilt, nothing to do with Texas law. But jurors are human beings. That sentence reminds everyone, open quote, this wasn't just the victim. This was someone's son, close quote. The prosecution will likely benefit enormously from testimony like that because it humanizes Austin. Hatter 6. The irony, what's interesting, is that the strongest facts for the prosecution and defense may come from the same interview. The prosecution hears, open quote, loving son, beloved brother, great leader, no prior relationship with Karmelo, close quote. The defense hears, open quote, 225 pounds football player, lifelong athlete, trained in jiu-jitsu, close quote. Same interview. Different emphasis. The one fact I would highlight, if I were a juror trying to be objective, the most legally relevant thing the mother said is probably, open quote, he was 225 pounds, close quote. Combined with the father's statement, open quote, they did jiu-jitsu and excelled, close quote. That doesn't answer the self-defense question, but it does provide context that the jury is allowed to consider when deciding whether a 130-pound teenager could reasonably perceive a physical confrontation differently than a 225-pound athlete would. And importantly, those facts are coming from Austin's own parents, not from the defense. That tends to make them harder to dismiss as mere advocacy.
Okay, hold on, you guys. Let me grab this one. She didn't say that.
I think that's a fair observation, but I'd be careful about treating it as a proven contradiction. If Hunter is the one who said, open quote, everything was under 30 seconds, this altercation, close quote, and other witnesses are saying, open quote, we asked him to leave 15 times, close quote, then the first question is, what does each person mean by altercation? Those may not be measuring the same thing. For example, scenario A, Karmelo sits under tent. Several students tell him to leave. Back and forth lasts 1 to 2 minutes. Austin approaches. Touch me and find out. Backpack contact. Push, shove, grab. Stabbing. In that scenario, the entire interaction could be 2 minutes, while the physical altercation could be under 30 seconds. Those statements can coexist. Scenario B. The prosecution witnesses are exaggerating. Maybe it wasn't really 15 requests. Maybe it was 3 requests, 4 requests, the 5 requests. Witnesses often estimate numbers poorly, especially during stressful events. If that's true, then 15 times may be more of a figure of speech than a literal count. What I find more interesting, not the 30 seconds itself, the more interesting issue is exactly what you pointed out. Hunter's interview appears to contain more events than the simplified narrative. Hunter reportedly says, 1, Karmelo is under the tent. 2, students ask him to move. 3, Karmelo talks back. 4, Austin says something. 5, make me move. 6, Austin grabs the backpack. 7, Hunter turns. 8, stabbing occurs. That sequence sounds longer and more developed than, open quote, Austin politely asked him to leave and immediately got stabbed, close quote. Whether it was 30 seconds, 60 seconds, or 2 minutes, Hunter's version appears to describe a chain of escalating events rather than a completely instantaneous encounter. The jury question. The jury is probably not going to spend much time deciding, open quote. Was it exactly 30 seconds? Close quote. They'll focus on, open quote, what happened during those seconds? Close quote. Because legally, the difference between verbal disagreement only and verbal disagreement plus backpack grab is much more important than whether the encounter lasted 30 seconds or 90 seconds. So I think your point is strongest when framed as, open quote, Hunter's description sounds more complex and prolonged than some of the simplified public narratives. Close quote. That's a stronger observation than saying the 30-second estimate is necessarily false. The timing itself may be fuzzy. The sequence of events is what matters.
Okay, hold on, you guys. And just to get, and in case you didn't know, this is what jiu-jitsu looks like. In case you didn't know. if you've never seen jiu-jitsu, if you had never seen jiu-jitsu in your life, okay, they have this one pose called a crucifix. My Lord, Jesus Christ. You know, maybe put your ass in a damn crucifix. Okay, hold on. I gotta find this other. I gotta find this one video quickly. Because the thing with the AI stuff, like I said, the more stuff you put in there, the better. It can think a lot better. So.
To start getting your cash back, click the link in the description, scan the QR code, and use promo code OTC to get an extra 25 cents bonus on every gallon on your first tank of gas.
Okay, hold on. So you guys. Okay, now I'm about to put another transcription from the Law and Crime Network. They did a small video. There's stuff in the intro I think you should have, so that way you can think better. Okay, hold on. Wait a second, you guys. Make sure all my stuff is looking the same. Give me 1 second. Okay, good. Yeah, because that's the thing with
I wonder if a small rain shower didn't postpone a track meet in the spring of last year near Dallas. What would Austin Metcalf be doing today? What would Karmelo Anthony be doing? Of course, we'll never know the answer to that. But what we do know is that security is tight at the courthouse in McKinney, Texas, because of all the attention that this story is getting.
I decree, Karmelo Anthony will walk free.
Here's video of demonstrators outside the courthouse in McKinney, Texas today in support of Karmelo Anthony. There's actually a Give, Send, Go for Karmelo that's raised more than $600,000. And we've been seeing an influx of donations this morning with new attention on this case ahead of trial. Jury selection's underway right now, and I'm going to bring in Cody Thomas from Court TV in a moment, who's outside the courthouse. We'll talk through what we can expect this week. We have been told they've been going through roughly 600 potential jurors in this case ahead of opening statements. Let's go back to when this story first started, April 2nd, 2025. It was a rainy day in Frisco, Texas, and local high schools had gathered for a track meet. Austin Metcalf's and Karmelo Anthony's schools were competing in this track meet. Now, if you've ever run track, you know that teams typically have spots around the track where athletes can hang out with their teammates between events. In Austin Metcalf's case, he was with his twin brother and teammates under a tent, according to police. So this rainstorm comes in and it delays the track meet. Witnesses say another athlete who wasn't on Metcalf's team stood under Metcalf's tent. The name of that athlete was Karmelo Anthony.
Karmelo Anthony, class of 2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
This is video of Karmelo Anthony mic'd up for a football tournament for Carolina Sports District on YouTube. Now, Anthony and Metcalf, they were both football stars at their high schools. Metcalf was actually taking some pretty big recruiting visits, and he planned to play at the next level. Anthony also posted on social media that he was receiving scholarship offers, and he planned to play college football. So you know a little bit more about them now. And you have this rainy day at a track meet, and people were looking for cover from the rain. So Anthony goes under Metcalf's tent, according to police. And at some point, the two of them get into a confrontation. According to witnesses, Metcalf told Anthony to leave his team's tent. And at that point, Anthony allegedly reached into his bag and said something along the lines of, "Make me." Now, here is what Austin's twin brother told WFAA television.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab.
Police say Metcalf then went to move Anthony from under the tent. And at that point, Karmelo Anthony allegedly pulls out a knife and stabs Metcalf in the chest. Metcalf died in his twin brother's arms. Now, what Anthony allegedly did next could be very critical in this trial. So Anthony allegedly ran to another part of the track after stabbing Metcalf. And when police arrived, the first officer to make contact with Anthony wrote in the arrest report that he asked Anthony to put his hands in the air. Then Anthony allegedly said, quote, "I was protecting myself." The officer also said that Anthony told him, quote, "He put his hands on me." And when the officer said he had Anthony in custody, the teen allegedly said, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it." Police say Karmelo Anthony ditched the knife and ran before he was arrested by officers who note in their reports that Anthony was hysterically crying when he was arrested, and he asked if Metcalf would be okay. Now, a critical piece of evidence in this case also is going to be surveillance footage. It exists. The Frisco Independent School District has video from a camera that was mounted on the stadium where this track meet was happening, and it allegedly captures the moment that Austin Metcalf was killed. Now, the school district did not release a copy of this video to the public, but it allowed a group of reporters in Dallas to see it. And WFAA television was one of the stations that got their eyes on this video. And they say the video, it's a wide angle shot of the stadium. And you can somewhat see the incident in the small left corner of the screen. The television station writes, quote, "It's difficult to determine how many people are present or what exactly is happening at the tent." Now, Anthony is expected to argue that he had to stab Austin Metcalf in self-defense. Now, I spoke with Texas attorney Bridget Williams about self-defense cases in Texas and what you...
Yeah, let's stop it right there. But do you see how they tell stories in a way, like these people they've already picked a side, right? And even what he said, oh, because he's saying there was a student under the tent who stood. So he's saying he stood. But when you listen to Hunter said the kid was sitting there. I'm like, so which one is it? He was standing or he was standing or he was sitting. Like none of these people can agree on their versions. Like Turning Point USA all over again. It's like, which one is it? Okay. Like, which one is it? For real, for real. Sorry. Hey, Chad. So when the man started, right, the first thing he said was that there was a student who stood under the tent. If you go back to Hunter's interview, Hunter said there was a kid sitting there before I even knew his name. So which one is it? Was he standing there or was he sitting there? Okay, very confusing. Number two, law and crime, they love to bring up the police report, but they don't bring up the part in the police report where it says Karmelo had a friend, initials EP, that goes to Memorial High School, that is on the track team for Memorial High School, right? Like a lot of things were skipped. I'm like, they're intentionally skipping things because for me, the way I see it, not trying to be mean, but a lot of these channels are white people. And I really do feel like because Austin is white, Karmelo is black, and Austin is white and he's dead, they all want Karmelo to go to prison. And it's like, I don't know, it's optification. They do not want to see this fact, like this case, and not be emotional. They're too emotional about this. They are truly too emotional about this. Everybody keeps lying. To me, I'll say lying. I know you won't say lying, but to me, it's like they're all trying to have different versions because Karmelo needs to be the agitator. Karmelo needs to be the aggressor. Karmelo has to be blamed for everything. It's outrageous. Also, the man here from Law and Crime, he doesn't mention that they don't have the same weight. He said, oh, they're both football players. They're both superstars. No problem. But every football player don't have the same position. Right? Like, it's really crazy to me that American people who love football, they say a thing here in America that there's nothing greater than football, I guess on Sunday night or Tuesday. I don't know. They have it's a religion. I forgot how they say it. But my point is, everybody knows that when it comes to a football team, everybody does not play the same position. Right? And based on your position, your body is a certain way. So if you're a running back, are you going to look like a linebacker? Okay? People look different. Because people play different positions. Some people are required to be skinny. Other people are required to be really, really big because their job is to just tackle people and sit on people. That also needs to be mentioned, right? Like, what's the problem here? It's really, to me, it's very disappointing because I feel like many times white Americans, because they are the majority in this country, so they have to do better. But many times I feel like white Americans do not want this country to heal from racism, the past of slavery, the past of Jim Crow, like, you know, a legacy of Black people being done wrong in the court. And it's not that hard. You can express sympathy for Austin. You can feel sad. I think a lot of white girls think he's really attractive, right? That's fine. He can be attractive to you. You think he's fine. You think he's cute. You wish he had been your boyfriend. Okay? I get that. But at the same time, though, you have to be objective. At some point, people are going to have to decide, do they want to have a more perfect union or they want to keep this country racialized and toxic? It is very toxic. Like, there are so many Black people now who have severe anxiety because the jury is like 12 white people, and Black people do not believe that white people are capable of actually doing their job and not being blinded by racism, skin color, gender, and things like that, and just staying to the facts. And to me, that just speaks to the brand of white people, is that white people in America do not have a good brand. They don't have a good brand. And when I watch all these videos, we'll get to Robert, but when I watch all these videos of all these white commentators, they only tell the story one way because it has to be really friendly towards Austin, who happens to be white, right? But if you remove color from this, if we do not consider anybody's color, this is what white people tell us all the time. Oh, color doesn't matter. Your color shouldn't matter. You shouldn't be pulling out the race card. But they are pulling out the race card because you remove color from this stuff. You have a dude that's 225 pounds that it physically removes a dude that's 130 pounds, even though they're both students. And per the code of conduct, you can't do stuff like that. You have to go get a coach or a teacher or the police. You have no business putting your hands on people. And when you're that big, the smaller person has the right to be afraid. Like, what is so hard about this shit? It's like David versus Goliath, right? Like, so David should just sit there and let his ass be molested, right? When you're a big person, you also need to have self-awareness that, hey, all my life, I've been big. These twins were always big people. They're not, if you can't see, you ain't got no damn eyes. But if you see Austin, like if you see Hunter stand next to his mother, I am telling you, like, he towers over his mother. These are not regular people. These are high school people that truly look like young. They look like young men. They look like young men. Okay. So when you're a certain size, Like my husband, he's 6'7", right? My husband is 6'7", like almost 300 pounds. When you are a certain height and you are a certain build, right? You got to have empathy for smaller people. Because you might be a nice person, but listen, you big, like you're really, really big, and you scare people. So that when you get up and you physically grab somebody, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh shit, this big ass dude is serious. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this shit? So like me, it's really upsetting me. Because I'm like, these white people are being too freaking emotional. You should never be that emotional. It is the damn law. Stop being emotional. Because when you start doing it, then black people too want to start doing it. So what about next time if it's a white kid who kills a black kid? Then people are going to ask for tribal justice. Like, you never know when you're going to be in a hot seat when you need mercy. And that's why everybody needs to be professional. Everybody needs to be an actual American and let the Constitution do its thing. Stop trying to put your tribal bullshit in the thing. Like, it's really upsetting for me. But I just feel like these white people are really, really tribal. They're really tribal. And they create all this false narrative. And tomorrow, when Karmelo gets found not guilty, they're going to want to riot because in their eyes, they were done wrong. The whole time, no, nobody did you wrong. You didn't do your research, and you chose to listen to people who gave you a convenient narrative for you to be a hateful racist. It's very silly. But yeah, sorry for my rant, okay? But you know me, girl. You know me. Y'all, sorry, I got to talk to the AI real quick, right? Like, that's really annoying. I'm like, give me a second. It's so annoying. Like, it's not that hard. Like, if you remove the stuff, you're 225. He's 130. Do not touch him. You're too big. Like, this is crazy. Okay, hold on. So let's go here, you guys. Let's go here quickly, you guys. My bad. Okay, let's go here real quick. Like, it's so annoying. I hate stupid shit. I really do hate stupid shit. Pisses me off. I hate stupid people. Why are you so damn stupid? Okay, fine. Okay, hold on. No, my bad. Let's go here first. Sorry. Yo, that's a lot. Yeah, hold on. We come here first. First of all,
A few things stood out immediately.
hold on.
Notice
Sorry. Yo, we're gonna get through this. Don't worry about this. We're gonna get through it. At least I'm not rambling today, which is good.
this law and crime introduction is actually more useful than it first appears because it reveals how mainstream legal media is framing the case. A few things stood out immediately. Number 1, notice how they frame the rain. The narrator starts with, open quote, "I wonder if a small rain shower didn't postpone a track meet," close quote. That's a storytelling device. But what's interesting is the phrase, open quote, "small rain shower," close quote, because elsewhere we've seen references that the rain became heavy enough that officers were concerned about evidence being washed away and had to protect items at the scene. W in crime is wrong. It just means they are framing the weather as a minor backdrop rather than something that may have influenced why students were crowding under tents in the first place. Hashtag 2. They quietly acknowledge something important. They say, open quote, "people were looking for cover from the rain," close quote. That's actually a very significant concession because it presents a reason for Karmelo being under the tent that is not hunting for trouble, looking for Austin, targeting anyone. Instead, open quote, "looking for shelter," close quote. Now, whether he was welcome there is a separate question, but the reason for being there matters. The Hunter quote remains a major issue. Law and crime includes, open quote, "Austin grabbed his backpack," close quote. This is fascinating because that detail keeps surviving. It appears in Hunter's interview, discussions around the police reports, and now in media coverage. Notice something. The backpack detail doesn't help the prosecution. If anything, the prosecution would probably prefer a cleaner story. Open quote, "Austin told him to leave and was stabbed," close quote. Instead, the backpack keeps reappearing. That suggests it may be difficult to completely remove from the narrative. 4. The biggest thing I noticed, this statement, open quote, "police say Metcalf then went to move Anthony from under the tent," close quote. The word move is doing a lot of work here. A juror may immediately ask, open quote, "what does move mean?" Close quote. Did he point, gesture, touch a shoulder, grab a backpack, pull a backpack, shove? Push, the entire self-defense case may hinge on what move means. Number 5, Karmelo's spontaneous statements are legally important. Law and Crime reports, open quote, I was protecting myself. He put his hands on me, close quote. One reason defense lawyers love spontaneous statements is that they happen before a person has had time to hire a lawyer, watch the news, construct a story. Jurors often find them persuasive. Now, spontaneous statements can still be false, but if those statements were made immediately upon contact with police, the defense will likely emphasize that heavily. 6, the stat G, this one. Open quote, I'm not alleged, I did it. Close quote. If accurately reported, that statement is very unusual because it sounds like someone admitting, open quote, yes, I stabbed him, close quote, while simultaneously claiming, open quote, I was protecting myself, close quote. That's not the language of someone denying involvement. It's the language of someone potentially admitting the act, but disputing criminal responsibility. The surveillance video may disappoint everyone. The most important part of the entire segment may actually be this, open quote, it's difficult to determine how many people are present or what exactly is happening at the tent. Close quote. That's critical. Many people seem to assume, open quote, there's video, therefore we'll know everything. Close quote. But if the camera is wide angle, far away, showing a tiny corner of the frame, then it may not resolve who touched whom first, whether the backpack was grabbed, whether there was a shove, whether there was a pull, whether someone stood over someone, and those are exactly the facts the jury needs. #8. What I think this segment unintentionally shows, Grang. The case is becoming less about, open quote, did Karmelo stab Austin? Close quote, and more about, open quote, what happened in the seconds immediately before the stabbing? Close quote. Nobody seems to seriously dispute that Karmelo inflicted the wound. The dispute is becoming, was Austin the aggressor? Was Karmelo the aggressor? Did Austin touch him? Did Austin grab the backpack? Did Austin shove him? Was Karmelo reasonably afraid? That is where the entire trial appears to be heading. The thing I would circle in red of everything in this transcript, I would circle 2 phrases. Open quote, Austin grabbed his backpack, close quote dot, and open quote, he put his hands on me, close quote. Because if the jury concludes those 2 statements are both true, then the conversation shifts away from a purely verbal confrontation and into a physical one. That still does not automatically establish self-defense under Texas law, but it does move the analysis into a completely different category than, open quote, he was simply asked to leave and immediately stabbed someone, close quote. And that distinction may end up being one of the most important issues in the entire case.
Okay, and here's the next one, hold on. And then here's what, after what I said, hold on.
I think you're actually raising several different issues at once, and it's worth separating them because some are factual, some are legal, and some are about trust in institutions. 1, the sitting versus standing issue. You're right that there's a difference between, open quote, this kid was sitting under our tent, close quote dot, and open quote, another athlete stood under Metcalf's tent, close quote. Those are not the same description. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean someone is lying. News narrators often compress facts into a simple narrative. Hunter's quote is more specific because he's describing what he remembers seeing. Open quote, this kid was sitting under our tent, close quote. If Karmelo was seated when the confrontation began, that can matter because a seated person and a standing person present different physical dynamics.
Preach.
A careful lawyer would want to know, was he sitting the whole time? Did he stand up at some point? Was Austin standing over him? When exactly did he reach into the backpack? Those details matter. 2, the EP issue. I think your criticism here is stronger. The police report referenced that another Memorial student, identified as EP, knew Karmelo and could identify him, is a fact that has received very little attention in public discussions. Careful not to assume more than the report says. The report does not prove. EP invited him. EP wanted him there. EP objected to the confrontation. But it does make the story more complicated than, open quote, random outsider invades another team's tent, close quote. And you're correct that many media summaries don't spend much time on that detail. 3, The size issue, I think this is where many commentators talk past each other. You are not saying, open quote, Karmelo was smaller, therefore he automatically wins, close quote. You're saying, open quote, why are people pretending size doesn't matter at all, close quote. That's a fair question. If the reported numbers are accurate, Karmelo, 5'9", 130 pounds. Austin, 225 pounds. P has a significant disparity. Texas self-defense law does not ignore size. Jurors are allowed to consider size, strength, age, athletic training, number of people involved, physical contact. So yes, size can be relevant. The prosecution's argument would be, open quote, size alone does not justify deadly force. Close quote. The defense's argument would be, open quote, size is one factor among many that affects whether fear was reasonable, close quote. Those are different arguments. Sure. The football position point, I think you're making a practical observation. When people hear, open quote, both played football, close quote, they may imagine equivalence, but football positions can involve very different body types. A 130-pound athlete and a 225-pound athlete are not physically interchangeable simply because both play football. That doesn't determine guilt or innocence, but it is a real-world consideration. 5, the race issue. This is probably the hardest part of your comment. I would be cautious about concluding. Open quote, these commentators are doing this because they're white,
they're white.
Close quote,
Because they're white.
because we usually can't know someone's motive.
I'm sure.
However, I do think it is fair to say that many people bring prior assumptions into highly publicized cases. Some people may identify more with Austin's family. Some people may identify more with concerns about self-defense. Some people may have historical concerns about racial bias in the criminal justice system. Those perspectives can absolutely affect how people interpret evidence. And you're right about one thing. A fair legal system requires people to evaluate evidence rather than simply deciding, open quote, I like this side, close quote dot, or open quote, I identify with that side, close quote. #6. What I think is your strongest point. Your strongest point isn't actually about race. It's about consistency. You seem to be saying, open quote, if we want self-defense law to mean something, we have to apply it consistently regardless of who the defendant is.
Not that hard.
Close quote. That's a principle many people across the political spectrum would agree with. The same legal standards should apply whether the defendant is black, the defendant is white, the victim is black, the victim is white. The challenge, of course, is that people disagree about what the facts are. 7. Where I would push back a little, I would be careful about assuming, open quote, everyone is lying. Close quote. Memory is often much messier than intentional deception. In fast-moving events, especially ones lasting seconds, people can remember different details, focus on different moments, honestly misremember sequences. Sometimes that's dishonesty. Sometimes it's just how human memory works. That's one reason trials exist. What I find most interesting after everything you've shown me is that the case no longer looks like a simple, open quote, he was told to leave and stab someone, close quote. But it also doesn't yet look like a simple, open quote, he was obviously defending himself, close quote. Instead, it looks like a jury is going to have to sort through who initiated physical contact, whether the backpack was grabbed, whether there was a shove or push, the size disparity, the role of other students, and whether Karmelo's perception of danger was reasonable under Texas law. Those are the questions that seem to matter most legally, regardless of anyone's race or which side people emotionally identify with.
I wish I had this one video one time. Yeah, sorry, I need to find this one. Where's that one video I had one time that I played? Okay, hold on. This one we got played one time. Give me a second. I'm coming. Let's see this one. I'm trying to. Oh my gosh. Let me if I do it this way. How this one video I played one time? Where is that guy? Different. I can't type to save mine, huh? I should have saved that video. A second, sorry again. Sorry. Let me go back to my history. I should have saved all my videos. It's like a year ago. I still want to see it. It doesn't go with it. Okay. So let me go play this one.
Minimum weight. In boxing, minimum weight is the lightest division. It has minimum.
Okay, hold on. It's not the video I wanted, but whatever.
Minimum weight. In boxing, minimum weight is the lightest division. It has a limit of 105 pounds, which is around 47 kilograms. It officially became part of the sport in the mid-1980s. Before that, the smallest fighters didn't have their own weight class, so they often had to go up against bigger, heavier opponents. That wasn't exactly fair or safe. The creation of this division gave those lighter athletes a level playing field and a real shot at success in the ring. Even though it's the smallest division, it plays a big part in keeping the sport fair and balanced for everyone. Light flyweight. Next is the light flyweight division with a weight limit of 108 pounds or about 49 kilograms. This division was added in the 1970s and it bridges the small gap between minimum weight and the next weight class of flyweight. In boxing, even just a few pounds can make a big difference, so having a light flyweight helped keep things more balanced and fair. It also gave slightly bigger fighters a chance to compete at their natural weight instead of being forced into heavier or lighter divisions. Like other weight classes, light flyweight is all about making sure matches are as safe and evenly matched as possible. Flyweight. Now we've got the flyweight division with a weight limit of 112 pounds or around 50.8 kilograms. This is actually one of the oldest weight classes in boxing as it was introduced way back in the early 1900s. As the sport grew, there was a need to give lighter fighters a fair shot and flyweight became the perfect fit. This division keeps things organized and fair by allowing boxers in that weight range to compete without having to move up too much in size like they had to before. It lets them stay close to their natural size, which means safer, more balanced matchups all around. Super flyweight. Next up is the super flyweight division with a weight limit of 115 pounds or just under 52 kilograms. This division was introduced in the 1980s to fill the gap between flyweight and bantamweight. Before then, fighters who were a bit too big for flyweight but not quite big enough for bantamweight often struggled to find fair matchups. Super flyweight gave those boxers a better option. It meant they didn't have to jump up too far in weight just to compete, which helped create more balanced and competitive fights. It might not be the most well-known division, but it definitely plays a key role in keeping the sport fair and properly matched. Bantamweight. Now we get to the bantamweight division, which has a weight limit of 118 pounds or about 53.5 kilograms. This is one of the oldest weight classes in boxing because it was officially introduced in the late 1800s. But as the sport grew and more people started competing, it became clear that a division like this was needed. Bantamweight sits just above super flyweight and is perfect for fighters who are naturally a bit heavier than the lightest divisions. It helps keep matchups fair and safe by making sure boxers are competing against others of their own size. Over the years, it's remained an important part of boxing because it fits a wide range of body types and continues to attract a lot of talent. Super bantamweight. Next is the super bantamweight division with a weight limit of 122 pounds or about 55 kilograms. This division was officially introduced in the 1970s, with the first recognized world title fight taking place in 1976. Rigoberto Riasco became one of the earliest champions, helping putting this new class on the map. Super bantamweight was created to offer a middle ground between bantamweight and featherweight. For fighters who were too big for bantamweight but not quite ready for featherweight, it provided a more balanced and competitive option. In many ways, this division acts as a bridge between the lower weight classes and the start of the midweight categories, helping to keep matches fair and fighters more evenly matched. Featherweight. Next is the featherweight division with a weight limit of 126 pounds or around 57 kilograms. This is one of boxing's oldest weight classes as it began taking shape in the 1860s and became widely recognized by the 1880s. The first official world title in this division was won in 1890 by Billy Murphy from New Zealand under the Marquis of Queensberry rules. But when boxing became more structured, the featherweight division was introduced to help organize the growing number of fighters who didn't quite fit into the smaller or larger categories. It brought much needed balance and clarity to the sport, and over time, featherweight has earned a reputation as one of the most respected divisions in boxing, known for fast-paced, high-skill matchups. It's fair to say this division played a major role in shaping the way modern weight classes are set up today. Super featherweight. Moving up, we have the super featherweight division with a weight limit of 130 pounds or about 59 kilograms. The division was introduced in 1920 and the first world champion was Johnny Dundee, who claimed the title that same year. It was created to fill the space between featherweight and lightweight, giving fighters a better competitive fit. Super featherweight is known for its exciting blend of speed and emerging power. Fighters here often maintain the quickness of the lighter divisions while starting to pack a stronger punch. It's a division that's produced some thrilling matchups over the years. One of the most famous names to come out of this class is Floyd Mayweather Jr., who won his first world title here in 1998, a key moment that helped kick off his legendary career. Lightweight. The lightweight division is one of the divisions that is always in the spotlight. The weight limit of this division is 135 pounds or about 61 kilograms. Lightweight is one of the original weight classes in boxing history. It became official in the 1880s with Jack McAuliffe being one of the first recognized world champions. He went undefeated throughout his career, which also helped bring attention to the division. This class sits right in the middle of the lower weight classes. You'll see fights in this division that are focused more on delivering fast combinations and exciting footwork while still having the strength to knock opponents down. Names like Gervonta Davis and Manny Pacquiao have made lightweight one of the most talked about divisions in modern boxing, and in this division the talent runs deep and the matches are rarely boring. Super lightweight or junior welterweight. Next up is the super lightweight division, also known as junior welterweight. The weight limit here is 140 pounds or about 63.5 kilograms. This division was officially introduced in the 1920s, but it didn't gain consistent recognition until the 1950s. The first widely recognized world champion was Pinky Mitchell, who was awarded the title in 1926. Super lightweight was created to bridge the gap between the lightweight and welterweight divisions, giving fighters a better opportunity to compete at their ideal weight. The division is known for its great balance, and fighters here often have the speed of lighter boxers, but with noticeably more punching power. It's a highly competitive class, often filled with rising stars. One of the big modern names in this division is one of my favorites in Teofimo Lopez, whose flashy style and knockout power have brought a lot of attention to the weight class in recent years. Super welterweight. With this division, we now move into the bigger weight classes, starting with super welterweight, also known as junior middleweight. The weight limit for this division is 154 pounds, or roughly 69.9 kilograms. Nice. The division was officially introduced in 1961, and over the years it has become home to some major boxing stars. Canelo Alvarez made a name for himself here, winning a world title before moving up to even heavier divisions. Another standout is Jermall Hitman Charlo, who made history by becoming the undisputed champion, holding all 4 major belts at the same time. Super welterweight offers a mix of speed, power, and technical skill, making it one of the most competitive and exciting divisions in the sport. Middleweight. Now we step into the middleweight division, one of boxing's most historic and respected weight classes. The limit here is 160 pounds, or just under 73 kilograms. This division dates back to the 1860s and has long been a key part of the sport's structure. It was created for fighters who were too big for welterweight and not quite a heavyweight, giving them a place to truly showcase their talent. One of the earliest recognized champions was Jack Nonpareil Dempsey, who held the title in the late 19th century, and he's not to be confused with the later heavyweight champion Jack Dempsey. Middleweight has been home to some of boxing's greatest legends like Sugar Ray Robinson, Marvin Hagler, Bernard Hopkins, and Gennady Golovkin, just to name a few. Their battles were known for drama, skill, and unforgettable heart. This division is often considered the sweet spot of boxing. The middleweight division sits right in the middle, and it's not too big or too small, and has consistently been where many of the sport's greatest legacies are built. Super middleweight. Next up is the super middleweight division, with a weight limit of 168 pounds, or about 76 kilograms. Compared to many other classes, this division is relatively new, as it was officially introduced in 1984. The first recognized world champion in super middleweight was Murray Sutherland. This division was created to bridge the gap between middleweight and light heavyweight, giving fighters a more precise weight class to compete in. Over time, super middleweight has grown in popularity, thanks to big names like Joe Calzaghe, Andre Ward, and Carl Froch, who helped raise its profile. More recently, Canelo Alvarez made history here as well, becoming the undisputed champion by holding all 4 major belts at once, just like he did in super welterweight. Light heavyweight. Now we're stepping into the light heavyweight division.
That's right. I need to put that stuff in. I'm looking for the actual. That's a better video, but I can't find it. Oh my gosh, hold on. Oh gosh, I wish I would have saved some of my. Okay, sorry you guys. My apologies.
Weight class where raw power really starts to shine. The limit here is 175 pounds, or about 79 kilograms. This division has been around since the early 1900s, with Jack Root often credited as the first world champion back in 1903. The idea behind creating light heavyweight was to provide a proper category for boxers who didn't quite fit into middleweight or heavyweight. Light heavyweight has a rich history and has been home to some of boxing's greatest legends. Archie Moore, who holds the record for the most knockouts in boxing history, fought here, along with stars like Roy Jones Jr., Sergey Kovalev, and Bernard Hopkins, all of whom made their mark on this division. This is basically the division where things get much more intense and every moment in the ring counts. Cruiserweight. Now we're in the cruiserweight division, a strong and often overlooked weight class. The limit here is about 90.7 kilograms, or 200 pounds. This division was introduced in 1979 because the gap between light heavyweight and heavyweight was just too big. Without a limit, smaller heavyweights often found themselves at a serious disadvantage, so the cruiserweight division was created to give them a fair shot. The first recognized champion was Marvin Kamel. Over time, cruiserweight gained more respect, especially with fighters like Evander Holyfield, who became the undisputed champion before moving up and winning the heavyweight title. More recently, Alexander Usyk followed a similar path, dominating the division before stepping up to take on the biggest names in the sport. Heavyweight. Now it's time for the heavyweight division, the most famous and powerful class in boxing. Anyone over 200 pounds or 90.7 kilograms falls into this category. This division is the oldest in boxing history. The first recognized world champion under the Queensberry rules was John L. Sullivan back in the 1880s. Heavyweight has always been the division everyone talks about, and it's where legends are made. From Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and Lennox Lewis to modern stars like Tyson Fury, this division has consistently delivered big names, huge knockouts, and unforgettable fights. Heavyweights bring massive power to the ring, making it the stage where boxing gets raw, intense, and totally unpredictable. That's why the heavyweight division holds such a special place in the heart of the sport. Bridgerweight. Now, here's a surprise division that many fans might not know about, and it's the Bridgerweight division, sometimes also called junior heavyweight. It's boxing's newest official weight class, sitting between cruiserweight and heavyweight with a limit of 224 pounds. Yes, it's pretty massive for a weight class. The WBC created Bridgerweight in 2020 to give smaller heavyweights a fairer chance to compete. The division's name comes from Bridger Walker, a young boy who bravely saved his sister from a dog attack, which is a true tribute to courage and strength. The first official Bridgerweight title fight took place in 2021, and the division is still finding its footing. It's not recognized by all the major boxing organizations just yet, but it's definitely starting to get some more attention.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it erased my mess. Oh, bullshit. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. My bad. Let's watch this video.
Decisions that are being made in boxing, what is the reason behind them? Well, I'm here to help. First of all, weight categories, weight classes, weight divisions, all the same thing. Just the same thing, but people are using different words to describe it. For the purpose of this video, I'm probably going to say weight division. There are 17 officially recognized weight divisions in the sport of boxing. Maybe.
So this young man here is telling us that there are 17 weight classes in boxing. And you're going to be like, but why? That's a lot, right? It's a lot. 17, I repeat, there are 17 weight divisions in boxing. Okay? 17 weight divisions in boxing. There you go. Okay? 17 weight divisions, 17 weight divisions in boxing. Now, the next question is, why so many divisions in boxing as it pertains to weight? Let the man answer the question. Okay, let's go.
You're thinking, wow, that is way too many. But the reason that there are so many is actually quite nice. Mm-hmm. The reason there are so many is really twofold. It's fairness and safety.
Okay. So he said what? What did he say? There are two reasons why you have 17 different weight divisions in boxing. Number one, fairness. Number two, safety. Safety. I repeat. Let me type it. Hold on. This is important for me. Two reasons why you have 17 different weight divisions in boxing. Okay, fairness and safety. I wonder why. Okay. Well, the racist white people in the back. Okay. Two reasons why you have 17 different weight divisions in boxing: fairness and safety. So even in the world of boxing, but I guess maybe it's too expensive for some white people. So I guess maybe I can look into wrestling because, that's more affordable for a lot of white people, right? But even in wrestling, I'm sure they have multiple weight divisions because people are not the same. And to keep it fair and to keep it safe, You gotta pick people that are like the same and make them fight each other. This is also why even these conservative white people, it's the same reason why even Charlie Kirk, they don't want trans women to be in women's sport because it's a huge competitive advantage. It's like these women are at a disadvantage. They're smaller. They don't have all this hormone. Like they're just smaller people. Even Gavin Newsom said it's a matter of fairness to not have the trans man, the trans woman compete in women's sport. So somehow today, these white people don't understand that 130 versus 225 is not a fair fight. 130 versus two people who weigh 225, 450 pounds. They don't understand that it's not a fair fight. Foolishness. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Fairness. Why are there so many weight categories? Think of this as an example.
Okay.
You've got a undefeated Russian fighter who weighs 250 pounds.
Okay. So this big guy, he weighs 250. 250. How much did Austin weigh? 225. Don't believe me? Let his mama say it. Let his mother say it. Let his mother say it.
It's your baby. Yeah. He was my big baby. He was 225 pounds.
Okay. So the mama said her son was what? 225 pounds. Austin Metcalf, 225 pounds, right? That's what the mother said. So she knows her son was big. She knows she's on my big baby, 225 pounds. Let's go back to my video. You can go. Okay. Okay, here's my video here, right? Let's go back to here. So you see this dude right here? He is 250 pounds. And that's why I said he has muscle because 225 of fat is very different than 225 muscle. Look at this man. Look at this man, y'all. Okay? And Asher, exactly, 225 times 2, 450 pounds. My Lord Jesus. Even you as a man, imagine a man this big come behind your ass, okay? That is crazy. That is really crazy. Okay? That is really crazy. So this dude is 250. So Austin is not too far off from what this man looked like. And that's why they're using younger pictures of Austin. They're not using his current pictures because he's big. He's not a normal sized human being. Don't believe me? Let me show you his brother. Where's his brother? Okay? Let me show you again. Here's Hunter coming into the frame. Let's play this. Yes. You see how big he is? Look at his chest. Look at the width of his chest. Look at the width of his neck. This boy sitting here, he towers over everybody. Towers over everybody. So you can kind of see. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Hold on. Let me stop this, right? Did you see the thing? Hold on. Y'all, my thing is so damn slow. Sorry. Let me play this again. Let's start over. Look at Hunter coming into the frame. Look at Hunter coming into the frame, y'all. Look at this. Even look at his forearm. His forearm is going to show up first. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at his torso. All right, so this is him. He towers over everybody. And also, looking at this picture, right? Looking at this picture, here's Hunter. This is Hunter. This is Austin. Even looking at this picture, Hunter is smaller than Austin. Child, are you ready for this? Okay. Look at this picture. Austin was always bigger than Hunter, but Hunter's not small. So imagine now something bigger than what you just saw. Okay. If Hunter is that big, how big was Austin? Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Right? Oh my gosh. Let me play a video of let's play Hunter coming into the frame again. Look at this. That even the man had to zoom out. The cameraman had to zoom out twice to grab Hunter. Because I had no small person, child.
I'm a support. Says Hunter. Did you want to talk to him?
Zoom out twice. Look at this. Look at this giant. And his brother is bigger. Jesus Christ. So now let's go back to this, right? So at 250 pounds, Austin is closer in size to this man. He is closer in size to this man. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, Jesus.
And you've got an undefeated Filipino fighter who weighs 115 pounds.
Okay, this guy is 115 pounds, right? So Karmelo, if he's, because the police report said 130, so I'm gonna go with 130. Karmelo is just 15 pounds more than this dude. 15 pounds. Who in their right mind would say it's a fair fight? If it's not that you're racist, who in their right mind would say somebody that is 250 fighting someone who's 115 is a fair fight? Who would say that somebody who is 225 fighting someone that's 130 is a fair fight? If it's not racism, if it's not the fact that when it comes to the lives of Black people, you think we're worse than your dogs. Because the lives of Black people don't mean much to white folks, because it's not possible. Yeah, they really do. It really is not possible. If this big Russian dude had ran up behind this Filipino dude and he kept pushing him, and the guy said, "Don't touch me," he kept pushing him. If this Filipino dude used the knife, would he also be wrong for that? Would he not have the right to say self-defense? Okay, hold on, wait a minute, because I have their picture. You know, I am prepared. I sure am prepared. Foolishness.
Yeah.
Absolute foolishness. Okay? So let me show you this. Let me make this bigger. Right? So, like, you think that... Where's my thing? You think this right here is a fair fight? Is this a fair fight? So now imagine power. Let me write this down. He said you would have...
You know, the higher a weight you are against a lower weight, the higher weight would have huge advantages.
What did he say? The higher weight would have what? Huge advantages. Okay? You're too big. Both of y'all are too big. You're just too big. Okay, let's stop right there, you guys. Sorry. Because, like, you need to get this part. I can't find this actual video. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's so weird. Okay, let's go back here real quick. They really pissed me off. Hold on. I don't know what is this one. Okay, let me start with this one. I wish I could. I don't know what the video is. No.
Combat sports recognize something. Marlene, I think the boxing discussion actually illustrates the point you're making better than most legal arguments. The reason boxing has 105 pounds, 108 pounds, 112 pounds, 115 pounds, 118 pounds, 122 pounds, 126 pounds, 130 pounds, 135, etc., is because combat sports recognize something that everyone intuitively understands. Open quote, size matters, close quote. Not because bigger automatically wins. Not because smaller automatically loses, but because size, strength, reach, mass, leverage, and power all affect physical encounters. That's why a boxer at 130 pounds isn't normally matched against a boxer at 225 pounds. Now here's where I think your argument is strongest and where I'd slightly refine it. Strong point. You are essentially saying, open quote, society routinely acknowledges size differences in sports, wrestling, boxing, MMA, football positions, military training, and physical education. Close quote. That's true. A 130-pound athlete and a 225-pound athlete are not generally viewed as physically equivalent. Where the legal question differs, the jury is not deciding, open quote, could Austin beat Karmelo in a fight? Close quote. The jury is deciding, open quote, was Karmelo's fear reasonable under the circumstances? Close quote. Those are related but different questions. The defense would likely want jurors to consider 130 versus 225 pounds, football training, jiu-jitsu background, if established, whether Austin stood over him, whether Austin grabbed the backpack, whether Austin pushed him, whether multiple students were involved. The prosecution would likely respond, physical disparities exist all the time. Not every push justifies deadly force. Self-defense has limits, Karmelo's actions before the physical contact also matter. On media coverage, I think one thing you're reacting to is something that happens in a lot of high-profile cases. Media often simplify facts into a narrative. For example, open quote, student refuses to leave tent. Close quote, is easier to tell than, open quote, student who may have known someone under the tent remained there during a rain delay. A verbal dispute occurred, physical contact may have occurred, witnesses disagree on the details, and self-defense is being claimed. Close quote. The second version is more accurate but less headline-friendly. That doesn't necessarily mean bad faith. Sometimes it's just the nature of media storytelling. On race and trust, I think there is a legitimate issue separate from this specific case. Many Black Americans genuinely have concerns about whether criminal cases will be evaluated fairly. That's not a crazy concern given American history. At the same time, it's also important not to assume every disagreement about the evidence is automatically driven by racial animus. Sometimes people are reacting to the death of a teenager, emotional testimony, incomplete information, media framing, their own experiences. Those influences can exist without conscious racism. One thing I think you've identified correctly, when people say, open quote, both were football players, close quote, that phrase can obscure meaningful differences. Football is not one body type. A kicker, cornerback, running back, linebacker, and offensive lineman can have dramatically different builds. The phrase, open quote, both played football, close quote, does not tell us very much about relative size. That's why the actual measurements and physical characteristics become more informative than the label football player. The question I think the jury will eventually have to answer, not, open quote, was Austin a good kid? Close quote, not, open quote, was Karmelo a good kid? Close quote. Not, open quote, which family do we feel worse for? Close quote. But, open quote, at the moment force was used, what did Karmelo reasonably believe was happening to him? Close quote. That's the question Texas self-defense law ultimately pushes the jury toward. And that's why details like sitting versus standing, backpack contact, pushing versus shoving, size disparity, number of students present, and the timeline of seconds before the stabbing keep becoming so important. Those are the facts that move the legal analysis far more than whether one side is more sympathetic than the other.
Okay, now let's go to this one.
I think there are two separate arguments being made in the video you're describing, and it's important not to blend them together. Argument 1, size matters. The boxing example is absolutely correct on that point. Combat sports have weight classes because size matters, strength matters, mass matters, leverage matters, reach matters. That's not controversial. A 115-pound boxer is not generally matched against a 250-pound boxer because the risk and competitive imbalance are obvious. That's why sports create divisions. Argument 2, therefore deadly force was justified. This is where the analysis becomes much more complicated. The boxing analogy can show, open quote, a 130-pound person may reasonably perceive a 225-pound person differently than another 225-pound person would. Close quote. That's a valid point, but the analogy alone cannot prove. Open quote, therefore a stabbing was legally justified. Close quote. The law requires more than a weight difference. The jury would still need to evaluate what happened immediately before the stabbing. Was there physical contact? How much physical contact? Was there a threat of serious bodily injury? Was Karmelo's belief reasonable? Where I think your critique of media is strongest. You seem frustrated that some commentators say, open quote, both were football players, close quote, and then stop there. I understand that criticism because football player is not a body measurement. Football player is not a weight class. Football player is not a strength comparison. A 130-pound football player and a 225-pound football player are not physically equivalent simply because both play football. That's a fair observation. Where I would be careful, I would avoid assuming that anyone who disagrees is doing so because they think Black lives matter less. Some people may simply believe, open quote, even if there was a large size difference, the level of force used exceeded what was legally justified. Close quote. That's a legal argument, not necessarily a racial one. Now, are there people who bring racial bias into cases? Certainly. That has happened throughout American history. But when analyzing this particular case, it's usually strongest to focus on the evidence itself, rather than trying to infer motives for every commentator. One thing the boxing analogy does highlight: the boxing discussion reminds us that society routinely recognizes physical disparities. If the reported figures are accurate, Karmelo 130 pounds, Austin 225 pounds, then the difference is not trivial. It's not a 5-pound difference. It's not a 10-pound difference. It's not even a typical boxing weight class jump. It's a very large disparity. A jury is allowed to consider that fact. The prosecution can't simply make the size difference disappear. Likewise, the defense can't simply say, open quote, he's bigger, therefore self-defense. Close quote, neither side gets to simplify it that much. The ultimate legal question: the boxing analogy is useful for explaining why size can matter, but the jury's question is still, open quote, at the moment force was used, would a reasonable person in Karmelo's position have believed force, and specifically deadly force, was immediately necessary? Close quote, the weight difference is one factor in that analysis. It's not the entire analysis. But I do agree with you on one thing. If there truly was a roughly 95-pound difference, then pretending that fact is irrelevant would not be a serious way to evaluate the encounter. The jury is entitled to consider it along with all the other facts surrounding the confrontation.
Okay, let me go over here real quick, you guys. Let me go right here. Okay. Let me do this real quick.
No. Under Texas law, a person does not have to wait until they are actually injured before defending themselves. But there's an important distinction between 1, no duty to retreat, and 2, justification for deadly force. Those are related but different concepts. What no duty to retreat means: Texas law says that if a person has a right to be where they are, did not provoke the encounter, and is not engaged in criminal activity, then they are not required to retreat before using force. The jury is generally not supposed to hold a failure to retreat against them. That means Texas does not require, open quote, run away first, close quote, before self-defense can be claimed. Does someone have to wait to be hit? Not necessarily. Texas self-defense law is based on what the person reasonably believes is immediately necessary. The key phrase is, open quote, immediately necessary. Close quote, a person does not have to wait until they are unconscious, their nose is broken, they are on the ground, they are seriously injured. The law allows action based on a reasonable belief about an imminent threat. But deadly force has a higher standard. This is where people often get confused. Texas generally allows deadly force only when the person reasonably believes it is immediately necessary to protect against death or serious bodily injury or certain other specified violent crimes. So the question is not simply, open quote, was I scared? Close quote. It's closer to, open quote, would a reasonable person in my position believe a threat of death or serious bodily injury was imminent? Close. Applying that framework generally, suppose a 130-pound person is confronted by a 225-pound trained athlete. The law does not say, open quote, you must wait until he punches you, close quote. Nor does it say, open quote, a larger person can never create a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury, close quote. However, the law also does not say, open quote, a larger person automatically creates a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury, close quote. The jury still has to evaluate the circumstances. Why the details matter. That's why questions such as, was Karmelo seated or standing? Was there a backpack grab? Was there a push? Was there a shove? How many people were present? What words were exchanged? How quickly did events unfold can become important. Because Texas law focuses on what the defendant reasonably believed at that moment, not on whether the defendant waited to be injured first. The misconception many people have. Many people think self-defense law requires, open quote, you have to get hit first, close quote. That is generally not how Texas self-defense law works. The law allows defensive action against an imminent threat. The real dispute in cases like this is usually not, open quote, did he have to wait to be hit, close quote. The real dispute is, open quote, was the threat serious enough and immediate enough that a reasonable person would believe deadly force was necessary, close quote. That's the question jurors are typically asked to decide.
Wait, guys, sorry, give me a second. Mm-hmm. You're crazy. But I'm proud of myself. This calms me down. I don't have to like yell at people.
I think you're putting your finger on something that lawyers often try to get jurors to visualize. Not just who the people were, but where they were. Looking at the photos, the environment matters because self-defense is evaluated from the perspective of the person at the scene, not from the comfort of a courtroom months later. Now, here's where I'd be careful. What you're describing is not size alone. A lot of commentators reduce the discussion to, open quote, 130 pounds versus 225 pounds, close quote. But what you're describing is a combination of factors. Reported 130-pound teenager, reported 225-pound football player, jiu-jitsu experience mentioned by the father, rain and wet surfaces, aluminum bleachers, concrete steps, elevated seating area, multiple students nearby, a rapidly escalating confrontation. Those factors can interact. Why the environment could matter. Imagine two scenarios. Scenario A, a 225-pound athlete grabs a 130-pound person on flat grass, open field, lots of room to move. Scenario B, a 225-pound athlete grabs a 130-pound person on wet bleachers, concrete steps, narrow rows, metal edges, limited footing. Those are not identical situations. The risk of falling, striking a head, being trapped, losing balance is different. A jury is allowed to consider the surrounding circumstances. The legal question is still reasonableness. Where I think the jury battle would occur is here. The defense might argue, open quote, given the size disparity, the physical contact, the environment, and the speed of events, Karmelo reasonably perceived a threat of serious bodily injury, close quote. The prosecution might argue, open quote, the environment doesn't change the fact that the level of force used was disproportionate to what was occurring. Close quote. That's where reasonable people can disagree. What courts usually don't require. One thing Texas law generally does not require is, open quote, wait until you're unconscious, close quote, or, open quote, wait until you've already been thrown down the bleachers, close quote, or open quote, wait until your skull hits concrete, close quote. The question is whether the threat appeared immediate and serious enough that a reasonable person would believe action was necessary. What I think is the strongest version of your argument, not, open quote, Austin weighed 225 pounds, therefore deadly force was justified, close quote. But, open quote, a reasonable person might evaluate a physical confrontation differently when the other person is substantially larger, trained, and the confrontation is occurring on wet metal bleachers and concrete steps rather than on an open field. Close quote. That's a much more legally focused argument. One thing jurors may wrestle with, the hardest issue for a jury may not be the weight difference itself. It may be, open quote, what exactly happened during those final seconds, close quote. Because if the jury concludes there was merely a verbal dispute, they may view the case one way. If they conclude there was a backpack grab, a physical attempt to remove him, loss of balance risk on the bleachers, and an escalating physical encounter, they may view the imminent threat question very differently. That's why the precise sequence of events is likely more important than any single fact by itself. The size, training, environment, rain, bleachers, and number of people present all become pieces of the same reasonableness analysis rather than standalone answers. If I were analyzing this as a trial strategist, I would not make the argument, open quote, the bleachers were dangerous, therefore deadly force was justified, close quote. That's too simplistic, and a prosecutor would tear it apart. Instead, I would make a much narrower argument. Open quote, you cannot evaluate what Karmelo perceived without evaluating where he was standing, close quote. That's a very different argument. A defense attorney's job would be to put the jury inside the environment, not just describe it. For example, what the defense would want jurors to visualize. Not, open quote, two boys standing on a football field, close quote, but, open quote, a rainy day, wet aluminum bleachers, concrete steps, narrow rows, a 130-pound teenager, a substantially larger athlete, an argument escalating, physical contact beginning, close quote. The defense would want the jury to ask, open quote, if balance is lost here, where do you fall? Close quote, not onto grass. Potentially onto metal benches, metal edges, concrete walkways, other students, lower rows. The phrase I would expect a good defense lawyer to use, not, open quote, he feared a punch, close quote, but, open quote, he feared what could happen next, close quote. Because serious bodily injury doesn't have to come from a fist. A head striking, concrete, metal, a bleacher edge can produce serious injury. The defense would likely argue that the danger came from the total situation, not merely from Austin's body weight. What I think is actually stronger than the weight argument. Many people focus entirely on, open quote, 225 pounds versus 130 pounds, close quote. But I think the environment argument is potentially stronger. Because a prosecutor can say, open quote, lots of people are bigger than other people, close quote, that's true. But a defense lawyer can respond, open quote, lots of people are bigger than other people on open ground. This wasn't open ground, close quote. The location becomes part of the context. The prosecutor's response, a prosecutor would likely argue, open quote, millions of people have arguments on bleachers every year and don't stab each other, close quote, and, open quote, the existence of concrete and bleachers does not automatically create a threat of death or serious bodily injury. Close quote, dot, those are legitimate arguments too. What I think a skilled defense attorney would emphasize. The defense probably shouldn't present 1, size, 2, jujitsu, 3, multiple students, 4, rain, 5, bleachers, 6, backpack grab as 6 separate arguments. Instead, they would weave them together. Open quote, ladies and gentlemen, don't look at any one fact by itself. Look at all of them together. A much larger athlete, a wet environment, metal bleachers, concrete below, a physical confrontation beginning, multiple students present, a teenager with seconds to react, close quote. Because self-defense cases are often won or lost on the jury's answer to one question, open quote, what would a reasonable person have believed in that exact moment?
Exactly.
Close quote. The environment doesn't answer that question by itself, but it is certainly one of the circumstances that a jury could consider when deciding whether a perceived threat was imminent and serious.
Mike something right. Mike what again? Was it more crazy?
If you're writing to defense counsel, I'd recommend framing it as an observation and question rather than telling them how to try the case. Lawyers generally respond better to, open quote, has this issue been considered, close quote, than open quote, you need to do X, close quote. To defense counsel, I am writing as a member of the public who has been following the case closely and reviewing publicly reported information. I recognize that you have access to evidence, witness statements, expert analysis, and facts that are not available to the public. Accordingly, I offer the following observation only for your consideration. Much of the public discussion surrounding this case has focused on the size disparity between the individuals involved. However, I believe an equally important issue may be the physical environment in which the incident occurred. Many commentators describe the encounter as though it occurred on a flat, open field. Publicly available images suggest otherwise. The confrontation appears to have occurred in a stadium seating area consisting of aluminum bleachers, concrete walkways, narrow rows, elevated surfaces, and hard metal edges. Reports also indicate that weather conditions were rainy, potentially creating wet and slippery footing. From the perspective of a self-defense analysis, it seems important to ask not only who was involved, but where they were standing. If a physical confrontation begins on a football field, the risks are different than if the same confrontation begins on wet aluminum bleachers above concrete steps. In the latter environment, the potential consequences of a loss of balance, fall, shove, or physical struggle may include striking one's head on concrete, metal framing, bleacher edges, or lower seating rows. My understanding of Texas self-defense law is that the question is not whether serious bodily injury has already occurred, but whether a reasonable person could believe such injury is imminent under the circumstances as they appeared at that moment. For that reason, I wonder whether the physical environment itself deserves greater attention in the presentation of the case. The relevant circumstances may include the reported size disparity between the parties, the reported athletic backgrounds of the individuals involved, the existence or non-existence of physical contact, the number of students present, the rain and footing conditions, the location on stadium bleachers rather than open ground, the proximity of concrete surfaces and metal structures. Standing alone, none of these factors may answer the self-defense question. However, viewed collectively, they may be relevant to evaluating what a reasonable person perceived in those few seconds. I offer this observation respectfully, and with the understanding that counsel is in the best position to determine what evidence supports or does not support such an argument. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully? One thing I'd add, the strongest version of this argument is not 225 pounds versus 130 pounds. The strongest version is context. A jury may be more receptive to an argument that asks them to consider the entire environment, size, footing, elevation, concrete, metal bleachers, and the speed of the encounter, rather than focusing on any single fact in isolation.
Sorry, guys, hold on. Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm gonna play a video for you from TikTok so I can transcribe it. I cannot confirm if the lady is lying or telling the truth, but I'm like, why not? Why can't we have people who have something good to say for Karmelo? But I want you to listen to what she said, compare that to the police report, all the police reports, right? And then analyze what she said. Then I have two more people who are somewhat saying the same thing. Okay, you guys, this is awesome because for as much as they're not my favorite people, I'm glad I'm also not cussing them out. Okay, I'm a Christian. I gotta be better than that. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's go back to this video quickly. And I'm sorry, you guys.
ISD's administration.
I'm not really sorry, but it's me. My lives are long. So this is a really serious case. Like for real, for real. I think today people and their attention span are so basura. Like people just can't focus for more than 5 minutes. And that's why I feel like with time, the media has gotten so better at like creating these narratives that are really toxic, but that are sensational, tribalistic, racialized, et cetera, et cetera. This is a serious case. Karmelo, he's facing first-degree murder, okay? Austin is dead. So it's a very serious case. And you can't just, I don't like rush stuff, okay? We have to be very detailed. Now, when it comes to when it comes to ChatGPT also, I need to put a lot of information in there so that the brain of the chat has a lot of information to go from. So let's say it kind of wants to agree with Karmelo. It's not just being like biased. Like, I have lots of information to say that. If it wants to agree with the prosecution, it has lots of information. If it's somewhere in the middle, that's okay too. Because let's say you are someone's attorney, like let's say you're Karmelo's attorney also, you don't want to hype him up if it's not looking good, okay? You don't hype him up if it's not looking good. If it's looking good, you want to let him know. All right. I think the prosecution also, if they were honest people, they would also be honest with Austin's family. Hey, it's looking good or it's not looking good. Okay. I think a serious lawyer, you have to tell people It's looking good. It's not looking that good. It's 50-50. But for me, where I stand right now, it's looking pretty good. Okay? So let's play this video. I'm going to play this video for you guys. And yeah, hold on.
Building off of Ohio Drive. Showed my ID before entering the building, handed it to the front desk lady. She scanned it. She gave me a sticker badge, which, same picture as your driver's license. I sat in the lobby and waited for Michelle to come get me. She took me behind the double doors. I walked into the elevator, went up to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway, entered an office, and attached to that office was a conference room that had, a conference table with chairs all over around it. Signed a piece of paper essentially saying that I will not take any photo or video of the video that I was about to see. I actually had left all personal, all personal, belongings in my car besides my driver's license. Up on the wall was a TV, and she told me, hey, most people started at 2 minutes. I said, no, I would love to start it at the 11 minutes before, as far back as I can go. She proceeded to talk to me and describe everything that was on the screen. Essentially, identifiers, bottom right corner was the timestamp, top left corner was the tint or canopy, however you want to flavor it, and it was half cut off. Now, to kind of describe the video and the clarity, crystal clear, I love to say 4K, if not 5K or better. I could see, rain droplets, rain puddles on the track. I could see umbrellas, ponchos. I could see girls in their track uniform, yellow shorts, yellow tops, warming up. People are running around the track as well. And so since I had 11 minutes, I was able to kind of familiarize myself with everything. And I knew prior to going in, I looked at the map to ensure, like, hey, stadium view, where am I at? I knew I'd be viewing from the home side towards the away section, and that the middle school is going to be behind me and the athletic department would be, or the athletic complex would be over to my right. She also informed me that everything would be starting in the tent around 9:54. So again, I knew I had enough time to kind of look around. I even referred back to, Hunter's statement of himself, his brother, and a couple of friends walked from the middle school. So again, I knew they'd be coming around that right-hand side, right? So around 9:50, I kind of started looking, give or take, looking around that side towards my right. And here they come walking in, right? The way that I love to put it, and I've kind of deemed it since day one, is they were not just, nonchalantly walking to go see a track meet. They actually were walking with intent, walking with a purpose. And the way I've deemed it is predator versus prey. So they walked around, got up onto the visitor side of the bleachers. As we all know, if you've been to any kind of like football game, that bottom part of the bleachers is all metal, so it's a metal walking path. They walked up towards the tent, up those steps, and the altercation immediately started, like the lady said, around 9:54. There was no sitting. I do not believe that what has been stated in the interviews is accurate. And the reason why I can say that is because viewing from that far, you can tell elevations, right? You can tell when people are sitting, you can tell when people are standing, and they stood the whole time. I believe that he was jumped, and the reason why I say that as well is because you could see arm movements moving back and forth, right? Cannot tell if it's been a punch or a push or a shove, grab, such things of that nature. And the reason why I say it was jumping is, jumping to me is it could be one person touching you at once. It could be multiple people touching you at once. It's just when you have multiple people in front of you at the same time, right? You could see movement, like I said, underneath the tent, as well as moving above the tent a little bit, which I believe to have been Karmelo kind of, trying to get away. Towards the end, which we know was the poke, he ran up, I would say about 3 or 4 bleacher seats, kind of looked around. He went to my right, which would have been his left, diagonally to the steps. He ran straight down. And of course, when he got to the bottom, he kind of tripped and fell. And he was being chased by 3 boys at that point in time. I let him run off to the side. I tried not to be distracted with him running off. We knew he was, the way that I put it is, he was running to seek safety. He was not running to a McDonald's. He was not running to flee the scene or anything in that manner. So I quickly took my eyes back over to the tent, just in time to see Austin walking down those steps. As he hit the bottom of the steps, he collapsed to his knees and fell to his right side, which would have been my left side. I cannot confirm or deny whose quote unquote was the closest, off of Hunter's interviews. He stated that he fell into his arms. Could be true. I cannot identify there, right? But then from there, people scattered like roaches. You turn on the lights, they went everywhere on multiple different directions. I did see a gentleman walk over in what I'm going to say is he was a coach or an athletic trainer. He was wearing a blue hoodie. He immediately, was attending to Austin. About 10 minutes later, within that 10-minute time frame, I could see the first officer arrive on scene. He was running from the middle school diagonally across the field. And then, like I said, within that 10 minutes, the EMT, the ambulance pulled on the track and right in front of where Austin had been laying. And honestly, it blocked everything out. You couldn't see any more bodies behind there or any kind of commotion or movement. And then, of course, the EMTs had to take the stretcher out and wheel it all the way around because they could not lift it above that chain link fence that was right there. From there, we all know that they were probably, giving him life-saving measures. It did start to downpour at that point in time. Again, I could see it on the screen, and then you could also see the tent being moved down on top of them to kind of preserve and cover his body, as well as the guys working on him. From there, more officers arrived on scene. The reason why I know it's officers is because their bulky kind of uniforms that they were wearing, their safety vests, for that matter. You could see crime scene tape going up, as well as them starting to open the blue tarp up. I saw it go from that white or silver side, whatever you want to call it, opened up to the blue side, laid over the poker. And then you could see two officers grab the bag, one tossed it to another, and laid it on top of the tarp so the tarp wouldn't blow away. Again, from there, I started noticing still more people still kind of lingering, but it was thinned out a lot. I think a lot of coaches and staff were still standing on the field. The reason why I say is because, coaches are pretty much ex-athletes and they're just out of shape. They have usually a gut, a bigger of a belly, and I could differentiate them between, kids or adults. And then from there, I watched when they backed that ambulance up, put Austin inside of the ambulance. They sat there for a couple of, minutes, I would say, maybe one or two, to ensure that he was strapped in, maybe giving him some IVs or something. They pulled out. I watched the ambulance leave, as well as one squad car. And then from there, it was just the remainder of the police that had arrived on scene, kind of doing their investigation from there. So, I mean, when I say it was instantaneously, it was instantaneously. Again, that's one thing that I love to reiterate. Go ISD's administration building off of Ohio.
Yeah, sorry, you guys. She's gonna do her thing. She's doing her thing. Hold on. And I'm working on this so I can put the numbers for her. Since AI doesn't have eyes, so I need to give her the roll number. So I keep saying she. Let's think. Sorry. Does that know you and me? If you read the police report, it tells you like the rows. So to be 11. refresh my thingy, did I? Need to refresh it. Okay.
Not established fact. What she says matches the police report on several things. The report says heavy rain became an issue and officers used a blue tarp to preserve evidence. Her account says the rain intensified and she saw the tarp opened and placed over the knife evidence area. That lines up. RDS, Karmelo's immediate self-defense type statements. I was protecting myself. He put his hands on me, and he put his hands on me. I told him not to. Her claim that he appeared to run seeking safety is at least consistent with those immediate statements, though it does not prove them true. She also describes T chasing and Karmelo trippings running away. That could fit the general chaos described across accounts, but the key limitation is that she admits she could not tell whether the contact was a punch, push, shove, or grab. That is crucial. Her strongest points are: 1, she claims the video was clearer than media reports suggested. 2, she says she viewed from 11 minutes earlier, not just the final seconds. 3, she says the group approached with purpose. 4, she says she saw movement consistent with multiple people around Karmelo. 5, she says he ran after the stabbing and was chased by 3 boys. 6, she says rain and tarp evidence preservation unfolded in a way that matches parts of the police report. Her weakest points are: 1, predator versus prey is opinion, not fact. 2, he was jumped is her interpretation, not something she can fully prove from her own words. 3, running to seek safety is also interpretation. 4, she cannot identify exactly who touched whom. 5, she cannot confirm Hunter's precise role. 6, she does not establish whether Karmelo was sitting or standing with certainty beyond her interpretation of elevation. The most useful defense angle from this is not she proves Karmelo was jumped. The useful angle is, open quote, a person who claims to have viewed the longer surveillance footage says the scene involved movement, pursuit, multiple boys, rain, and an environment consistent with Karmelo trying to get away, which should be compared against the police report, the officer observations, and witness inconsistencies. Close quote. So I would file this under potential corroboration of chaos, rain, flight from danger, and group dynamics, but not conclusive proof by itself.
Thank you.
Looking only at the information you've provided, I think Miss Daisy's account becomes more interesting when compared to the physical layout rather than when compared to internet narratives. A few observations. 1, The numbered rows help explain why movement matters. Looking at your photo, if the tent is covering approximately rows 1 to 4 and the blue tarp is up around rows 9 to 13, that's a meaningful elevation change. If someone starts under the tent and then moves, up rows 5, 6, 7, 8, then toward rows 9 to 13, they are not moving across a flat surface. They are moving up and down bleacher rows, across narrow walkways, over wet aluminum surfaces, near concrete and metal structures. That's important because Miss Daisy repeatedly emphasizes movement rather than a static confrontation. 2, her account is actually consistent with one thing in the police reports. The reports consistently place the incident under the memorial tent, on the visitor bleachers, in rainy conditions, with the knife later recovered in the bleachers. Allie notes that the knife was found between rows 9 and 10 near a seat opening, looking at your numbos to where the blue tarp later appears. So her description of open quote, running up several rows, movement on the bleachers, knife location higher in the bleachers, close quote, is not obviously inconsistent with the physical evidence. 3, the biggest conflict is sitting versus standing. Miss Daisy says, open quote, there was no sitting, close quote. Hunter previously described, open quote, this kid was sitting under our tent, close quote. The police reports contain witness accounts saying Anthony was sitting under the tent. So this is a genuine conflict. However, eidic as it sounds, there are several possibilities. Karmelo sat initially and stood later. Witnesses remembered different moments. The video angle made it difficult to distinguish seated posture beneath the canopy. Someone is simply mistaken. What I would not do is conclude from this alone that anyone is lying. 4, the most important part of her account. For me, the most significant thing she says is not, open quote, predator versus prey, close quote. That's opinion. The most significant thing she says is, open quote, I saw movement underneath the tent and above the tent, close quote, and open quote, I saw Karmelo moving away, close quote, and open quote, I saw 3 boys chasing him, close quote. If true, those facts matter because they go directly to perception of danger, ability to retreat, whether the confrontation ended, and what Karmelo may have believed was happening. Now, whether that's actually what the video shows is another question. Your environmental argument becomes stronger with this layout. When I look at your numbered rows, what strikes me isn't the tent, it's the lack of open space. If someone is near row 3, moving toward row 6, then row 8, then row 10, they're navigating bleachers. That is very different from, open quote, 2 athletes standing on a flat track. Close quote. The geometry of the space changes the analysis. The risks include slipping, losing footing, falling backward, striking metal, striking concrete. Whether those risks were enough to justify deadly force is ultimately for a jury, but they are certainly part of the environment. 6. One thing that stands out from the police reports. The reports show officers arriving to a scene that was already chaotic. They describe heavy rain, students being moved, evidence preservation problems, tarps being used, witnesses spread around the area, multiple witness interviews. That supports the general idea that this was not a calm, orderly as a fast-moving scene on stadium bleachers during worsening weather. My overall assessment of Miss Daisy, I would classify her testimony this way. Strongest points, physical layout observations, timing observations, movement observations, rain and environmental observations, description of where people moved after the incident. Weakest points, predator versus prey. He was jumped, he was seeking safety. Those are interpretations rather than direct observations. The most useful thing about her account is not the conclusions she draws. It's the possibility that she viewed a longer portion of the surveillance footage and focused on the movement patterns before and after the stabbing. If her description of those movements is accurate, that could be relevant to how jurors think about escalation, pursuit, and perceived danger in that environment.
Okay, thank you. Oh yeah. Let me do it fresh toast. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I'm going to play another account from a person who said he saw the video as well. So now that you have Daisy's account, police report, picture of the stadium with the numbers on the rows, right? listen to what he says and see how they all corroborate with the police report. Okay, thanks. Now we're gonna go over to this one, you guys.
Her name is Michelle. Michelle Arleto Edge. You go up, the lady come down. Her name is Michelle. Michelle Arleto or whatever, Daisy, something like that, right? But anyway, she'll come and get you. And will you go back and sit down? They notify her. She comes down to get you, escorts you back up. When you come in, she asks you, do you have any devices, camera, anything like that, or phones or anything like that? Then you have to fill out this form to basically say that you're not going to, videotape or anything like that. Once you fill out the form, you sign it. She'll tell you. It's nothing but a conference room that basically has like a television. And I think it looks like it's about, I don't know, 48 maybe, 48 inches, maybe something like that. And she'll tell you, so you can, you really can see. And, I asked her, I said, can I take notes? I need to take some notes. She said, absolutely, So just go up there and, I paid attention from the beginning. Well, she'll ask you, you want to start here? Well, she knew where I wanted to start. I was going to start from the beginning. So about 9:43 time, I started looking 9:43 a.m. I'm focusing completely on that tent. I'm not looking at any umbrellas or anything because I'm waiting to see if there's going to be. Now, you got to keep in mind, I didn't know if it was going to be 4 boys. All I'm doing is going by the interview that Hunter had. And he said it was him, his brother, and a couple of kids. So I'm looking for 4 boys without having any information. And so I'm looking, I said, okay, that's 1, 2, those guys passed by. Then at about 9:40, 9:47, 9:48, that's when you see the 4 boys. The only 4 boys you're going to see that's going to walk. And they walk directly to that canopy, directly to Mello. Mello was sitting right there on that end. I'm going to tell you, it's probably a blessing for him that he had on the gray sweatshirt because everybody else like they had on black. So you can kind of distinguish him a little bit. They came there and they basically, they surrounded him. There's no other way to put it. They walked there with a purpose. They knew what they were going to do. Almost so like somebody even, somebody contacted them or something. I don't know. Now, that part I don't know, but they came there with a purpose. And they came up to the young man and they surrounded him. And as I said, they made it there about 9:47, 9:48. We all know at 9:55, that's when everything, when the shit hit the fan. You can see Mello, you can see the struggle ensue. But you also can see Mello backing up. He went up the bleachers because there wasn't nowhere for him to go. When you're surrounded, there's nowhere else to go but up the bleachers. Well, he couldn't go up the bleachers and jump off the back of the bleachers. He would have smirked his own self. So he backed up. He's struggling with them. You can see his right arm kind of jerk away, or I don't know when they was grabbing him and they jerking grabbing his bag and all of that. I don't know what they were doing, but you can see like his right arm, he's trying to jerk away. People are holding you or grabbing you or they're roughing you up, and you can see him trying to pull away, and then it's kind of like, when he pulled away, he still had him. And it looked like that's when, when Austin pulled him back towards him again, that force, and Mello came back at him and he's coming at Mello. That force that's when he probably was poked. And you can see Mello going up. He backed up the bleachers. He shot diagonal. He looked to the right a little bit, looked to the left. Then he shot diagonal. That's like a diagonal down the bleachers. And
now 12.
Hang on a second.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
And he was, and those bleachers were wet, so he was moving.
Mm-hmm.
He fell down there at the bottom. He got up, took off running. He's kind of paused a little bit and looked back a little bit, and that's when he seen. I'm sure he seen those boys chasing him. And when he saw those boys chasing him, he took off again. He was gone that time. You know what's that?
That's when he went to the resource officer. So
well, I don't know if I don't know. Wait. Let me say this now. I didn't see him go to that athletic center. He ran back over that way.
No, I'm saying that's what the reports say, that's where he went to the.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't. I'm just saying what I seen. I don't want to. I'm gonna tell it like it is, man.
I know. I got.
You go up. The lady come down. Her name is Michelle. Arlene.
Sorry, guys. It's thinking. So let's come back over here real quick. Hopefully you're enjoying this, right? It's better if I don't talk a lot because it's
surveillance footage, your bleacher row diagram, and stadium layout.
Let me start again. It's better if I don't talk.
This second account is actually interesting because it overlaps with Miss Daisy on several points without using exactly the same language. That doesn't prove either is right. But when two people independently describe similar things after viewing the same video, I pay attention. Here's what I see. Number 1, biggest corroboration. Karmelo was sitting crossing. This man says, open quote, Melo was sitting right there on that end. Close quote. That is important because it directly contradicts Miss Daisy's. Open quote, there was no sitting, close quote, but it matches. Hunter's original description, this kid was sitting under our tent, several public accounts that describe Karmelo sitting under the tent, the general narrative that he was already under the tent when the boys arrived. So on the sitting issue, this witness is actually closer to Hunter than Daisy. Number 2, biggest corroboration with Daisy. The boys came to him. Notice what both Daisy and this man say. Open quote, they walked there with purpose. Close quote. This man, open quote, the 4 boys walked directly to that canopy, directly to Melo. Close quote. Those are interpretations, but the underlying observation is similar. Open quote, Karmelo was already present. The group approached him. Close quote. That is different from a narrative where Karmelo is walking around confronting people. Stabber 3, biggest corroboration with your stadium diagram. This man says, open quote, he backed up the bleachers because there was nowhere else to go. Close quote, looking at your numbered rows. Tent roughly covers rows 1 to 4. Above him are rows 5-13. Behind him is more bleacher structure. If someone is under that canopy and multiple people are in front of him, moving upward is the most obvious escape route. That observation at least fits the physical layout. Number 4, the movement description is remarkably similar to Daisy. Daisy said, open quote, he moved upward, looked around, went diagonally down the bleachers, fell, was chased, close quote. This man says, open quote, he moved upward, looked right and left, went diagonally down the bleachers, fell, looked back, saw boys chasing him, took off again, close quote. Those descriptions are surprisingly similar. Now that could mean both accurately saw the same thing, one influenced the other, both are interpreting the same footage similarly. But the overlap is notable. Hasher 5, the most legally important statement, this one. Open quote, he was back clasking up. If true, that matters. Why? Because self-defense cases often revolve around, open quote, advancing versus retreating. Close quote, a jury might ask, open quote, was Karmelo moving toward Austin? Close quote, open quote, was Karmelo moving away from Austin? Close quote. Those create very different impressions. Nasher 6, the backpack issue appears again. This witness says, open quote, grabbing his bag, close quote, while also saying, open quote, I don't know exactly what they were doing, close quote. That's actually a more cautious statement than some internet commentary. He's not claiming certainty. he's claiming visible interaction involving the bag area. And that is interesting because Hunter mentioned the backpack. Karmelo reportedly told officers Austin put his hands on him, activity around the backpack area. That's one of the more recurring facts in all the accounts you've shown me. Nabshur 7, the wet bleacher detail. This is where your environmental argument becomes relevant. This witness specifically says, open quote, those bleachers were wet, close quote. That matches the rain reports, the puddles described by Daisy, the weather conditions documented by responding officers. Again, wet bleacher justify force, but they are part of the environment. Nashur 8, where I would be cautious. The weakest parts of his account are, open quote, they surrounded him, close quote, open quote, they came there with a purpose, close quote, open quote, somebody contacted him, close quote, those are conclusions. The stronger parts are, open quote, 4 boys approached, close quote, open quote, he appeared seated, close quote, open quote, he moved upward, close quote, open quote, he moved diagonally downward, close quote, open quote, he fell, close quote, open quote, others moved after him, close quote. Those are observations. Comparing Daisy and this witness, issue Daisy's second witness. Karmelo sitting? Yes. Group approached him? Yes. Movement under tent? Yes, yes. Karmelo moved upward? Yes. Diagonal movement down bleachers? Yes. Fall near bottom? Yes. Chased afterward? Yes. Rain wet conditions? Yes. The biggest disagreement is the sitting versus standing issue. Everything else is surprisingly similar. What jumps out most to me after reading Hunter, Daisy, this witness, and the police reports, the fact pattern that keeps reappearing is 1. Karmelo is already under the tent. 2. A group of boys approaches him. 3. Physical interaction occurs. 4. Movement occurs up the bleachers. 5. Karmelo then moves down the bleachers. 6. He falls or stumbles. 7. Others move after him. 8. Austin collapses shortly afterward. Now, why those things happened is exactly what the jury must decide. But those are the recurring elements I'm seeing across multiple accounts.
Okay, hold on, you guys. Hold on.
I think that's a very reasonable interpretation. And honestly, after reading both transcripts again, I wouldn't be confident that Daisy was claiming, open quote, Karmelo was never sitting, close quote. What Daisy actually said was, open quote, there was no sitting. I do not believe what has been stated in the interviews is accurate, close quote. The problem is that we don't have the video or her ability to point at the screen while talking. There are at least 3 possible meanings. Hap, interpretation, 1. Your interpretation. Daisy meant, open quote, when the confrontation started, everyone was standing, close quote. In that reading, Karmelo could have been sitting before the boys arrived. He stood up when approached. The altercation itself occurred while standing. If that's what she meant, then Daisy and the second witness are not actually contradicting each other. Interpretation 2. Daisy meant, open quote, Karmelo was standing the entire time, close quote. That would directly conflict with Hunter's account, the second witness, and several public descriptions. Interpretation 3. Daisy meant, open quote, by the time she focused on the confrontation, everyone involved was already standing, close quote. That's actually the interpretation I find most likely. Why? Because Daisy repeatedly focuses on movement, escalation, people moving back and forth, movement above and below the canopy. She doesn't spend much time describing what happened before the confrontation. Something else supports your interpretation. Notice the second witness says, open quote, Mello was sitting right there on that end, close quote. Then immediately says, open quote, the four boys walked directly to him, close quote. If that's true, then it would be natural for Karmelo to stand up once four people approached him. Most people would. So it's entirely possible that 9:47 to 9:48, Karmelo is sitting. Shortly afterward, four boys approach. Confrontation begins. Everyone is standing. That sequence would allow Hunter, the second witness, and Daisy to all be describing different moments of the same event. Looking at your bleacher diagram, the physical layout actually makes this even more plausible. If Karmelo was seated under the canopy around rows 1 to 4, he'd likely stand once people approached, then movement would begin, then movement up the rows could occur, then movement diagonally down the rows could occur. So the distinction becomes, open quote, was he sitting before the encounter, close quote dot, versus open quote, was he sitting during the encounter, close quote. Those are very different questions. What I find most interesting, the more transcripts you've shown me, the less the dispute seems to be. Open quote, was Karmelo under the tent? Close quote, everyone seems to agree he was. The bigger disputes seem to be, who approached whom? How many people approached? What physical contact occurred? Who was moving away versus moving toward? What happened on those wet bleachers? Those are the issues that keep recurring across almost every account you've shared. So yes, I think your interpretation of Daisy is quite plausible. She may have been talking about the posture of the participants during the confrontation, not claiming that Karmelo had never been seated before the boys arrived.
All right. Sorry, guys. Okay, so now I have another person who saw the video from ISD. So I'm gonna put his I'm gonna give you his transcript, okay? And then you compare it to Daisy, person number 2. He's gonna be person number 3, okay? And the police report, tell me what you see, what agrees, what disagrees, etc., etc. Yeah, so we're moving here now. Okay, good. Let's keep going.
On 2 hours, was it clear enough? You seen the video on 2 hours. Was it clear enough, or was it fuzzy, or what?
No, it was clear. It was okay. It's clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Karmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain, or
yeah, it was still rain. You know,
right.
I'm familiar. So that day we were under a tornado watch.
Right.
And we were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again. Then it was over with for the day.
Okay.
So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already, and so during that time when that happened, the twins, their 2 buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them, they were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video, you can see those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract them a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past.
Right.
The other 4 went and they surrounded Carmelo. You know, if you're Carmelo,
and they showed that on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see them walk.
I'm gonna say little
and
stuff.
I'll put it this way.
Okay.
They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things.
Okay.
So watch those 4. Here, there are 4 right there coming up.
Right.
That's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4.
Okay.
So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
So it's more than the twins that got some licks.
All 4.
So it showed that in the video.
Yes, in the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin standing in the middle.
Okay.
And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the darker boy here.
Okay.
I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while they were talking and kind of pushing or whatever he was doing. Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag.
Right.
And then later on, he said that Austin threw the bag.
Okay.
Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonizing. And we know under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here. Yeah, so you don't have to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get to it here. But once they did that, they started hitting him. Karmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in.
Okay.
And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put him in a headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because he was able to get out again. He backed out. He looked to the right. That's where the other little kid was filming, but they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was filming. He looked directly at him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left. He went down. He fell. And that's when they realized he was gone. So they were still punching. And when he fell, that's when they all turned around. They started chasing him. Austin tried to go chase him too, but he grabbed his chest. I guess he realized that something happened to him. And that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all three of them were chasing. But Karmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you can see them on the video pointing toward Karmelo and the coach. And I can imagine, because Karmelo out of the camera on that moment, that he was telling the coach what happened. And then that's when Hunter said he whipped his head around. That's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting with it. He whipped his head around. You see him on the video. And that's when he walked over to where Austin was, but he never touched him. So all that stuff about him rendering aid and holding his heart, he never did that, because the coach grabbed him and he was holding him. So at the end of the day, that's kind of where the moment went. But they did assault him, and we'll just play the game. Even if it was just a push, you still assaulted him, because it was unwanted. By your own definition in your word of him saying that leave me alone and I'm not going, you assaulted him, period. But they did beat him. And if you look at the, not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited. I have the emails to prove it. But the actual Collin County one, you can see the webs and stuff on his eye. You can see the bridge of his nose is swollen. You can see the webs under his neck. And so that's the reason why they edited the one from Fox and kind of airbrushed it. And you can see they put the locks of his hair that got taken out as well.
You seen the video on 2 hours. Was it clear enough, or was it fuzzy, or what?
No, it was clear. It was
okay.
Clear.
And then people want you to think like, oh, white people are not bad. Oh, white people. No, this is disgusting. He had him in a headlock. Jesus Christ. And he knows jiu-jitsu. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's hard, man. We're in 2026. And you still have to you still can expect honesty from white people. It's sad. It's a very sad people. I mean, I'm done cussing them out. I'm really tired of these people. They're truly exhausting. They're so exhausting. Okay, so let's see what she has to say now. Let's see right there. This is disgusting. This is a waste of people's time. This is just ridiculous. And for them to know all this, to be doing this, is so damn stupid. Let me play this first. Hold on. They're so silly.
Perfect. Go ahead and paste person number 3's transcript. At this point, we have 4 buckets of information to compare against. On 1, police reports. Things I'm watching for. Karmelo's statements. I was protecting myself. He put his hands on me. Rain conditions, knife recovery location, witness locations, timing, movements after the stabbing. 2, Daisy's account. Key claims, longer video review. Boys approached the tent, movement under and above the canopy. Karmelo moving upward, diagonal movement downward. Fall near the bottom, being chased afterward, rain intensifying. 3, person to 2's account. Key claims, Karmelo was sitting, 4 boys approached him. He was surrounded, movement upward into the bleachers. Backpack interaction, diagonal movement downward, fall, pursuit, chasing. 4, physical layout. Your numbered row diagram gives us canopy location, likely movement paths, elevation changes, narrow bleacher geometry, wet aluminum surfaces, concrete surroundings. When you give me person number 3, I'll break it down into direct corroboration, facts that independently match Daisy, person number 2, police reports, physical layout. New information, facts we haven't heard before, Contradictions. Places where person 3 disagrees with. Hunter, Daisy, person number 2, police reports. Observation versus interpretation. I'll separate. Open quote, I saw him move up 3 rows, close quote. From open quote, he was being hunted, close quote. The first is observation, the second is an inference. What I'm especially interested in now is whether person number 3 independently mentions any of these recurring themes. Karmelo sitting, boys approaching him, movement upward into the bleachers, backpack contact, physical struggle, diagonal escape route, slipping, falling, pursuit afterward. Because when unrelated viewers start describing the same movement patterns, that's usually more significant than their conclusions about what those movements mean. Paste person number 3 whenever you're ready.
Okay, so now here we are with this one. So, yeah.
This third account is where I would start drawing a hard line between observation and advocacy. The first 2 viewers, Daisy and person number 2, gave me the impression that they were trying to describe what they saw and then layering interpretations on top. Person number 3 is doing much more interpretation. That doesn't make him wrong. It just means we need to separate the 2 carefully. Hash what all 3 viewers now agree on. This is actually the most important part. Independent of their conclusions, all 3 appear to agree on several core facts. 1, Karmelo was already under the tent. Person number 2, open quote, Melo was sitting there, close quote. Person 3, open quote, Karmelo was already under there minding his business, close quote. Daisy, open quote, the boys came to the tent, close quote. That is significant because none of these viewers describe, open quote, Karmelo approaching Austin, close quote. Instead, they all describe, open quote, Karmelo under the canopy first, others approaching him, close quote. 2, a group approached Daisy, open quote, they walked with purpose, close quote. Person number 2, open quote, 4 boys walked directly to him, close quote. Person number 3, open quote, the twins, 2 buddies, and other kids came from the middle school side, close quote. Again, that's notable, not because it proves guilt or innocence, but because it is one of the strongest recurring themes across all 3 video viewer accounts. 3, upward movement, Daisy, open quote, he moved upward, close quote. Person 2, open quote, he backed up the bleachers, close quote. Person 3, open quote, he backed out and tried to get away, close quote. This is another recurring theme. 4, diagonal movement downward, open quote, diagonal movement down, close quote, open quote, diagonal movement down, close quote. Person number 3, open quote, he went left and down, close quote. Again, remarkably consistent. Now 5, wet conditions. All 3 mention rain, wet surfaces, visible rain. That aligns with the weather conditions documented around the incident. Number 3 becomes much less reliable. These statements are not observations. They are conclusions. Open quote, they jumped him, close quote. Open quote, they beat him, close quote. Open quote, they assaulted him, close quote. Open quote, they came there to attack him, close quote. Open quote, 1 kid went to distract the coach, close quote. Those are all interpretations. The problem is that even person number 3 admits the video is distant. If the camera is far enough away that we cannot clearly identify faces, we cannot clearly identify hand placement, then claims like open quote, Hunter hit him, close quote, or open quote, everyone swung, close quote, are much harder to verify. The headlock claim. This is probably the most important new claim. Person 3 says, open quote, Austin pulled him back, close quote, open quote, Austin put him in a headlock, close quote. That is a huge claim. But notice, neither Daisy nor person number 2 reported seeing a headlock. That's where I become cautious, because if a headlock was clearly visible from a distant stadium camera, I would expect it to appear in more accounts. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means this is currently an outlier claim. Hash the strongest corroboration with the police report. Oddly enough, it's not the fight itself, it's the aftermath. Person 3 says, Karmelo ran. He went toward the coach area. He pointed things out. He appeared to seek adults. The police report records Karmelo making immediate self-defense statements and being located quickly after the incident. That doesn't prove at least consistent with someone who did not disappear from the scene. What I find most interesting now, after reading all 3 video viewer accounts, the common pattern is becoming clearer. Recurring themes. Karmelo already present, group approaches, confrontation begins, movement upward into bleachers, physical struggle, movement downward, fall or stumble, chase or pursuit afterward. Those themes now appear in Daisy, person number 2, person 3. The details differ, but the overall movement pattern is surprisingly consistent. The biggest disagreement between the video viewers and the student witnesses you've shared earlier is not, open quote, was there a stabbing? Close quote. Everyone agrees there was. The disagreement is student witnesses, open quote, Karmelo was the aggressor, close quote. Video viewers, open quote, Karmelo was cornered or surrounded, close quote. That's the real divide, and that's exactly why the actual surveillance footage will be so important. Because jurors won't be deciding whether a stabbing occurred, they'll be deciding which narrative best explains the seconds before it. My overall assessment. If I had to rank the credibility of the claims from person number 3, strong, rain conditions, Karmelo already under the tent, group approaching, movement patterns, direction of travel, running after the incident, moderate, backpack interaction, pulling, surrounding, weak, requires independent confirmation, headlock, multiple punches, coordinated attack, coach distraction, they beat him. Those last claims may be true, but based on the transcript alone, they sound much more like conclusions than observations.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. Now let me do this quickly, you guys. You sorry, y'all. We have to go through this, you guys. We have to go through this because facts are important. You can't be out here being emotional. Okay. Sorry, I can't type, you guys. Recreate this. Mm-hmm. We should actually have AI make content on YouTube because human beings are just trash.
Absolutely. Here's a more complete comparison table using the 3 video viewer accounts you've provided so far. Issue, Daisy, person number 2, person number 3. Karmelo already under tent before confrontation? Yes. Yes. Karmelo sitting before boys arrive? Ambiguous? Possibly no. Group approached Karmelo? Yes. Yes. 4 boys specifically approached? Implied? Yes. Additional students nearby? Implied. Not emphasized. Boys came from middle school side? Not discussed. Movement begins under canopy? Yes. Yes. Physical struggle visible? Yes. Could clearly identify punches? No. Claims yes. Could clearly identify exact contact? No. Claims yes. Backpack interaction visible? Not specifically. Yes. Yes. Karmelo backing away, retreating? Yes. Yes. Karmelo moves upward into bleachers? Yes. Yes. Karmelo appears trapped or surrounded? Yes. Yes. Diagonal movement down bleachers? Yes. Fall or stumble near bottom? Yes. Yes. Looks back before running? Yes. Chased afterward? Yes. Rain visible? Yes. Wet bleachers emphasized? Yes. Yes. Coach trainer appears afterward? Yes. Not emphasized. Austin collapses after incident? Yes. Yes. Blue tarp evidence preservation? Yes. Not discussed. Not discussed. Claims. Karmelo sought safety? Yes. Yes. Jumped? Yes. Implied? Yes. Explicitly. Claims headlock? No. Yes. Claims multiple punches? No. Yes. Claims coordinated attack? No. Yes. Claims coach distraction? Yes. What all 3 surprisingly agree on. The overlap is actually pretty substantial. Karmelo was already under the tent. Other boys approached him. A confrontation began under the canopy. There was visible movement and struggle. Karmelo moved upward into the bleachers. Karmelo later moved diagonally downward. He stumbled or fell near the bottom. Other boys moved after him. Rain and wet conditions existed. Those are the strongest points of corroboration. Biggest disagreement, the largest disagreement remains. Issue, Daisy, person of 2, person number 3. Karmelo sitting before confrontation? Appears no, unclear. Yes. Yes. As we discussed earlier, I think this may be more apparent than real. It is entirely possible. 9:47, 9:48, Karmelo is seated. 9:48, 9:55, boys approach. Karmelo stands. Confrontation begins. If that's what happened, all three accounts could be describing different moments. What becomes stronger with three viewers? The strongest emerging pattern isn't, open quote, who threw the first punch? Close quote. The strongest emerging pattern is, open quote, the group came to Karmelo. Close quote. That theme appears in all three accounts. Whether that ultimately helps a self-defense claim is a legal question, but as a factual observation, it is one of the most consistent themes across the three viewers. What remains weak? The following claims currently appear only in person number 3's account. Headlock, multiple punches, coordinated coach distraction, everyone swinging, extensive beating. Those claims need independent corroboration. At the moment, Daisy and person 2 do not appear to describe those details. What I find most significant, if I step back and ignore everyone's conclusions, the common narrative emerging from the three video viewers looks roughly like this. 1. Karmelo is already under the memorial tent. 2. A group of boys approaches him. 3. A confrontation begins. 4. Physical interaction occurs. 5. Karmelo moves backward through the bleachers. 6. The struggle continues. 7. Karmelo moves diagonally down the bleachers. 8. He falls or stumbles. 9. Others move after him. 10. Austin collapses shortly afterward. That doesn't tell us who was legally right. But it does explain why the jury may end up focusing less on the stabbing itself and more on the physical movements and interactions that occurred in the seconds beforehand.
Okay, hold on. I wish I would have let some of these videos just play. Okay. No, let me do this, right? Sorry, y'all. All right, so now can you go back to the Texas Penal Code for the no duty to retreat thing, right? What does it say about the size of the group? Because now it's not just Austin's size, Austin knows jiu-jitsu, but it's like if the three people are agreeing that there is a mob of 4 that accosted Karmelo, right? What does the Texas Penal Code says about like the self-defense claim? Because I'm like, I'm thinking you would have to also consider the size of the attacker. Like, even if Austin is the only one who put hands on him, but he still had, I would say you still have a reasonable fear that, hey, what if his friends also jump in? Because it's not really 1-to-1, right? It's 4 versus 1. Even if it comes out that Austin was the only one to put hands on him, which I find hard to believe, but I'm like, what does Texas say about that? Okay, if I don't just fear one person, but I reasonably fear that 4 people might beat me up. Okay, the size of the group, y'all. Hold on, my peoples, hold on. Okay, let me see.
This is actually a very important legal distinction. Texas law does not say, open quote, you may use deadly force only if one person is attacking you, close quote. Nor does it say, open quote, ignore the other people present and pretend only the person touching you exists, close quote. The statute focuses on what the defendant reasonably believed at that moment. The key language is about whether the actor reasonably believed force or deadly force was immediately necessary to protect against death or serious bodily injury. Does Texas have a group attack rule? Not in the sense of a special statute that says, open quote, 4 people equals automatic self-defense, close quote. But Texas juries are allowed to consider the entire situation when deciding whether a fear was reasonable. That can include number of people involved, relative size and strength, prior threats, physical surroundings, ability to escape, whether the defendant was cornered, whether others appeared ready to join in. So if a person reasonably believed, open quote, It's not just this one guy. I'm about to get overwhelmed by multiple people. Close quote. That is something a jury can consider. Why the numbers matter. Imagine two scenarios. Scenario A, one 225-pound athlete approaches a 130-pound teenager. The jury asks, open quote, was fear reasonable? Close quote. Scenario B, one 225-pound athlete approaches while three friends are immediately beside him, and the smaller teenager believes they are acting together. Now the jury asks, open quote, was fear reasonable? Close quote. The analysis changes, not because four people automatically justify deadly force, but because the perceived threat may be different. Texas focuses on perception at the moment. The jury does not get to use perfect hindsight. The question is not, open quote, what actually would have happened 5 minutes later? Close quote. The question is closer to, open quote, what would a reasonable person in Karmelo's position have believed was about to happen? If someone reasonably believes, open quote, I'm about to get jumped by several people, close quote, that can be relevant to the self-defense analysis. Applying it to the facts you've been discussing, let's assume, for the sake of argument, Karmelo is approximately 130 pounds. Austin is approximately 225 pounds. Austin has athletic training. Multiple students approach together. Karmelo is on wet bleachers. Physical contact begins. Movement occurs. Karmelo perceives himself as surrounded. Under that hypothetical, a defense lawyer would absolutely argue, open quote, you cannot isolate Austin from the group. You must evaluate the situation as Karmelo experienced it. Close quote. That would likely be a major defense theme. The prosecution's response. The prosecution would likely say, open quote, the evidence shows this was not a group beating. Close quote. Or open quote, the evidence shows only Austin engaged physically. Close quote dot, or open quote, the defendant's belief that four people were attacking him was not reasonable. Close quote. Notice that the fight becomes, open quote, was the belief reasonable? Close quote. Not open quote. Did four people actually land punches? Close quote. Those are different questions. The biggest legal point you asked, open quote, what if I reasonably fear four people might beat me up? Close quote. Texas self-defense law is generally concerned with reasonable belief, not certainty. A person does not have to wait until all four hit him, he is unconscious, he suffers a broken bone, before fear can become relevant. However, the jury must still decide whether that fear was reasonable under all the circumstances. So if the defense can persuade jurors that Karmelo reasonably perceived a larger athlete, multiple companions, a confined bleacher environment, physical contact beginning, and the possibility of a group assault, that is potentially relevant to a Texas self-defense claim. The jury would then weigh that against the prosecution's version of events and decide whether the perception was reasonable.
Yeah, because you have to be careful. You gotta know what the heck you're talking about.
We've finally arrived at Robert, and honestly, after everything you've walked through so far, you're actually in a much better position to evaluate what he says than when we started, because now we have multiple buckets of information. What we have so far. Police reports, Karmelo immediately claims self-defense. Karmelo says Austin put his hands on him, rain, bleachers, knife recovery, etc. Hunter's interview, Karmelo sitting under tent, make me move, backpack grab. Hunter says he didn't see the actual stabbing. Austin's parents, Austin 225 pounds, jiu-jitsu background, football player, athletic history, video viewer 1, group approaches, movement under canopy, upward movement, downward movement, fall, pursuit, video viewer 2, Karmelo sitting, four boys approach, surrounded, upward retreat, diagonal escape, fall, chasing. Video view number 3, Karmelo already present, group approaches, physical interaction, retreat upward, escape downward, chasing, plus more aggressive claims that need corroboration. Physical environment, rain, wet aluminum bleachers, concrete, narrow rows, elevated seating. So now when Robert speaks, we can evaluate him using a framework. Category A, fact, example, open quote, the arrest report says X, close quote, we compare that to the report. Category B, legal analysis, example, open quote, Texas law requires Y, close quote, we compare that to the actual statute. Category C, assumptions, example, open quote, clearly Karmelo was the aggressor, close quote, that may be Robert's inference rather than a fact. Category D, missing facts. This is where you've been particularly sharp. For example, you've repeatedly noticed when commentators omit EP's presence, Austin's size, jiu-jitsu, the rain, the bleachers, the physical environment, the backpack issue. Whether those omissions are intentional or not, they're worth noting. What I'm curious about Robert is an attorney. So what I'm most interested in isn't whether he likes Austin or Karmelo. It's 1, does he accurately describe Texas self-defense law? 2, does he accurately describe the evidence? 3, does he acknowledge disputed facts? 4, does he separate facts from assumptions? Those are the things lawyers should be doing. So go ahead and paste Robert's transcript. After all the groundwork you've laid, we can now compare Robert not just against one witness, but against the police reports, Hunter, the parents, 3 independent video viewers, and the physical layout of the scene. Let's see what Mr. Esquire has to say.
Exactly. Let's see. Let's see, child. Okay. So now we come here, right? Now we come right here. Okay. So let's come over here, y'all. But they're going to tell you they're not racist. Okay. No problemo. No problemo, sir. Okay, hold on. Yeah, they're racist. They're a bunch of racists. This is just racism. Like, if you're not a racist, just put this crap in AI and then see what the AI got to say. A racist person is not going to be an emotional person. If your skin is white and you're not a racist, you're going to care about the facts. But to say, oh, we're not racist, but you don't want to say that Karmelo had a friend on that team. You're not racist, but you don't want to say that, oh, it was raining like crazy. It's all over the police reports, right? You're not racist, but you don't want to read the police report. You only want to hear from people commentating on social media who are not there, who are monetizing everything. Oh, yeah, I'm a list of people who were not there, right? Who monetize their content, who chase algorithm, right? Who love to just sell a grift, racialized stuff, division stuff, toxic stuff, make everything so polarizing and stuff like that. But you're not a racist, right? When you're not a racist, you go for the facts. When you're not a racist, you wait until you go to court. When you're not a racist, you don't just assume, because witnesses are part of the prosecution's the whole, like, you know, shebang bang bang. They're witnesses and they swore under oath, so therefore they're not lying. People lie all the time. It's American culture. Like, it's so American to be a liar. Like, stop it. This country is not Japan. America is not Japan. This nation has low morals. Like, there's so much moral decay in this nation. People here don't have integrity. That's why they need a contract for everything, because it's a nation with low trust. There's like pretty much zero trust. That's why these dates don't pan out. That's why barely people get married. That's why everything is a contract, because we don't have a culture of trust. America has a culture of do people over. Whatever you need, lie, steal, kill, destroy, it's all about what you want. You don't have to care about other people. You get to lie, deceive, manipulate, all kinds of stuff. This country here does not have high morals. America does not have high morals. This country is like perverted. I'm like, please stop. This is ridiculous. Like, even me, like, are there things like ChatGPT said? I was like, but I'm like, hey, you know what? I set the rules of the game, so I'm also going to have to comply. We all have to comply. But people are too immature in this nation. Like, people are too racist, too xenophobic, too tribal. Because a lot of people in America are not that smart. We have horrible schools. We have horrible public schools. People are not that smart. And then people actually are somebody's parent. Imagine being the stupid and you raise your kids to be stupid. And this is why racism is not going to end. Racism, xenophobia, tribalism, because people in America are so easy to misinform, because they just look for a reason to hate people. Everything is so tribalized. Me versus you, me versus them, us versus them. Like, no, shut up. It's weird. Why do you even want to have enemies anyways? Why can't you make friends with people? Today we agree, tomorrow we disagree. The day after that, yeah, we're back to being friends again. It's not a big deal. So Robert, like I said, he's a lawyer, but you're about to see. You're about to see, right? And he puts Esquire behind his YouTube channel so that people can look at him, oh, an authority, somebody who went to law school. But I'm like, a lot of these so-called white, he's probably Latino too, right? A lot of these white people, white passing Latinas, a lot of these white people, white-skinned people in law, they're also very mediocre. It's not just the black girls who are, tend to be mediocre too. They're all mediocre. What are y'all learning in these law schools? And I'm starting to realize that the main issue with mediocrity in law school and with these lawyers is not that they're black, white, whatever. No, it's that law school allows too many liberal arts majors. You don't have enough engineers going to law school. We have too many English majors, what's it called again? Criminal justice majors, African American studies majors. We have too many liberal arts majors going to law school. It's like if we had more engineers going to law school, everybody would be more structured. And I'm like, that's the thing with China and America. China is ran by engineers. Look at how efficient people are in China. Because we ain't got time for this. You need to have structure. You can't always try to tell a story. Oh, F that. Tell the facts. Just be structured. It's not that hard. Crap. It's really not that hard. I don't want to come out here and be, say things about white people, but damn, help a sister out. Okay? So let's go, you guys. Yeah, they're crazy. They don't want to change. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Y'all ready? Let's go. This is so silly.
Damning testimony today in the Karmelo Anthony trial for the murder of Austin Metcalf. He said that this was all based out of self-defense. Turns out witness testimony in trial said it was not, with many individuals reporting that witnesses testified that Karmelo Anthony came to the scene and provoked the incident that then resulted in him stabbing Austin Metcalf. And you can't claim self-defense when you provoke the incident that causes your so-called self-defense. We've got the full trial recap. We've got a nice summation here, courtesy of NBC Dallas Fort Worth, which gave us some very nice, extensive updates in text because none of this is being broadcast via audio or by video. And we'll get into the nitty-gritty on exactly how this went down. But here's a quick summary from Brooke Taylor, who said today there were two teens who were under the tent who witnessed the 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, the deceased, being fatally stabbed in the chest. One of the teammates testified the stabbing did not look like self-defense at all and said Karmelo Anthony was the one who provoked it. Here is what this sounded like from outside the courthouse in Texas.
Hi, Martha. Well, there are no cameras inside this courtroom, but I could tell you that today one of the key witnesses was a 17-year-old student who was one of Metcalf's athletes and teammates. He was under this tent. He saw it all. So this is going to be really important testimony. He said that he witnessed Anthony walk under the Memorial High School tent, even though Anthony went to a different high school. And that's when 17-year-old Austin Metcalf told Anthony to leave the tent. He testified, quote, "I remember Karmelo refusing to leave and Anthony saying, 'You need to leave,' and Karmelo saying, 'Touch me and find out.'" The prosecutor asked, "Anyone try to gang up on him?" He replied, "No, sir." "Who was provoking?" the prosecutor asked. "Karmelo Anthony," he replied. The witness said, quote, "Austin leans in to push him and Karmelo stabs him." Jurors were also shown body camera footage of Anthony being detained right after the stabbing. He tells the officer, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it. He put his hands on me. I told him not to." Now, Anthony's defense attorneys argued that he stabbed Metcalf, who was unarmed, in self-defense and out of fear. Meanwhile, Anthony's supporters have long claimed that race is a factor in this case, helping fuel demonstrations. The final jury does not include any black jurors. Prosecutors say this case has nothing to do with race. Meanwhile, we're told inside court right now, we just heard the testimony from a second witness. He was asked by prosecutors, quote, "Did this look like self-defense to you?" He responded, "No, sir." Martha.
And a lot more on that in the actual trial updates. Prosecution, Your Honor, calls Officer Eduardo Cortez. Officer Cortez takes the stand. Yes, I do. Officer Cortez, tell us about your background and experience. He says, "I'm a school resource officer. I work with the Frisco Police Department, and I was born and raised in Louisville, and and I'm a U.S. Marine veteran. And I started working with the police department in 2016, but before that, I was with the Allen Police. And on the day, I was actually working at Staley Middle School, which is right next to the stadium at the time of the stabbing. There were no police officers inside the stadium at the time, and so I was the closest one there. Did you know Austin Metcalf or the Metcalf twins? Yeah, I did. I knew him. And as soon as I got the phone call about the stabbing on my portable radio, I immediately ran over to the tent. And I got there. I arrived on scene. When I arrived, two students came up to me and they said, Austin's over there. And I saw the tent and I was heading that way, but I also wanted to look for the suspect. So I did. And once I located Karmelo Anthony, I asked him to raise his hands in the air. I said, put him up and walk toward me. There was a fence separating him from Anthony. So the two walked along the fence together so that Cortez could reach through the fence and pat him down for weapons. How was Anthony's demeanor at the time? Well, he was completely cooperative, quote. And Metcalf's father was seen again with his hand on his face during this testimony. Officer, tell us more about other law enforcement. He says, well, when they got there, I advised the other officers that I had the alleged suspect detained in cuffs. Kids pointed him out. I saw him. I went to pat him down, put him in handcuffs. So I said, I've got the alleged suspect. And what happened after that? Well, at that point, Karmelo Anthony said, quote, I'm not alleged. I did it. Cop says that. Anthony then told Cortez that Austin put his hands on Anthony and that Anthony told him not to. I said, if you put your hands on me, something's going to happen. I wish we had more quotes on that, but we don't. The interaction was captured on Cortez, the officer's body-worn camera. And he said that after putting Anthony in the squad car, Anthony said and asked if he was going to be okay. And the officer said, I don't know. He said he noticed an injury on Karmelo's left middle finger where there was, quote, a little bit of blood. And maybe that's from his finger going up into the knife during the stabbing if it doesn't have a guard. So the testimony continues. Cortez then says that he described the interaction with Anthony at the meet. Jury gets shown surveillance footage from the scene. The video showed steady rain throughout the morning and wet ground. And another still image from this officer showed Anthony with his hands cuffed behind his back and the cut on the middle finger. Prosecutor named Bill. He says, Mr. Officer Cortez, was it a secret to anyone that you know of that you can't have weapons at a school event? And was it unprecedented to see a student bring a weapon? Cortez says, yeah, it's unprecedented. Everybody knows no weapons at school. They play the body-worn camera from his interaction with Anthony. That's shown in court. Anthony was seen with his hands over his head, presumably in the courtroom. The interaction with the officer, the one that he said that he had with the alleged suspect, is audible in the footage. Body cameras now being played. Yeah, I have the alleged suspect detained in handcuffs. Anthony blurts out, Karmelo, I'm not alleged. I did it. Anthony could be heard crying in the video saying, he put his hands on me. Quote, I told him not to, but he put his hands on me. Karmelo is then heard telling the officer that he goes to Centennial and he's in the 12th grade. Officer testifies that Anthony seemed calm, cool, collected, despite moments of the body-worn camera footage where he appears to be crying. From the officer. Government calls 17-year-old to the stand. Prosecutor asks this young man, do you like to hold things in your hand when you get nervous? He says, yeah, I do actually. He's up there on the stand with a football in his hands. He showed it to the jury. I'm a little nervous. I just got this football in my hands. I'm just, a little freaked out to be here. He explained that he was in the class of 2027 and was preparing to start his senior year at Memorial High School. He said on the day of the stabbing, he was going to run the 800 meter at the track meet. What happened? Well, I left Memorial at 8 a.m. I went to the Staley Field House with Austin and Hunter. There were two other students there, and he named a bunch of people, at least half a dozen other individuals who were under the tent during the track meet. We were all there. We were all running track, and Austin was running the thing, and he explains everything. He then says that Anthony was also under the tent, wearing Centennial gear from the other school and standing with a student identified as Eddie. He said Anthony and Eddie dapped each other up and started talking. Karmelo comes in and is talking to some kid named Eddie. He said the next thing he remembers is people confronting Karmelo Anthony saying, hey man, you probably shouldn't be here. You need to leave our tent. He then told the jury that several team members told Anthony, hey man, you shouldn't be here. This is our tent. And remember from testimony yesterday, these are like locker rooms. So you're not supposed to cross-pollinate across these things. In fact, there are school coaches who are supposed to be there to prevent that from happening. He said Austin Metcalf, who was stabbed, was standing and everyone else was sitting. He recalled the encounter getting more aggressive, saying Anthony refused to leave. Karmelo wouldn't leave and told Austin, touch me and find out. He described both Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony getting angry. He asked the young man, did anyone try to gang up on him? Mob up on him to get him out of the tent? Asked the prosecutor. No, sir. I mean, if anything, minor pushing at most, and that it lasted maybe 2 minutes. So what? Did Austin Metcalf take the lead in getting him out? He says, yeah, he did. He took the lead, and he said that he took the touch me and find find out as Anthony trying to escalate the situation to try to provoke him into starting a fight. Did Austin start a fight? He said Austin did not want to fight, but Anthony refused to leave. He then testified that Austin leaned in to push Anthony and that Anthony just stabbed him. He said he saw the stabbing but not the knife, and that the knife came from a backpack in Anthony's lap. According to the witness, Anthony had his hands in the backpack and everyone thought he was bluffing. He says, "Touch me and you find out," with his hand in the backpack. 17-year-old said in the moments after the stabbing, Anthony then threw the knife, ran down the bleachers and onto the track. Austin fell down the bleachers onto his back, then got up and leaned against the guardrail where he lifted his shirt. He said his chest was bloody and that he looked scared. He agreed with the prosecution that Hunter was not involved in the incident, the brother, and that no one ganged up on Karmelo Anthony. So what'd you do next? Well, I pulled out my phone and I called 911. They played the 911 call for the jury. Call sounds frantic. Witness can be heard saying, "My friend just got stabbed. My friend is bleeding everywhere. Come help." Additional footage is then shown of Karmelo Anthony leaving the scene. He agreed that Karmelo ran quickly at first, then slowed down, then resumed running again, saying that he was trying to be anywhere but where he was, and that he, quote, created a problem. He said, "Now, young man, do you think that Austin deserved to get stabbed? No. And do you think that Anthony, Karmelo, was the one provoking Austin?" And he said, yes, he was. He was the one provoking Austin. Anthony was provoking Austin. During cross-examination, defense comes in. He says that, "I do remember Karmelo Anthony sitting outside the tent and that the coach had a rule that no other teams were allowed at the tent in general." Tell me more about the pushing. So the 17-year-old once again describes the moment when Metcalf pushed Anthony, saying that it caused Anthony to go backwards. And he explained again that he saw Anthony's movement when he stabbed Metcalf, but you didn't see the knife itself, did you? No, I didn't see it. I just saw the movement. Okay. Now, our friend Savannah Hernandez has been on the scene out.
Hold on. It stops right there because when you transcribe your incident, you guys let them do their foolishness. You see how Susie was like, "Oh, did she work? Oh, he was suspended from school." She has no proof of that. You see how they lie. But if you tell them that, if you tell them that they're racist, they're white racist, and they're a bunch of liars, they get offended. This lady is a grown woman. This woman is married. She's a married Irish woman. She's Irish. Her husband's Irish. They have Irish kids, right? She's a married woman. She has like 2-3 kids or something like that, right? So this lady says Karmelo was already suspended from school for bringing a knife. Does she have any receipts of that? Yeah, this is what the whites do. They just lie. These people are just so they're incredible. They are incredible. These are some low IQ people. And that's why it takes the low IQ people to recognize other low IQ people. So if you're black and a white person calls you low IQ, it's like, well, nice to meet you, kindred spirit, right? She has no proof of that. He was suspended for bringing a knife at school, but somehow he was registered to run that track meet. The young man even said he was wearing a Centennial High School uniform. So he was wearing his school uniform. So he's suspended, but somehow he can wear the uniform and he is registered for the track meet, right? They're truly insane. And when I tell you guys that racism is a mental health issue, y'all think it's a joke. They're mentally ill. Like we have to start treating racism as a mental illness and seeing these people accordingly. They just say things. They just lie on people. And that's what they used to do. Oh, a black man looked at me. They go set the town on fire. A black man looked at me. They go killing people. A black man looked at me. All these white women throughout the years, always lying. And I truly hope that a lot more black men take people like Susie seriously. She is white. She's Irish. Look at how quickly she lies. If she can lie like this on Karmelo that she never met, but imagine how she lies on a day-to-day basis. Imagine how this woman lies on a day-to-day basis. These people have a problem. And that's why when you're around these people, you need to have your camera up. You need to be very careful. If your children have sports events and white people will be present, you need to go. You have to be there, or someone else needs to be there. Do not let your child unsupervised around white people. To lie is very easy for them. Stealing, defrauding, committing crimes, being a behind you. Listen, right? I don't want to do this. I do not want to do this today, but I hope that you see that they have a serious mental illness. They truly hate black people. And it could be because they hate themselves. The vast majority of Irish people in America are poor. They live below the poverty line. Okay? Massachusetts is full of poor Irish people. They came here since the potato famine, and they have yet been able to break the curse of generational poverty. Instead of focusing on the Irish curse of poverty and alcoholism, they're out here trying to stress people out. These people are crazy. They're truly crazy. Okay? Like, they're really, really insane. Like, they're truly insane. They are truly insane. Even when it comes to the knife. And the thing about people like Susie, oh, hey Lala, what's up, bro? Right? The thing about people like Susie that is so sad is that these are the same people who call themselves conservatives. She'll probably call herself Catholic, right? Call herself damn Catholic or something like that. Right? But it's like, these are the same people who voted for Trump. Oh, color shouldn't matter. Whumpty wump wump. Color will always matter to most white people. Okay? They are ridiculous. They are truly ridiculous. Like the Texas border, everybody knows, especially the Joe Biden, the border is like wide open. All these people came in. And you know, at the border too, they have a catch and release. So a lot of crazy people are in Texas. No, he only had a knife because he meant to hurt Austin. Karmelo works 2 jobs. And I'll show you guys the pictures later. He works at Foot Locker, and then he works at the grocery store. Karmelo also has a Lexus. He was gifted a Lexus for his birthday. So when you work at the mall, especially Foot Locker, with all these J's, there's a bunch of J's in there, Nikes in there, all them expensive shoes, and the boy likes nice things. He really does. He does. He also has a Jeep. He has like a cherry red Jeep also. They got nice cars. I mean, they're black. They got nice cars over there. These Anthony people, right? But I'm gonna just think about it. If you work at the mall, you close sometimes. And when you close at the mall, you don't even go out the regular mall doors. You go like the back door, like in a tunnel, like there's like a back way back there, right? But I'm like, if young people are working late at night, they should have some kind of protection. Why do you assume that if he happens to even have a knife on him, or because I think it's like a switchblade, why do you assume that if he has a switchblade, it's specifically for Austin? Hunter told you, we don't know this boy. The mother told you, we don't know this boy. So he brought a knife to school for a man he never met, for another student he never met. They're so stupid. They're very, very stupid. That girl, Jocelyn Noguera, I'll put her up. Jocelyn was killed. Like the illegal immigrant people, they grabbed her, they raped her, they stabbed her, and then they dumped her body in the lake. It's a lot of crazies now in Texas. Every parent should give their child something to protect themselves. Now, when it comes to the actual day of the event, if everything unfolded the way that he did, then it just goes to show you that there was not even any security. Because the moment it started to get loud and all kinds of crazy, a lot of adults, way more security, way more police officers should have intervened. These young people were pretty much unsupervised. Like, so it's a track meet with no proper security. And instead of being mad at the organizers of the track meet for not having enough security to make sure y'all can keep an eye on these kids. And when you start to see a crowd, you diffuse the crowd. These are young people who are left unsupervised. And what is so unfortunate is that you're looking at young athletes who do not display good sportsmanship. Like, what is wrong with white people? You're so maladjusted for a civilized society. We should be civil. It's like, oh, now we care about tents. Oh, you go to this school, so you got to be under this tent. That's American culture now. That's the sports culture in America. This is not the same country where people do all kinds of tailgate parties. Random people meet up. They pull like food out their cars. They pull out barbecue grills out their fucking trucks, and they start making food outside. And people pass plates. One thing about sports, it should bring everybody together. I thought that's the reason why white people had an issue with Colin Kaepernick, because y'all felt like he was trying to bring politics to football. Y'all so hypocritical. You are a freaking hypocritical people. Oh, Colin Kaepernick, do not kneel on the damn field because you're bringing politics to freaking football. But when it comes to sports, all people should be able to put race, color, genders, differences. Even if you're paraplegic and you go somewhere and it's sports, you should feel welcome. And it's freaking sports. It welcomes everybody. That's why we celebrate the Olympics. We have the Summer Olympics. We have the Winter Olympics. There's something incredibly wrong with white American people and white-skinned Latinos. Something is wrong with y'all. Something is seriously wrong with you. I've been in this nation for like 30 years. I've lived in America for 30 years. And never in me being in America, and I'm a naturalized U.S. citizen, 30 years of living in America, I have witnessed so many tailgating parties. It's not even a joke. I used to live in New Orleans. Like the way people go crazy in New Orleans. Hold on, let me record this, right? So they can hear me. I feel like I'm wasting my time right now. Hold on. Right? Hold on. Like the way people, if you, New Orleans and their football culture, man, that's the home of the Saints, y'all. Drew Brees, oh my God. Like when you have a football game in New Orleans, you guys, especially by the post office, if you know you're the post office, they pull their cars, their trunk, their SUVs, their trailers. People, these New Orleans people, white, black, they just start cooking them up. I'm talking like seafood world, this, and that. It is insane. And it doesn't matter if you're white, black, people just be passing plates. Because sports should be the one thing that brings people together. I have never heard in my life that in America, especially high school students who can drive, don't have friends in different schools. I went to Fairfax High School. We had friends from Chantilly. We had friends that went to Robinson. We had friends that went to TJ. And when you have games, people link up with their people. Like what's the big deal? Like what is this weird culture here? What is this new culture in the world of sports that grown-ass white adults are trying to create for children? All that because you want Karmelo to go to prison because you want Austin to be some kind of victim. It's ridiculous. It is sports. It should bring everybody together. The young man even said, oh, he saw Eddie and Karmelo dapping. Do you know what dapping means? They were showing love. He came in there in love. He's wearing the uniform from the school. So you can clearly identify that he's a student. He's not just a vagrant. He's here to compete. So if he's dapping Eddie and Eddie goes to your school, why can't y'all pull up to Karmelo like, yo, what's up? What's up? What school you go to? Why y'all can't show love? Why your first reaction gotta be, oh, you gotta leave, you gotta go. Why you can't show love even if he has to go? Why can't you show love first? Like, what is so hard with white people and not being able to embrace people? You people struggle with embracing people. You truly struggle to being a fable. You have a problem. I ain't never heard this in my life. I am 41 years old. I went to high school in America. I went to middle school in America. But one thing I know, even Fumi, her daughter plays track. A lot of people got their kids playing track. Like, people link up. It's not a problem. Especially if it's raining, you can't even extend love. You can't even extend some kind of like welcoming in the rain. Like, what is wrong with white people? I swear, like, what is wrong with white people? Oh, I don't get it. Oh, Colin Kaepernick, sorry, y'all. Colin Kaepernick should not kneel. He should not be out here kneeling because when you kneel, you're bringing politics into sports. No problem. So it means that sports is a place where everybody should feel welcome. Just being a student from a different school is not a crime. And even if the coach said something, let the coach come and handle this. But I have never seen this. I truly never seen this. That you have to go exactly to a school in order to be under a tent. I never heard this before in my life. It's a goofy ass tent. This tent don't even cost more than $100. This tent was paid for by taxpayer dollars. Nobody and them kids and their family and their mama, daddy paid for this damn tent. People doing too fucking much. The tent is outside in the open air. It's not no damn locker room. It's not a locker room. Okay? Locker rooms have privacy. Locker rooms have doors. Locker room also have genders. When it comes to track, it could have been co-ed. You could have had girls there, boys there, right? It's a bunch of people who run tracks. So that is not comparable to a locker room. And you know this. Why are you playing stupid and loose with language? A locker room actually has walls to it. A locker room has gender identification. Oh, it's for the boys. It's for the girls. A locker room has privacy. This is an open space on the visitor side. It's a goofy ass tent. And it's freaking raining. So if he's coming in there and then he dapping his boy Eddie, like, yo, what's up, Eddie? What's up? And what's up? You know, maybe they're talking shit like, yo, I'm going to smoke you on the field. I'm going to smoke you. Oh, I got you, right? It's okay to talk shit. Y'all don't talk shit. Y'all so fucking prim and proper, but yet you stay killing your parents in the bed. Like, be quiet. You ain't never heard people play sports talk a little bit of shit? Like, yo, if he's running against Eddie, he could have said, yo, Eddie, when I get you out there on that track field, I'm going to smoke you, bitch. You going to call me Speedy Gonzalez, bitch, right? People be talking mad shit. Like, what is wrong with white people? Always trying to police everything people do. What is wrong with y'all? Like, you just don't like people. You need to stay home. You don't like anybody. Like everything make you stressed, confused, anxious, killing. You need to stay home. I ain't never seen this. That, oh, he's just standing there. Oh, he's sitting there. Either way, it don't matter. Because if you saw that when he came in there, he also has his uniform and that he was dapping out Eddie, okay, that's Eddie's boy. Okay, let him end that. And even if you want him to leave, why can't you ask Eddie to tell his boy, yo, can you tell your boy we about to have a meeting, da-da-da-da. But at the same time, too, though, it's fucking raining. So what meeting you're about to have in the rain? Like, be so for real. This is some mean-ass bullshit. This is just mean-ass behavior. You're mean. You're hypocritical, and you just stay lying. And you teach your children to lie. It's disgusting. It is so disgusting. And I've come to make peace with the fact that white American people do not want this country to heal. They want this nation no matter the year. We have to live like we're in the 1800s. We have to live like we're in 1619. Because God forbid white people rid themselves of racism and actually start to see people for who they are, the inside. And even if you think somebody's doing something wrong, try to give someone the benefit of the doubt. Everything is not against you. But you walk around the world thinking that everybody's your enemy. China, Venezuela, Iran, they Muslim, they black, they African. You have an issue with everybody. And it's truly becoming too much. Becoming too much. You people need medical help. You need medical help. This is crazy. I don't even know why we're here. Because technically, nobody should have died. Nobody should have been touched. Everybody could have made a new friend that day. Why don't you know about making friends with people? Like, it's truly exhausting. Like me, I'm 41. I meet random people all the time, and I make friends with people. Even people who subscribe to my channel, I've never met them in person. I've never met them. I have people who follow me for 10 years. We've never met in person. But even on my YouTube, I say hi to people. I greet people. What is wrong with getting to know people? No, you got to go. You got to leave. You got to leave. We asked somebody to leave 15 times. Who are you to even ask somebody to leave 15 times? Per the code of conduct, do you even have the right to ask or to force anybody to leave? What authority do you have to tell somebody to leave? Did you pay for this tent? You're here to compete. Mind your business. Truly, honestly, mind your business. It's excessive. Oh, my gosh. Sorry, y'all. I had to have the thing recorded. Hey, bro. Yeah, no, they have none. They're so annoying. Look at this, ridiculous. Look, this is crazy. I don't know this culture. I'm like, to me, when it comes to sport, everybody friends. Even Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan, they talk mad shit, but they've always been friends, right? I swear. You look at their relation. If you ever study the relationship between Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley, baby, they talk so much shit, but they're best friends. Like when I was growing up, MJ would always tell Uncle Chuck, you ain't got no ring, boo. You ain't got no ring. You ain't got none. You don't have one of these. What is that? A chicken salad, right? And maybe there's something about the way black people show up and the way black people move and our swag. I think there's something that makes you uncomfortable, and that's fine. You're a very rigid people. White people have a stick up their ass. You're very rigid. That's why your comedy to me don't land. Your dance move, you ain't got none. Rhythm, you ain't got it. Always so trigger happy, killing happy, and smear campaign happy. God, stop doing that. There are a bunch of people who had great rivalries, and they became friends. When we were growing up between Chicago Bulls and the New York Knicks, so Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing, they had a great rivalry. But it was Michael Jordan who asked for Patrick Ewing to join the Dream Team. What's up with that? Y'all gotta calm down, right? And also even for Austin, out of order. For somebody who studied jiu-jitsu, like when you study jiu-jitsu, they teach you about the mantra, the ethos of jiu-jitsu. Was anybody under threat? Was anybody being hurt or harmed? Okay, so why put your hands on people? And that's why white people should not even learn martial arts. Y'all want to learn the art of the Japanese people, just to know how to beat people up, but to not learn self-mastery. Asian people did not create taekwondo, judo, karate, jiu-jitsu, and all the martial arts of the Asian people to just walk around and beat people up. A big part of martial art is self-mastery. A big part of martial arts is knowing how to serve other people. And if you have to use jiu-jitsu, you're doing it because you truly have to protect yourself. When you're 225 pounds, what protection you need versus someone who's 130 pounds? When you're 225 pounds and all your boys is with you because it's your school tent, you're not outnumbered. You are in the numbers. Carmelo's just one person. So in a sea of your own people, you're surrounded by your boys, but you feel threatened with your big ass. Like, that is just ridiculous. That is just so freaking ridiculous. And then they're going to tell you, oh, we believe in God. We're Christians. We raise our kids to be nice to people. We raise our kids there or whatever. White people talk a good game, but their performance is beyond mediocre. They fail at being a civilized human being when it actually matters. You should treat your neighbor with kindness. Like the parable, the parable of the, what's it called? Oh my God, of the Good Samaritan. The parable of the Good Samaritan. You should treat people with kindness. Even someone that you hate, you should have mercy on their soul. Because lo and behold, people are not really your enemy. Because you've done some fucked up shit too. Everybody does some fucked up shit too. But it's a fucking game. They're here to fucking run. Be a nice person. Then, oh, the Bible, the Bible. That's why I don't believe they read the Bible. I don't believe that they're Christians. Because that's one of the biggest lessons you learn in Sunday school is the parable of the Good Samaritan. Be nice to people. Did Karmelo take your stuff? Did he touch your stuff? Did he go and take your stuff? No. He's just standing there. So just standing there is a crime. Standing there triggers all of this behavior that you feel that you have to put your hands on him to physically remove him because he did not obey your command. That's what it's coming down to. Oh, you didn't obey me. I'm 17, you're 17. I can look at you and tell I'm bigger than you, right? So because you did not obey me, I'm going to grab you and physically remove you. You cool? And with all that being said, he doesn't have the right to say, oh, touch me, see what happens. He has no right to express himself, right? But somehow we're not supposed to see that this is a black and white issue. So you ask that you're 17, I'm 17. You're asking me to leave. A bunch of people yelling at me to leave, and I don't have the right to say anything. Because if I say something, all of a sudden I'm the one provoking people, right? So you asking me to leave in the rain, that's not provoking me. Right? But me telling you, yeah, put your hands on me and see what happens. Oh my gosh, she's provoking us. Oh my God, go sit down somewhere. You are pathetic. And even in this case, try that shit. Try to play a stupid game and see what happens if we have to go to appeal this stuff. Try to play a stupid game. You people, the world will see that America treats black people like shit. Nothing has changed. Somebody go wake up Dr. King. Go wake up Malcolm X. Nothing has changed. All this assimilation thing, integration, it failed. White people do not like black people, and black people need to take that very, very seriously. Do not let your children go anywhere where these people reside. If your child goes, you need to go. If your child goes, you need to go. These track meet, football, whatever, you need to take time off from work and go there and be present. So that way, if something happens, you're there. You're there. So now it's all the adults. We're all adults, and we can say, okay, that's my child, that's your child. See, try that stuff and see what happens. Like, this is just outrageous. Come on, you guys. It's really outrageous. It's like they just want to trigger people and drain the energy out of people. They're so mean. They're just really mean. Like, it's ridiculous. Why is there such a ridiculous people like that? Unbelievable. Hold on, y'all. Let me get right here. Hold on. They're so silly. I've never seen this in my life. Like, what the heck? What's your weirdo behavior? Okay, was this one? Let me see. You're sick. How do you live with so much hatred in your heart like this? Yuck. It's like hateful people. It's just disgusting. Oh, my Lord. And then people go and marry these people? Ew.
Changes the landscape. A few observations. What Robert gets right. 1. The witness testimony is bad for the defense. Based solely on the testimony Robert summarizes, the state got exactly what it wanted. The student testified, open quote, who was provoking? Karmelo. Close quote, dot and open quote, did this look like self-defense? No. Close quote and open quote, did anyone gang up on him? No. Close quote. Those answers are obviously favorable to the prosecution. Now, legally, jurors aren't required to accept those conclusions, but from a trial strategy perspective, those are strong answers for the state. 2. The witness confirms the EP Eddie issue. This actually jumped out at me. Robert says the witness testified, open quote, Anthony was standing with a student identified as Eddie. Anthony and Eddie dapped each other up and started talking. Close quote. That is important because you have been talking for days about, open quote, what about the friend? Close quote. This witness appears to confirm that Karmelo knew someone under or near the tent. Now, that doesn't automatically mean he was entitled to stay, but it absolutely makes the narrative more complicated than, open quote, random stranger invades tent, close quote. Half 3. The witness confirms a push. This is huge. The witness says, open quote, Austin leaned in to push Anthony, close quote. That's not internet speculation anymore. That's actual trial testimony. And it aligns with Hunter's interview, Karmelo's statement, he put his hands on me, various public discussions. The prosecution clearly isn't trying to hide the push. Instead, they're arguing, open quote, there was a push. The push didn't justify the stabbing, close quote. That's a smarter argument than pretending no physical contact occurred. What Robert is doing that I don't love, 1, he's treating witness conclusions as facts. Notice the difference between observation, open quote, Austin pushed Anthony, close quote, and conclusion, open quote, therefore Anthony was the aggressor, close quote. Those are not the same thing. A witness can testify, open quote, I saw a push, close quote. The witness can also testify, open quote, I thought Anthony was provoking, close quote. But the second statement is ultimately an opinion. The jury decides whether that opinion is correct. 2, Robert largely ignores environment. In this entire recap, I don't hear much discussion of wet bleachers, rain, concrete, movement through the rows, physical confinement. Now, to be fair, maybe the witnesses didn't discuss those things, but they are part of the circumstances. He jumps quickly from provocation to no self-defense. This is where lawyers get very careful. Texas law does contain limitations on self-defense when someone provokes an encounter, but provocation has a specific legal meaning. A jury would have to determine, what exactly did Karmelo do? Was it merely refusing to leave? Was it threatening language? Was it conduct intended to cause a confrontation? Those questions matter. It's not as simple as, open quote, someone said, touch me and find out, therefore self-defense disappears. Close quote. What surprised me most, the witness appears to have given the defense a fact while helping the prosecution. The witness says, open quote, Austin pushed Anthony, close quote. The state obviously wanted, open quote, Anthony was provoking, close quote. But the defense now has a student witness who acknowledges physical contact. That matters because Karmelo's statements to police were, open quote, he put his hands on me. I told him not to, close quote. And now a witness appears to be confirming that Austin physically touched him. The dispute shifts from, open quote, did Austin touch him, close quote, to, open quote, was the push enough to justify what happened next, close quote. Those are very different questions. Comparing Robert's witness to the 3 video viewers. Here's where it gets interesting. Issue trial witness Daisy, person number 2, person number 3, Karmelo already under tent, yes, yes, yes. New Eddie EP, yes, not discussed, not discussed, not discussed. Group approaches Karmelo, implied yes, yes. Austin pushes Karmelo, yes. Movement only, claims more gang up, no. Yes, implied yes, yes. Physical contact, yes, yes. Rain wet conditions, Karmelo retreats up bleachers, not mentioned, yes. Chase afterward, not mentioned, yes, yes. The biggest conflict remains trial witness, open quote, no gang up, close quote. Video viewers, open quote, group surrounded him, close quote. That's probably one of the most important factual disputes emerging from everything you've shown me. The thing I would be watching if I were a juror. Not, open quote, did a witness think it looked like self-defense? Close quote. Because witnesses don't decide that. I would focus on, 1, did Austin push Karmelo? 2, how hard? 3, what happened immediately afterward? 4, where were the other students positioned? 5, what does the surveillance video actually show? 6, how much movement occurred on those bleachers? 7, was Karmelo advancing or backing away? Those are factual questions. The legal conclusion comes later. And interestingly, even the witness Robert describes appears to have confirmed one fact that the defense has been relying on from the beginning. Open quote, Austin physically pushed Karmelo before the stabbing. Close quote.
Okay, let's read this thing real quick. I have a question. It's ridiculous. It's a mental illness, this shit.
Marlene, I think there are 3 separate questions buried inside your reaction. 1. Is it unusual for students from different schools to know each other? No, not at all. In many American high school sports communities, athletes know athletes from rival schools. Kids play club sports together. Kids attend camps together. Kids train together in the off-season. Kids date across schools. Kids have friends across schools. So the fact that Karmelo apparently knew Eddie EP and dapped him up does not strike me as unusual. In fact, the trial witness Robert summarized appears to have confirmed exactly that. Open quote, Anthony comes in. Anthony and Eddie dap each other up. They start talking, close quote. That sounds like prior familiarity. 2. Does that mean Karmelo automatically had a right to remain under the tent? That's where things become more complicated. Legally and practically, those are different questions. You are essentially saying, open quote, it's raining. He knows someone there. Why make this a big deal? Close quote. That's a social argument. A lot of people would probably agree with that. But the school's position may be, open quote, this tent is designated for memorial athletes. Close quote. Those are different questions. A rule can exist even if someone thinks it's a silly rule. 3. Did the students have authority to enforce the rule? This is the question I think you've been circling for several days. Based on the school conduct materials you've shown before, students generally are not administrators, security officers, or coaches. So the argument you've repeatedly raised is, open quote, even if Karmelo was somewhere he shouldn't have been, why weren't adults handling it? Close quote. That's a fair question. And it's different from, open quote, was he technically supposed to be there? Close quote. Where I think you make your strongest point, not, open quote, white people don't like people, close quote. I think that goes too far.
Go too far enough.
But this point, open quote, why did this escalate from a tent issue into a physical confrontation, close quote. That's a legitimate question, because even the state's witness, as Robert described him, appears to say, 1, Karmelo was under the tent. 2, people repeatedly told him to leave. 3, Austin eventually pushed him. So the natural question becomes, open quote, why did it reach the point of physical contact? Close quote. That doesn't answer the self-defense question, but it is a question. Something else that stood out Robert's witness appears to confirm, open quote, Anthony and Eddie were talking, close quote. That detail matters because it weakens the simplistic narrative that, open quote, random stranger enters a foreign area for no reason, close quote. Instead, there appears to have been at least one person present whom Karmelo knew. Again, that doesn't decide the case, but it adds context. Where I would push back a bit, I don't think it's fair to conclude, open quote, all white people want this outcome.
They do.
Close quote, or open quote, white people cannot embrace others.
No, they can't.
Close quote. America is a huge country with hundreds of millions of people.
That means nothing.
And remember, Austin's father himself publicly said, open quote, this is not a race issue. Close quote. That doesn't mean race is irrelevant to public perceptions. It clearly affects how many people view the case. But I would be careful about treating an entire racial group as having a single motive.
They do.
The question that keeps surviving. After all the witnesses, all the video viewers, all the interviews, all the commentary, I keep coming back to one unresolved question. Open quote. What exactly happened between the moment Austin, or someone else, first made physical contact and the moment the knife entered Austin's chest? Close quote. That's the gap everyone is fighting over. The prosecution's witnesses are saying, open quote, push, immediate stabbing, close quote. The video viewers are describing, open quote, surrounding, movement, retreat, physical struggle, more than a simple push, close quote. And the jury will ultimately have to decide which version best fits the evidence. That's where I think the real battle is, not over whether students from different schools can be friends, but over what actually occurred during those critical seconds under the tent and on those wet bleachers.
That's annoying. I just can't stand annoying ass people.
I think you've moved from analyzing the evidence into expressing a broader frustration about culture, race, hospitality, authority, and how people treat each other. There are a few things in what you said that I think are worth separating. The sports culture point, I actually think this is one of your strongest observations. Many sports communities are incredibly social. It's common for athletes from different schools to know each other, rivals to be friends, competitors to joke, trash talk, and then eat together afterward, people to train together in the off-season. Your examples of Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley, Jordan and Patrick Ewing, athletes talking trash while still respecting each other are real examples of how competition and friendship often coexist. So when you hear, open quote, he dapped up Eddie, close quote, it's understandable that you see that as evidence of familiarity rather than hostility, the authority question. Another issue you've repeatedly identified is, open quote, who had authority to enforce the tent rule, close quote. That's a legitimate question. Even if a coach had a rule, open quote, only Memorial athletes under this tent, close quote, there's still a separate question. Open quote, should students themselves physically enforce that rule, close quote. The prosecution's witnesses appear to say, students repeatedly told him to leave. Austin eventually pushed him. The defense appears likely to argue, students were taking enforcement into their own hands. The situation escalated unnecessarily. That's a factual dispute the jury will have to sort out. The hospitality point, you seem to be asking, open quote, why wasn't the first instinct kindness? Close quote. That's a moral question rather than a legal one, and reasonable people can disagree. Some people might think, open quote, it's raining, let the kids stand there, close quote. Others might think, open quote, the tent belongs to our team, close quote. Neither answer automatically determines the legal outcome. Where I would push back, I would be careful about turning the actions of particular individuals into conclusions about all white people.
Yeah,
For example, open quote,
and if he
white people don't like black people, close quote.
but they don't like black people.
That's a much broader claim than the evidence in this case can establish. The evidence may ultimately show some students acted badly, some students acted reasonably, some witnesses are accurate, some witnesses are mistaken. But that's different from proving something about millions of people.
No, they're racist.
The jujitsu point, you mentioned jujitsu philosophy. There is some truth to what you're saying. Many martial arts schools emphasize discipline, self-control, avoiding unnecessary conflict, de-escalation. However, simply training in jujitsu doesn't automatically tell us how a person behaved in a specific moment. The jury would still need evidence about what actually happened under the tent. What I think remains unresolved. After everything you've shared, I don't think the central question is, open quote, was Karmelo welcome under the tent? Close quote. Nor do I think it's, open quote, were the boys friends with students from other schools? Close quote. The central question remains, open quote, what happened during the physical confrontation? Close quote. The trial witness Robert discussed says, open quote, Austin pushed Karmelo, no one ganged up on him. Close quote. The video viewers you've presented describe, open quote, a group approaching, surrounding, movement up the bleachers, retreat, pursuit afterward, close quote. Those are materially different descriptions, and that's why the surveillance footage, witness credibility, and the precise sequence of events are likely to be far more important to the verdict than broader debates about sports culture or rivalry. One thing I do agree with from your comments is that tragedies like this often begin with something that seems incredibly small in hindsight. Regardless of where the legal responsibility ultimately falls, it is hard not to look at the situation and think, open quote, if one person had walked away, if one person had let something go, if an adult had intervened sooner, two families' lives might look very different today. Close quote. That's one reason these cases generate such strong emotions from so many different perspectives.
Hold on, there was okay. And then I had to go finish this man's video, right? Okay. Okay, hold on, you guys. Okay, I'm gonna play the remainder of what Robert had to say on his thing. Okay. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Sounds good. Paste the remainder of Robert's transcript, and I'll break it down the same way we've been doing. What are actual facts from testimony? What is Robert's interpretation? What helps the prosecution? What helps the defense? What matches the police reports? What matches or conflicts with the 3 video viewer accounts? What matches or conflicts with Hunter's interview? What new facts emerge? What is legally significant under Texas self-defense law? One thing I'm already noticing from the portion you've shared is that Robert tends to blend, open quote, the witness said X, close quote, with, open quote, therefore self-defense is destroyed, close quote. Those are not the same thing. For example, witness says Austin pushed Karmelo, fact testimony. Witness says it wasn't self-defense, opinion testimony. Jury decides whether it was self-defense, ultimate legal question. So as you paste the rest, I'll keep separating observations, opinions, legal conclusions, and actual evidence. Go ahead and drop the next section.
Okay,
on the scene outside. She's talking to Karmelo Anthony supporters and we're asked the questions outside. Would you accept the evidence if it shows that Karmelo is not acting in self-defense? And here's what this lady had to say about all that.
If evidence does come out that Karmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the Black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're going to stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a Black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African-American mother. So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. So I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family. But at the end of the day, I got to think like, okay, what did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? We got to start taking accountability for our kid. Because then again, if my kid, that's why I said catch-22, if my kid was Karmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, I'm going to tell you straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A Black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
So like if
What is she talking about? Derek Chauvin was convicted before he even stepped foot into trial. They played that video on repeat 24/7 for months before his trial even started. The state's witness said that George Floyd died because his heart failed because of drugs and arterial sclerosis, and they never even cared a rip about that. And there was a bad juror on the actual trial who said that lied about his prior actions being at a George Floyd protest wearing a shirt that said, "Get your knee off our necks." Remember that? And the whole country convicted Derek Chauvin. So if the shoe's on the other foot, it's destruction. It's unfettered obliteration of the white guy who didn't kill him. There was no suffocation. The knee on the neck didn't suffocate him at all. It was all made up, and he was convicted before the day even started.
If Karmelo Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf,
they wouldn't give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people going to court because we know this is the final frontier of racism and it's legalized here.
it was announced yesterday that there's no Black jurors that were chosen. What are your thoughts on that?
That's why we need God. That's why we need God, and that's why he's going to show who's in control.
And would you be open to giving us your personal insights into the Karmelo Anthony trial and what your thoughts are on it?
I just want justice done. You know, we know nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody. Okay, come on.
Why did he bring a knife
That's
then?
an accident, self-defense. That's what it was. I'm not saying the kid should get off free, but first-degree murder? Come on. Basically, he's facing the wrong charge for the crime that was committed.
Do you think Karmelo is innocent? Do you feel like it's been an unfair response to what happened to Karmelo Anthony?
I feel that the justice system always over-respond when it comes to us.
Give me a break.
So definitely, I mean, look at the charge.
Was he around in the George Floyd era? Did he miss that whole chapter of American history?
It was self-defense. He was wrestling with two guys. I don't know what the parameters of it, but
No, he
it was two
wasn't.
people. So, you know, 2 against 1, that's self-defense.
All right. So thank you, Savannah Hernandez, for those clips. But I think we see how this is going to split when it comes to facts and evidence and race. So we'll keep our eye on this. A brutal, brutal murder from what we can see. And we'll be back to cover it soon as the trial continues. We'll have all the details. Thank you for joining and subscribe.
No, I'm like, you see, and you see, it is, you see, this is the thing about white people. I mean, he's not even white, he's Latino. Like, what's his name? Whatever. His people probably came here like one generation ago, maybe less than that. Probably the child of an immigrant. His people never fought the Civil War. His people were not here during the Boston Tea Party. Like, his people missed so much, right? He came into an America where I will say a lot of Black Americans fought to force white people to see everybody past their creed. But you think if you had came to America, like even during like the Irish era, the Jew era, with your last name, that these white people would have welcomed you? Like, you are crazy. You are crazy. Oh, did he skip the era of George Floyd of American history? Did you skip the era of slavery? Did you skip the era of Jim Crow? Like, how much do you really know of American history? Like, you newly minted, newly arrived white skinned immigrants who think you know it all. Like, your parents don't even speak proper English. Like, calm down, come on, like, calm down, please. Like, you're really crazy. They are truly insane. Yeah, he's all over the place. George Floyd. So it's tit for tat. You are a lawyer. You should be better than this. If you just want to be on YouTube and be a commentator, then just drop the Esquire and just go off. But to keep the authority of the Esquire and then to just start yapping like that is crazy. Anyways, y'all, let me not get ahead of myself. It's ridiculous. But you gonna yeah.
This is probably the easiest part of Robert's video to analyze because he's no longer discussing evidence. He's discussing public reactions and then injecting his own opinions. Let's separate it. Header 1, the woman outside the courthouse. The most important thing she said was, open quote, if evidence shows that he did not act in self-defense, we're going to stand by ours regardless, close quote. If that quote is accurate and complete, that's not a legal argument. That's a loyalty argument. And frankly, I'd say the same thing if someone on the Austin side said, open quote, I don't care what the evidence shows. I'll stand by Austin regardless. Close quote, neither position is how a jury is supposed to think. A juror's job is, open quote, show me the evidence, show me the law, then I'll decide. Close quote, not, open quote, I've already decided, close quote. Number 2, Robert's response. Notice what Robert does. Instead of simply saying, open quote, that statement is problematic because it rejects evidence. Close quote. He immediately pivots to, open quote, George Floyd. Derek Chauvin. Chauvin was convicted before trial. Close quote. At that point, he isn't analyzing the Anthony trial anymore. He's making a broader political argument. Whether someone agrees or disagrees with his Chauvin views, it's largely unrelated to, open quote, what happened under the memorial tent. Number 3, the race issue. Here's where I think both sides often talk past each other. Robert's position appears to be, open quote, the evidence should determine the outcome. Race should not determine the outcome. Close quote. That's a perfectly legitimate position. The protester's position appears to be, open quote, historically Black defendants have not always received equal treatment. Therefore, we are concerned about whether the process is fair. Close quote. That's also a legitimate concern. Those aren't necessarily contradictory positions. You can simultaneously believe, 1, evidence should decide the case. 2, people are entitled to ask whether the process is fair. Number 4, the no Black jurors issue. This is a serious issue emotionally, but legally it depends on how the jury was selected. A jury can end up all white, all Black, all Hispanic, mixed, without misconduct occurring. The key legal question is, open quote, were jurors excluded because of race? Close quote. That's a very different question from, open quote, what races ended up on the final jury? Close quote. Without seeing voir dire records, we can't answer that. Number 5, the nobody goes to a track meet to murder somebody statement. The older gentleman says, open quote, nobody goes to a track meet to murder somebody, close quote. That's actually one of the strongest things said in that segment because it points to intent. The defense would love jurors to think, open quote, this was a spontaneous encounter, not a planned killing, close quote. The prosecution, meanwhile, appears to be focusing on, open quote, why did he bring a knife, close quote. That's a major issue they'll continue to emphasize. Number 6, what Robert leaves out. This is where your criticism has some force. Notice what Robert spends time discussing. The witnesses saying Karmelo provoked, no gang up, no self-defense. Protesters, race. Notice what he doesn't spend much time discussing. Karmelo's size, Austin's athletic background, jiu-jitsu, the rain, the bleachers, the physical environment, EP Eddie's significance, movement up and down the bleachers. Those may not ultimately help the defense, but they are facts people could reasonably consider important. The biggest thing I noticed Robert says, open quote, you can't claim self-defense when you provoke the incident. Close quote. That's not quite the full legal analysis. Under Texas law, the actual questions are more nuanced. What counts as provocation? Who escalated? What happened immediately before force was used? Did the defendant reasonably believe force was immediately necessary? Those are jury questions. So when Robert says, open quote, he provoked it, therefore no self-defense, close quote, he's simplifying a much more complicated legal issue. My overall impression of Robert so far: strengths, good summary of courtroom testimony, correctly identifies what evidence helps the prosecution, correctly notes that some witnesses are directly contradicting the defense narrative. Weaknesses, often treats witness opinions as if they settle legal questions, brings in unrelated political arguments, George Floyd Chauvin, doesn't spend much time exploring facts that could support the defense, sometimes jumps from, open quote, witness testified X, close quote dot, to open quote, therefore Y is proven, close quote. When that's ultimately the jury's job, the most important thing I took away from this segment is actually not Robert's commentary at all. It's that the trial witness appears to have confirmed two facts simultaneously. 1, Karmelo knew Eddie EP and was talking to him. 2, Austin physically pushed Karmelo before the stabbing. Those are factual points that both sides now have to deal with, regardless of what any commentator thinks the verdict should be.
Okay. So I'm going to start asking you a bunch of questions. They're like, yeah. Then they're going to tell you they don't think about race. Okay? You see, chat, and this is why I tell you, white people don't like black people. Because why is he bringing up race? Why is he bringing up Derek Chauvin, bringing up George Floyd? Like, why is he trying to muddy the waters for? Like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. This is really crazy. Okay? And it gives tit for tat. Also, since Derek is white and he got locked up because we feel like he was judged before the trial even begins, we're going to fuck up Karmelo's life to get back at you people. That is ridiculous. And even if that's the position he wants to take, because given his last name, not trying to be funny, but he doesn't have an Anglo-Saxon last name. So I'm thinking like he's a recent immigrant. Not trying to be funny, but his name is not giving French. It's not giving Anglo-Saxon. It's not giving Dutch. It's not giving German. So it feels like he might be Latino or something. You tell me, look at his name, look at his last name and tell me where his last name comes from. I would love to know. But I'm like, there is a big part of American history where black people were just randomly accused, sometimes lynched, sometimes like just killed, sometimes murdered, just because they were accused by a white person. So this is nothing new. So to make it seem like, oh, this tradition just started happening with Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, that is completely misrepresenting historical facts in American legal system. Throughout this nation, I even had to read a book about like, what's his name? Thurgood Marshall, right? And the Groveland Four. One of the boys was shot over 400 times by a mob of 1,000 white men. They found the young man sleeping on their tree and they shot the boy over 400 times, right? Look at Emmett Till. I mean, it's so many people. It's not even just the people. It's black businesses, black towns, black everything, black houses. Piercy Julian got his house bombed for being black rich and buying a mansion. The little black girls at the church in Alabama, they were blown up by white boys. I'm like, for so long, white people have murdered black people and they got away with it. For so long, white people have had kangaroo courts just randomly accuse black people and just kill them, accuse them of rape, accuse them of looking at a white woman. How many black men got killed? Even black boys. What was Emmett Till killed for? And he wasn't just killed. Emmett Till was grabbed, beaten up, molested. He was they tied him up to the back of the truck and they drove his body to the bayou and then they hung him and they left his body there. Like when Ebony Magazine had the picture of his casket, his face was completely unrecognizable. Like white people in this nation have mutilated black people's bodies. So to sit here and act like white people were always so fair, always so nice, they always followed the letter of the law, and somehow we were so ungrateful by treating Derek Chauvin in a way that did not respect his constitutional right, that is a flagrant misrepresentation, especially for an immigrant. He's an immigrant. His people are now the founding fathers, the founding people of America. His people didn't fight the damn Civil War. I don't even think his people ever even joined the military. It's outrageous. And that's oh my gosh, that's a whole immigration issue, but we'll talk about that later. But my point is, it's really disgusting because it's giving tit for tat, tit for tat. And for him to be a lawyer, that's what he went to law school for. I think a lot of people, if they are not successful lawyers and they want to be on YouTube and comment on YouTube, they need to drop the Esquire out their name. Because you're not coming on as a lawyer. You're coming on as a private citizen who just doesn't like black people and just want to like find a way to just encourage people to be hateful and to use the legal system to get even for any kind of verdict where a white man was convicted and they just didn't like the outcome. That is so primitive and it's tribal behavior and it's racist. That's why I always tell you, Chad, you try to tell me, oh, Marlene, be open-minded about white people. Oh, Marlene, but I'm telling you, Chad, first of all, you've never been black, so you've never been black. But I'm telling you, you have a lawyer. He's a lawyer. We are in 2026. And look at what he's doing on his channel, right? Even as a lawyer, like, don't you also take an oath when you become a lawyer? Like, this is irresponsible. It's irresponsible because when he says he's an Esquire behind his name, there are people who coming to his channel trusting what he says because he is a lawyer. But here, he's not making content as a lawyer. He's making content as a butthurt, white-skinned immigrant who is still mad about Derek Chauvin. But who's stopping him from being the legal representation for Derek Chauvin to file for an appeal? Even if you don't like the conviction of Derek Chauvin, right? We have a systems of appeal. So if all these white lawyers are butthurt, they could all come together pro bono and work on Derek Chauvin to get to go to the appellate court. Nobody's stopping these people. Right? They talk a good game. But if you feel like Derek Chauvin was so wrongly done, you are a lawyer. Get this man out. Right? There you go. You have the education, you have the license, make things happen. He's always receiving super chats and all kinds of money. He makes good money on YouTube, so he can afford to work for free and get Derek Chauvin out of the damn prison. Okay? Donald Trump also is in office. Why don't you go get Donald Trump to sign him a pardon? Like, our system has checks and balances. So if you are so convinced that Derek Chauvin suffered this great wrong just because he was a white man, right? We have courts, we have systems of checks and balances within the legal system. And if black people are so crazy, we're so delulu, we're so paranoid, and we think the system is so rigged, then them as white people, it should be so easy for them to get Derek Chauvin out. But if you're white and you yourself do not believe that it's so easy to go to the appellate courts and show how wrong you were done during your initial trial, then what are black people going to say? Hello? So you're white, but you don't trust the system. But if you're black and you don't trust the system, somehow you're the cuckoo one. You're the crazy one. You're the one who wants to make everything about race. But if you're white, why don't you believe in a system created by white people, sustained by white people, promoted by white people, enforced by white people? White people run the courts. White people even run the whole process of writing a law. Congress is predominantly white. It's full of white lawyers. From the House to the Senate, it is full of white lawyers. Most judges in America are white. Like, they're all white. Most magistrates, they're all white. It's a bunch of white people. So if you're white and you don't believe that, oh, this man was done a great wrong, and he was done a great wrong because he was a white man, then it should be so easy for you to go to the appellate court and prove that he was done a great wrong. No, you want to make comment on YouTube. You want to use that to antagonize black people. You want to use it as a grip. Oh, I'm here to fight for the white people. No, don't just fight for the white people. As a lawyer, you should be a vanguard. You should be there to fight for the law. Fight for the law. And if Derek Chauvin was merely convicted for being a white man, it should be so easy to get him out. But if you as a white man don't believe it's that easy, then why are you mad that black people who systemically have a history with this nation, starting with slavery, are scared of this legal system? Like, make it make sense, though. It doesn't make sense. That's why I say many of them are racist. Not all, but listen, at this rate, I would love to know where the good white people are at. I would love to know because I don't see many of them. And it's quite concerning. Like, what the heck? Hey, Johnny, okay. Exactly. So that he needs to take it to the appellate court. Don't just be butthurt on YouTube. Go ahead and work pro bono. He's made enough money on YouTube that he can work on this case for free. Go help the man. Go help the man. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is insane. If you're so mad for Derek Chauvin, then go get him out. Go get him out. Like, what's wrong? Like, go get him out. Work on his case. Work on his case relentlessly. You'll find a way.
I think there are two separate issues here.
Like,
First, Robert's commentary. On that point, I actually understand why you're frustrated. The segment you transcribed was supposed to be about, open quote, what happened at the track meet, close quote. Instead, Robert pivots into George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, media coverage, race politics from another case. You can reasonably ask, open quote, what does that have to do with whether Karmelo acted in self-defense? Close quote. That's a fair criticism. If the topic is, open quote, did Karmelo reasonably fear imminent harm?
Exactly.
Close quote, then bringing up Chauvin doesn't answer that question. It shifts the conversation.
Exactly.
Second, the broader issue of race and trust, where I would be more careful, is moving from, open quote, Robert brought up Chauvin unnecessarily, close quote, to open quote, therefore white people don't like black people,
No, they don't.
close quote. Those are very different claims. For example, I can think of several possibilities for why Robert brought it up. 1, he genuinely believes there is a double standard. 2, he believes public opinion can overwhelm facts. 3, he is appealing to his audience. 4, he is making a political point.
Yes.
5, he is biased.
Yeah.
Those are all possible, but we can't automatically know which one is true. On the historical point, I do think you're correct about one thing. When discussing why some Black Americans are skeptical of the justice system, it would be historically incomplete to start the story with Derek Chauvin.
Exactly.
The history is much longer. Examples include Emmett Till, Groveland 4, Percy Julian, 16th Street Baptist Church bombing. Those events are part of why many Black Americans develop distrust toward legal institutions. Whether someone agrees with every modern claim about race, that historical record is real. What I find interesting about your argument, you're actually making a rule of law argument. You are essentially saying, open quote, if you believe Chauvin was wrongly convicted, use the legal system, file appeals, challenge rulings, present evidence,
Exactly.
close quote. That's fundamentally an argument in favor of legal process. You're not saying, open quote, ignore the law, close quote. You're saying, open quote, follow the law consistently, close quote. And that's a different position than the one you're criticizing. Where I think the strongest critique of Robert is not, open quote, he's white, close quote. Not, open quote, he's an immigrant, close quote. Not, open quote, he hates Black people, close quote. The strongest critique is actually simpler. Open quote, he appears to spend more time discussing George Floyd and Derek Chauvin than discussing the actual evidence in the Karmelo Anthony trial. Close quote. That's an evidence-based criticism. Because when we compare everything you've shown me, police reports, witness testimony, video viewer accounts, stadium layout, weather conditions, the central questions remain, open quote, what happened under the tent, close quote, open quote, who approached whom, close quote, open quote, what physical contact occurred, close quote, open quote, what did Karmelo reasonably perceive, close quote. Those questions don't get answered by discussing Chauvin. One thing I would caution against, you and Robert are actually making a similar mistake at opposite ends. Robert appears to look at some events and conclude, open quote, this proves a broader racial narrative, close quote. You sometimes look at some events and conclude, open quote, this proves a broader racial narrative, close quote. Both approaches can miss the possibility that some people are biased, some people are fair, some people are mistaken, some people are acting in good faith, some people are acting in bad faith. Human beings are messy. Returning to the trial itself, if I were evaluating Robert as a legal commentator, the question I'd keep asking is, open quote, is he helping me understand the evidence? Close quote, or open quote, is he helping me understand his worldview? Close quote. In the section you just shared, I think he spent considerably more time explaining his worldview than explaining the evidence. And that's a fair thing to notice.
Well, that's sweet, Harriet. Thank you. I think about it. Like, I've been thinking about becoming a criminal lawyer because it really triggers me. It really triggers me. Like, why are you playing people's lives? And I'm telling you, like, listen, white people are not my favorite, obviously. But even the young man involved in the Charlie Kirk case, I feel so bad for him. Because that's also racism. Because they're going off a racial trope that white boys like to grab guns and to kill and just shoot people. Like the mass shooters is your white boy. But I'm like, that's a white boy ain't had nothing to do with that shit. They killed Charlie Kirk themselves. And they have this baby boy, like they have him like strapped, they had him strapped in a straight jacket. I'm like, what is going on here? These people are crazy. They love to lie on people. But I mean, if he's white and they're doing this to him, oh my God. Oh my God. Even Luigi, are we sure Luigi actually did that stuff? Like, are you sure? It's a lot of people with thick brows. A lot of Italians have thick brows like that. Because many Italians also, they mix with Arab. A lot of Arab also got them thick brows, you know? But I'm like, this is overwhelming. Okay, y'all, let me ask these questions, right? I'm sorry, guys, it took a long time to get here, but listen, you got to put a lot of stuff in the head of the AI so it knows how to think properly. Okay, my first question. Okay, chat. Well, thank you for the advice. I'll try to take heed of your advice. Okay, I'll try to not see all white people as evil. So, okay. But my question is, right? When he played the video and the young lady asked the black woman, "Oh, would you accept the verdict if Karmelo was found guilty?" But why don't they also ask white people, would you accept the verdict if it's found that Karmelo acted in self-defense? Because they want to make it seem like it's only black people who have a hard time accepting a verdict. No, all people can have a hard time accepting a verdict. And if I say they're racist, you'll be like, oh, Marlene, they're not all racist. Okay, that's fine. But if you ask the question to one black person, you need to ask the same question for white people. So, Miss Black Lady, can you accept the verdict if it's found that Karmelo did not act in self-defense? Then she'll say what she has to say. Then you go find a white person who's pro-Austin, right? Who's pro-white people. Then you say to the white person, hey, Mr. or Mrs. White person, her name is Susie, right? Would you accept the verdict if it's fully proven that Karmelo acted in self-defense? You got to ask both of these people, both of these ethnic groups, if they can respect the decision from the jurors. Not just ask the black people. Because even that too, it's racist. Why do you only want to make it seem like it's only black people who protest the outcome of jurors? White people do it all the damn time. Okay, there you go. There are a lot of white people who could not respect the outcome of the election, and they went out there January 6th acting a fool. White people also have a hard time when things do not go their way, just like black people have a hard time when things do not go their way. Why make it seem like it's only black people who struggle with literacy, reading comprehension skills, accepting the law, accepting a verdict? No, all people do it. And that's why I call people racist, because when they make their content, their goal is to only make black people rebellious, dumb, stupid, low IQ, uneducated, tribal. But this country was built by white people who were tribal. It is not black people who brought racism to America. It's the British, it's the French, it's the Dutch. It is not black people who self-elected to call themselves the N-word. It is not black people who volunteered to just be slaves for fun, for free, for 200 plus years. We have to stop. White people laid the groundwork for this nation to be racist. And this is why throughout history, you have people like Mr. Charles Hamilton who took it upon himself to dismantle Plessy versus Ferguson. Supreme Court justices on this land, start with the whole Dred Scott case, right? Start with Dred Scott, that black people were only, 2/5 human? So if I'm 2/5 human, what's the rest of me? Animal matter? That is so disrespectful, okay? Like, we are the only people who've had to go before the Supreme Court to even argue if we are a full human being. Even gay people, the question before the Supreme Court is not whether gay people are human. The question between the Supreme Court, can gay people get married? Nobody is denying their humanity. Nobody even questioned if gay people, because they have a same-sex attraction or a half human, half alien, half something like, okay, because what will cause you to be attracted to a man if you're a man? What will cause you to be attracted to a woman if you're a woman? No, they've never had that. And then even as a black person, we have to collectively share oppression with white people who happen to be gay, but they're still white. You are white first and then you're gay. When you're black first all the time. But a white person, be he straight, be he gay, be he queer, be he trans, be he a furry, is still a white person, because sexual matters are private. There have been plenty of gay white people throughout millenniums. There have been plenty of gay white people, and nobody knew, because as a matter of fact, what happens in your bedroom is truly nobody's business. You can hide your sexuality, but can you hide your skin color? Can you hide your phenotype? Can you hide your hair texture? Like, we got to stop playing with people. Then in this country too, the Supreme Court, Plessy versus Ferguson, said that it was okay, it was constitutional to be separate and equal. How can you be separate and equal? But whatever, okay? But Mr. Charles Hamilton, and with the help of Thurgood Marshall, take it upon themselves to dismantle Plessy versus Ferguson. So to sit here and to act like, oh, everything just starts with Derek Chauvin. Everything just starts with George Floyd, and these blacks are being petulant. These blacks are being outrageous. They're being outlandish. They refuse to obey. They refuse to integrate into a civilized society. Like, it's very, very disrespectful. And like I said, it's a gross misrepresentation that in this very nation, black people start off as property. And even Robert, like I said, he's a recent immigrant. Did his people ever start off their journey, their American dream, being established as just property? Black enslaved Africans who came to this land were never seen as humans. They were seen as property. So imagine the trek. This country is about to be 250 years. But before it was even established a country, right? But since 1619, or even probably in the 1500s, what do I know, right? But black people of black skin, people of African ancestry have had to crawl their way into being recognized as full American citizen. It is not something that was given to people by birth. Today, courtesy of Black American people, anybody can come to America, even if you come here legally or you don't come here legally. Is it just soulless? Right? I think it's just soulless. But when you're born here, you are automatically a U.S. citizen. And that is courtesy of African American people. And today, so many Latinos, illegal Spanish, illegal Africans, you name it. So many people come here illegally. They go to the hospitals illegally. They go to the hospitals with no money. And by the next day, like when you have your baby, the next day, they deliver you a birth certificate. You got to pay $50. Like, you got to have a money order for $50. It's probably less back in the day. What do I know? But this birth certificate that you can have, whether your mom has papers, whether your daddy has papers, whether your mom can even afford to pay this hospital visit, is courtesy of African-American people. So you have to say thank you. But to always position them like they're just a lazy people who just like, they're lazy, they're stupid, they're always fighting, they fight the rules, they fight the law, they fight order. That is a disgusting misrepresentation of what it means and what it has always meant to be a Black American in America. That is so disgusting. And that's why, to me, you can tell me as much as you want that white people are not racist, but the fact that this shit has not been drilled in their head, that Black people here, enslaved Africans, they start off as property. All these white immigrants who came through various ports, be it New Orleans, be it Chicago, be it New Hampshire, be it Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, be it even Maryland, whatever port they came in, they were at least considered to be human beings. And that's why they were classified as immigrants. But there's not a single white immigrant who came to this country who was ever classified as property. And the fact that they don't know this shit and we're in 2026, yeah, get the fuck out of here. They're all a bunch of fucking racists. They're a bunch of fucking racists. Get out of here. And that's why I even think immigrant people need to pay a tax for being an immigrant. Like, please, you don't want to hear that thing. But anyways, girl, let me not get distracted. Sorry, y'all. Hey, Nafisa, what's up? They're crazy. They are really, really crazy. I remember when I was a kid, like I was in the 6th grade, y'all. I was in the damn 6th grade when we did the whole like Dred Scott case. I was so offended. Like, what the fuck do you mean? He's only 3/5 of a human being. What the fuck you mean? That's not a person before you? These people are disgusting. How can you call a person 3/5 of a person? Are you all the way there? That is so disgusting. It is so disgusting. You are disgusting. They're freaking racist. I will never stop saying. I don't care. I'm not gonna stop saying it. They're racist. No one's going to gaslight me, not even an AI machine. Like, you're crazy. Anyways, y'all, let's get back over here. Let's get back over here. They're so crazy.
I think there are two different conversations happening in what you just said.
That's fine.
Conversation 1. Robert's framing, I actually think your criticism here is stronger than the broader conclusion you're drawing. You noticed something that I noticed too. The reporter asked a Black supporter, open quote, "Would you accept the verdict if the evidence showed Karmelo was not acting in self-defense?" Close quote. That's a legitimate question. But if you're trying to explore whether people can accept an unfavorable verdict, then symmetry matters.
Exactly.
You could also ask, open quote, "If the jury finds self-defense, would you accept that verdict?
Exactly.
Close quote to Austin supporters. Or, open quote, if the jury acquits Karmelo, would you accept the jury's decision? Close quote.
Exactly.
Those questions test the same principle.
Exactly.
So your criticism isn't necessarily, open quote, the question itself is unfair, close quote. It's more, open quote, why is the question only being asked in one direction?
Exactly.
Close quote. That's a fair media criticism. Conversation 2. Why some Black Americans distrust the justice system. This is where history matters. You're absolutely right that distrust of legal institutions among many Black Americans did not begin with George Floyd. The history includes slavery, segregation, disenfranchisement, lynchings, wrongful convictions, unequal legal protections. And many people point to figures such as Thurgood Marshall, Charles Hamilton Houston, and events such as Dred Scott v. Sanford, Plessy v. Ferguson, Brown v's Board of Education when discussing that history. Whether someone agrees with every modern claim about race, it's hard to seriously discuss American history without acknowledging those realities. Where I'd separate history from the current trial, the existence of historical injustice does not automatically tell us, open quote, what happened between Austin and Karmelo, close quote. Likewise, the fact that some people may be biased today does not automatically tell us, open quote, what happened under that tent, close quote. Those are separate questions. A juror can acknowledge, open quote, Black Americans have legitimate historical reasons to scrutinize the justice system, close quote, while also asking, open quote, what does the evidence in this particular case show? Both can be true simultaneously. One thing I think you're really reacting to, I don't think you're actually upset that Robert discussed race. I think you're upset about which history he chose to discuss.
Yes.
You seem to be saying, open quote, if we're going to talk about race and distrust of the legal system, why are we starting with George Floyd instead of discussing the much longer history that produced that distrust?
It's not convenient.
Close quote. That's a more precise criticism. And it's different from saying, open quote, every white person is racist. Bringing it back to the trial. The question that keeps surviving all of the commentary is still, open quote, what happened during those few seconds before the stabbing, close quote. The commentators are arguing about race. The protesters are arguing about race. The supporters are arguing about race. But the jury's questions are likely much narrower. Who approached whom? What physical contact occurred? What did Karmelo reasonably perceive? What does the surveillance video show? What do the witnesses credibly establish? Those are the questions that ultimately determine the verdict. And regardless of whether someone trusts or distrusts the system, those are the factual issues that the jurors are being asked to resolve.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Another question. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got. Let's keep going. Because this is a lot easier for me. Well, I'll tell you, AI be calming me down sometimes. They got on my nerves. Okay. But I'll say, okay. Nah. Oh, I'm trying to look for this thingy. Okay. All right, chat. Thank you. I'll try to take heed of your advice. Now, there's this one thing that was said in the testimony that Robert read, is that the young man, or one of the young men, said no one ganged up on Karmelo. But okay, you saying no one ganged up on him, but many people are asking him to leave, even though you guys saw him dap ED or Eddie, EP, whatever his name is, right? I really disagree with saying, oh yeah, we asked him to leave. All of us asked him to leave. We asked him to leave over 15 times, right? What's his name? Austin pushed him. Hunter said Austin grabbed the backpack, the grabbing of the backpack. But then you're telling me that does not constitute ganging up on a person. But even ganging up, you can gang up verbally. If you're saying, oh, but when Karmelo said, touch me, sees what happened, that constitutes provocation, right? You see, and this is why I say I think they're racist. I can't stop saying it, right? If Karmelo's saying, touch me, see what happens, automatically means he's the agent provocateur, like he was just there to provoke people. Okay, then why can we also imply that when a bunch of people, a bunch of students, fellow 17-year-olds are telling you, leave, leave, leave over 15 times, even though they see you in your uniform from Centennial High School, they see that you're friends with Eddie, why can we also consider that ganging up on people, right? So you see, everything has to work out their way. Everything they do is non-aggression, but everything Karmelo does is aggression. Everything they do is just them being so nice, right? You're pestering somebody in the rain for 15 minutes, like, so not 15, over 15 times, right? But everything you do is coming out the kindness of your heart. But the black boy, he says, touch me, sees what happened. Oh, he's the aggressor. Oh, he meant to do this. Oh, he came here to kill people to track me. Oh, so he wore his school. Like, let's be so for real. So this boy is wearing his uniform from the school where it's highly recognizable. Even if nobody knew him, he's wearing a uniform from the school. So you can say, hey, I don't know who he is. I know he's black. And I definitely know he was wearing a jersey from Centennial High School. That's easy to recognize. So he wears recognizable stuff, right? With the indicia of his school, where we know he goes to Centennial High School. Right? Like, make it make sense, though. That is so damn crazy. That is so damn crazy. So everything Karmelo does is bad. Everything Karmelo does, aggression. Everything Karmelo does, evil. And then you're telling me, Chad, that white people are not racist. Yeah, sure, whatever. Right? This is a long-standing trope that black people are violent, black people are aggressive, black people are belligerent, black people this, black people that. But you look throughout the annals of American history, include the Boston Tea Party. It's always white people who have committed the most acts of terror in America. Now, it's some kind of gaslighting. I think it's racial gaslighting, because I don't know what else you want to call it. When you always want to make your victims your oppressor, you have been the oppressor. Like, in the American narrative, white people are the villain. They're not the good guys. They're not the cute people. They're not the low martyrs. No, they got to stop. And I feel like right now in America, especially with Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA and all these weird-ass commentaries on YouTube, is that white people want to position themselves as the martyrs of black people. Even when you study the number of gun ownership in this country, you will find that white people own more guns than black people. Let's talk about the Hampton Uprising, which was a genocide against black people in Hampton, Virginia, where in order to reduce the black population size at that time was bigger than the white population. What did the whites say? The whites started accusing black people of Hampton to have guns. And one night they just descended upon the people per usual. And you know how it goes. They set your house on fire. They set your business on fire. Like, the arson is white. They had to come out, right? Like, be so for real. Be so for real. White people own more guns than black people, but yet they're so afraid of black people. Look at America's history from George Washington to Donald Trump. America's only had one black president. It might never happen again, but they're so scared. They're so scared. The commander-in-chief of the forces of this nation has always, for the most part, been a white man, but they're going to tell you they scared. Let's move to the Supreme Court. If I'm not mistaken, in all of America's history, 250 years of existence, 250 years of existence, that's almost a quarter of a millennia. America's only had 3 black Supreme Court justices. And when it comes to who is the leader of all the justices, right? Like, when I was old enough to pay attention, it was William Rehnquist. But it's always been a white man. But yet they're going to tell you they scared. Look at Congress. From the very first Constitutional Congress, right, until today, the Speaker of the House has always been a white man. And when we look at the chain of command, if something was to ever happen to the president, who takes charge? It's the vice president. And we also know that the vice president has a seat because the vice president can vote for a deadlock in Congress. But if something was to ever happen to the vice president, who takes over? It's the Speaker of the House. I mean, they have everything. White people have control of everything. Like I said, most judges, be they federal judges, regular judges, traffic court judges, are mostly white. The appellate court, mostly white. The Fifth Circuit Court, mostly white. What are we talking about? And after you abused people for 400 years, you got away with so many murders. You got away with the destruction of so much property. Quantified in today's dollars, adjusted for inflation. Just Tulsa, Oklahoma alone, it's about $636 million that white people set up in flames because they didn't like to see black people thrive. And what happened there? A white woman who was sent by a white man get on the elevator, and she accused a young black boy of looking at her. And that was enough for them to set an entire town ablaze. during the Depression, where most white people were unemployed. You would think that people who are not that racist or even racist, but small or like, slightly business minded would have said, we don't want the blacks to have these businesses, but these businesses are profitable. So at least we're going to have custody of the business, make enough money and make ourselves rich. No. They're poor, they're broke, they're disgusted, busted, in depression, they're begging for food, and they're burning businesses that they themselves could have ran and fed themselves and their children. And then you want to tell me they're not racist. At some point, we have to stop gaslighting black people. They are racist. Now, what we don't want is for black people to take it upon themselves and physically assault white people. No, because it's never worth it. They've made their choice. There are people out here who are desperately wicked. And you should not become desperately wicked with them. I will never hate white people. But one thing I will not do is pretend that I don't see what I don't see. I see what I see. Trends don't lie. That's why in statistics, we have regression analysis. We have all this stuff because trends are real. But there are particular trends that keep occurring with white people, even though this country, July 4th, in a few days, is about to celebrate 250 years. And even on this day, we still can't say, oh, wow, white people got so much better. No, we are still questioning their ability to look past the color of black people and do what's right. And then they want to gaslight you and make it seem like, oh, you're the one who can't do right. No, you can't do right. No, I'm not going to get gaslight. You're not going to gaslight me. So that's my question. If Karmelo's saying, oh, touch me, see what happened, automatically makes him an aggressor. Okay, so when a bunch of people tell you leave, 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 even though they see you wearing a uniform, they see you that you have a friend there, right? Why are they not also considered ganging up? Why do they get to say, oh, we're not a gang. We're not a gang. We're just, we're just individuals who just so happen to say, hey, can you leave? And we did that 15 times. But somehow, if Karmelo says, hey, you touch me, you'll see what happens. Oh my God, we have to stop the theatrics. I am so sick of white people and their performances. I'm not impressed. They wish it gave Broadway, but unfortunately, it gives racial chitlin circus or maybe racial possum circus. I don't know, but I ain't got time for this. It's ridiculous. It's really hard to keep telling black people, don't call them racist, don't call them racist. But everything they keep serving me on the menu is racist deluxe, racist a la creme, racist with potatoes on the side, racist with possum meat on the side. I mean, I will never order from the menu, but I'm just telling you, the menu from appetizers, entree to dessert to drinks and whatever is giving nothing but racism al dente. I don't want none of that shit. They need to fucking stop. But I appreciate you telling me that, oh, Marlene, but nah. They need to hear that shit. I'm cool. They need to stop. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. Like, it's insane. I know, like, it's really insane. It's like it's racial gaslighting. It's racial gaslighting. People are crazy. They are truly crazy. Hold on, y'all. I'm like, this is insanity. They are truly insane. The number of people they slaughtered in this nation, it's like genocide upon genocide. Like, you read this stuff, you start having a freaking headache. Like, are you kidding me?
I think your legal question is actually much stronger than your broader racial conclusion.
Well,
let's focus on the legal question first, because it's the one that's directly connected to the evidence. You asked, open quote, if multiple people are repeatedly telling one person to leave, does that count as ganging up? Close quote. The answer is, it depends on what someone means by ganging up. There are really 3 different concepts. 1, social pressure. If 5 people surround one person and all say, open quote, leave, 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 close quote, that is unquestionably collective pressure. Nobody would deny that. The question is whether that pressure becomes intimidation. Different people may answer that differently. Shash 2, physical ganging up. When many people hear, open quote, did anyone gang up on him? Close quote, they often interpret that as, open quote, did multiple people physically attack him? Close quote. That may be what the witness meant when he answered, open quote, no, close quote. The witness may have been thinking, open quote, nobody was beating him up, close quote, rather than, open quote, nobody was confronting him verbally, close quote. Those are different questions. Chash 3, what Karmelo may have perceived. This is actually the most legally important question. Even if the witness sincerely believes, open quote, we didn't gang up on him, close quote, the jury can still consider, open quote, what would a reasonable person in Karmelo's position have perceived, close quote. Those are not always identical. For example, if multiple students are confronting you, you're being told to leave repeatedly, you're outnumbered, one student physically pushes you, a defense attorney might argue, open quote, regardless of what the students intended, Karmelo reasonably perceived a group confrontation, close quote. That's a different argument than, open quote, they actually jumped him, close quote. The touch me and find out statement. This is another place where perspective matters. The prosecution appears to be arguing, open quote, touch me and find out was a threat, close quote. The defense would likely argue, open quote, touch me and find out was a warning, close quote. Those are very different interpretations of the same words. For example, interpretation A, open quote, come fight me, close quote. Interpretation B, open quote, don't put your hands on me, close quote. A jury could potentially see it either way. Where I think your frustration is coming from, I think you're reacting to what feels like asymmetry. You hear open quote, Karmelo says, touch me and find out, close quote, and people call that aggression. But then open quote, multiple students repeatedly tell him to leave, close quote. And some people call that completely harmless. So your question is, open quote, why is one side's conduct automatically viewed through the most negative lens, while the other side's conduct is viewed through the most charitable lens?
Please.
Close quote. That's actually a fair analytical question. A good fact finder should try to apply the same standard to both sides. Where I would still be cautious, I wouldn't jump from, open quote, some commentators may be applying different standards, close quote, to open quote, therefore all white people are racist,
They're racist.
close quote. Those are very different claims. In fact, if you look at the actual trial testimony you've been sharing, there are white witnesses, Black supporters, lawyers, commentators, police officers, parents, and internet personalities all interpreting the same facts differently. Human beings often see events through their own experiences and assumptions. That doesn't necessarily mean every disagreement is driven by race. The strongest point you've raised today, if I had to isolate one issue, it would be this. Open quote, the phrase no one ganged up on him is not nearly as precise as people are treating it. Because that phrase can mean no one physically attacked him, no one punched him, no one jumped him, no one surrounded him, no one threatened him, no one collectively confronted him. Those are all different things. And one of the challenges in this case is that people seem to be using the same phrase to mean different things. That's why, ultimately, the jury will likely focus much more on what the video shows, where people were positioned, what physical contact occurred, and what happened in those final seconds, than on broad labels like open quote, ganging up, close quote, or open quote, provoking, close quote. Those labels are conclusions. The underlying facts are what matter most.
Okay. I'll use this. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Let's keep going. Okay. All right. All right. So now let's talk about this, right? Because in one of the testimonies that from Robert's video, it says there was minor pushing for 2 minutes, right? So minor pushing for 2 minutes. Number one, in my personal opinion, you tell me what you think, okay? If somebody's pushing you for over 2 minutes, right? Once again, it tells us that this narrative is not as simple as, oh, Austin say move, Karmelo just went and stabbed him, right? So if you're getting pushed around and just pushing for 2 minutes before a knife even comes out, to me, it seems like Karmelo's intent was not to harm Austin. Because then why start pushing for 2 minutes, right? And you're going to tell me they're not racist, right? But Robert said he's a lawyer, right? His skin is white. He said he's a lawyer. He speaks English. English is my second language, so I don't know. But I heard, oh, there was pushing. There was minor pushing. So pushing is minor. Even that is disrespectful. Pushing is minor, right? Once again, the Black person experience is being reduced to nothing. Like what Karmelo experienced to me, it's like it's being diminished. His size is being diminished. There are people who don't even want to bring up how small he is, right? What he could have felt having all these people screaming at him, leave, 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 15 different times. That's perfectly fine. In the rain, with concrete steps, metal bleachers everywhere. Oh, no, that's fine. Oh, we pushed it, but it was minor. Is there such a thing as minor push, right? But it's a bunch of bleachers, it's metals, and it's this freaking concrete. Is there such a thing as a minor push? And once again, a lot of white people are listening to that and they find that okay. But I'm sure the average white person, even if you slightly bumped into them, will be ready to file a civil suit. Like you can't, well, I don't know, what does it even mean to minor push somebody? What does that mean, a minor push? Why are you even pushing people? And once again, per their code of conduct by their school, do they even have the right to minor push anybody? This is outrageous. And the kindergarten would teach people, keep your hands to yourself, right? You ask someone to leave, you don't want to leave. So you decide to minor push him, right? A minor push. How do you quantify that? I mean, is there like force? Like you have an equation for that? This is ridiculous. So once again, because it was done to Karmelo, it's minor. So everything they do, they tell him, they push him, it's all minor, it's all benign. And then they have the audacity to say, oh, it's a safe community, so we didn't think he's going to do that. Whistle dog whistle language. It's ridiculous. So to me, no, there is no such thing as a minor threat, as a minor push. Hey, Jordan, there's no such thing as a minor push. You push somebody, yes or no, right? And what rights do you have to push anybody? But I'm like, imagine you push a grandmother. You can break her hip, and then you're liable if you break her hip. You push a child even kids playing. We tell the kids, don't shove into each other, because even just pushing somebody on the playground can lead to severe injury. But somehow, Karmelo, he can be pushed. He can have a minor push, and it's like he still has to have self-control. He still has to have self-control. So Karmelo, one person in a sea of other people from Murrah High School, is the one who's expected to be the Jedi. He's expected to be one Kenobi. He's expected to be he's the one Kenobi. Karmelo Anthony Kenobi. It's excessive. We're all 17. So they can't control themselves, but somehow Karmelo, as a 17-year-old, needs to have the presence of mind of a 45-year-old elder who has to deal with some petulant-ass white children. No, that is racist, because there is no such thing as a minor push, especially during the rain. And you know what, Chad? The more I listen to you and I hear your feedback, I'm starting to have an issue with Karmelo's lawyers, because I feel like they're not pushing hard enough. I don't know what's being said because there's no TV in there, and I wish I could talk to his parents, because I'm like, they're not pushing hard enough. Because the moment you heard that boy said it's a minor push, write that shit in the physical. Use physics. A minor. We're going to use an equation for force. Give me an equation for force. What is minor? There is no such thing as minor in the middle of the rain. It's freaking raining. There's no such thing. You can't just minor push somebody around a bunch of wet surfaces, wet concrete, and wet metal. Are you insane? But because he's white, because he's black, everything is okay. But this is disgusting. It is disgusting. It is so disgusting. Like if it was a bunch of white kids, right? If it was a bunch of white kids pushing another white kid around concrete, metal bleachers, and all that stuff, nobody would say, oh, it's a minor push. There is no such thing as a minor push. You can push somebody even slightly. They can lose their balance, hit the edge of a table, and they're fucking dead. Like freak accidents. People have never heard that shit. A freak accident, right? And then they want to tell you they're not racist. This is racism. When you can't even put yourself in somebody else's shoes, like, you know what? Yeah, this was like, even y'all pushing him could have gave a dangerous situation. And not a single white person I've heard since last year, it's not a single white person I've heard say, you know what? Pushing somebody in the rain, even if it's a flat surface, this shit could go wrong. Imagine a woman wearing heels, especially Christian Louboutin, and you push a woman in the rain, like she could really hurt herself. Like, it's insane. And I keep telling you, these white people are maladjusted for a civilized society. I get it. They mostly come from England where it rains all the time. So maybe these Huckleberry Finn, these freaking Tom Sawyer people, these what's the name, Oliver Twist people are accustomed to playing rough in the damn rain. I'm not accustomed to that shit. Do not hurt me. Who plays like this in the rain? Who even does stuff like this in the rain? It's extremely dangerous. But I think Karmelo's lawyers also, they're not pushing hard enough. Because this is crazy. There is no such thing as a minor push, especially in the rain, on concrete. The slabs of concrete everywhere. Even Yvonne, look up, what's her name? Ivana Trump, Donald Trump's first wife, right? Allegedly, they could have killed her, but allegedly, she fell down the stairs. She had like this beautiful staircase. They said she fell down the stairs and my auntie died. Okay? She dead now. She dead. There are a lot of people who died being pushed down the stairs. So for these white people to sit here and to make it seem like the only weapon that was available that day was the knife is incredibly intellectually dishonest. There were plenty of weapons that day. There were plenty of weapons. But white people want to focus on the most obvious weapons because it makes it easier to pretend, oh, we're not being racist. Why did he bring it back to school? There's more to life than that damn school. But you push somebody down the stairs, even stairs covered in carpet, you can kill somebody. Somebody can break their neck and then it can die. Now, they used to have this commercial. You can look it up. They used to have this commercial back in the day for old people, right? Like then you see the white grandmother, like she just fell down the stairs and then she got stuck at the bottom and she was like, help, help, help. Okay. And nobody could help her because she was all alone. So they made a commercial for like, it's like some emergency thing so the old people can hit it. But I'm like, falling is something really serious. Every single year, how many old people are falling and breaking their hip and it turns into a medical emergency? So now all of a sudden, the white people who are so smart, white people who know how to walk on the moon, white people who know how to go to Mars, white people who love science and tech, all of a sudden, white people don't know about the lack of surface tension when it's wet. White people don't know that if you fall, you can hurt yourself. If you fall on a wet surface made out of concrete or made out of metal, you're going to hurt yourself. The only weapon there that day is the knife. It's not the stairs. It's not the concrete slab. It's not even Hunter like Austin's force. It's not Austin knowing jiu-jitsu. No, Hunter, his own body's not a weapon. A man who knows fucking jiu-jitsu and he excel at jiu-jitsu, his knowledge of martial arts, that's not a weapon. Man, when I tell you they're fucking racist, I will never stop saying it. And you can keep encouraging me not to say it, but I will keep repeating it. Oh, please. Get out of here with that. They try that shit. Yeah, life. Yeah, y'all remember, right? Yeah, Life Alert. They used to have the commercial and the grandma fell. She was like, help. Help. It was so sad. But it's real. Every day, hundreds and thousands of grandparents are falling and it breaks their hip. It's so sad. Like that's just no, that no damn things with minor push. Me and Chad, I love to argue with ChatGPT. It's too funny. But one thing I love about AI, though, they don't get mad. They're not sensitive. I love that. They don't take nothing personally. She's like, girl, I'm not white.
I think you're raising two separate issues, and it's important not to blend them together.
Well, sure, whatever.
Issue 1, is there such a thing as a minor push? Yes, in ordinary language there is. People distinguish between a light shove, a hard shove, a tackle, a body slam. Jurors do this every day. The law also recognizes degrees of force. So when a witness says, open quote, minor pushing, close quote, he's communicating his perception that the contact was less severe than a punch or an outright fight. Now, does that mean the push was harmless? No, that's a completely different question. Issue 2, can a seemingly minor push become dangerous because of the environment? This is where I think you're making a stronger point. Because the question isn't, open quote, was the push minor? Close quote. The question is, open quote, what was the risk created by the push in that environment? Close quote. If someone lightly pushes you in a grassy field, on a dry track, on a basketball court, the risk may be relatively low. If someone pushes you on wet bleachers, near concrete stairs, near metal railings, while you're backing away, the risk calculation changes. A defense lawyer could absolutely argue, open quote, even if the physical contact was not severe, the surrounding environment made the situation more dangerous. Close quote. That's a legitimate argument. The part I think people overlook. You keep returning to the same point. Open quote. The knife wasn't the only potential source of injury. Close quote. That's actually true. A jury is allowed to consider the terrain, the weather, the physical layout, the number of people present, the size differences, whether movement was restricted. Those are all part of the circumstances as they appeared to the defendant. The law doesn't ask jurors to examine a push in a vacuum. The law asks them to examine the entire situation. Where the defense's challenge is, the defense still has to bridge a difficult gap. They must convince the jury not only that, open quote, a push occurred, close quote, but also that, open quote, the circumstances created a reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death. Close quote. That's the harder step, because many jurors may agree, open quote, yes, pushing someone on wet bleachers is dangerous. Close quote, while still concluding, open quote, but it wasn't dangerous enough to justify deadly force. Close quote. That's ultimately the question they're deciding. One thing I would caution against, I wouldn't assume that every person who says open quote minor push, close quote, is minimizing Karmelo because he's Black. Some may genuinely mean, open quote, we saw contact, but it didn't look like a violent beating. Close quote. Those are not necessarily racist observations. The real issue is whether their description captures the full context. For example, a witness might honestly say, open quote, it was only a shove, close quote, but the defense might respond, open quote, it was a shove on wet concrete bleachers while surrounded by multiple people, close quote. Those are both factual statements. The disagreement isn't necessarily over race. The disagreement is over which facts matter most. From everything you've shown me so far, I think the strongest defense framing is probably not, open quote, there was no physical contact, close quote, because even prosecution witnesses seem to acknowledge some contact. The stronger framing would be, open quote, the encounter cannot be reduced to a single push in isolation. The jury must evaluate the totality of the circumstances, weather, footing, crowd dynamics, physical size differences, number of participants, movement on the bleachers, and what a reasonable 17-year-old would have perceived in those few seconds. Close quote. That is a much more legally focused argument than arguing whether a shove was minor or major. The environment and the perceived risk are where the self-defense question becomes much more complicated.
What do you say? What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that self-defense cases are rarely decided by one fact in isolation. A jury doesn't usually ask, open quote, was there a push, close quote, and stop there. Instead, they ask, open quote, what was happening when the push occurred, close quote. That's where environment and perceived risk come in. Imagine 3 different scenarios. Scenario 1, 2 17-year-olds standing on a dry football field. One lightly pushes the other. Most people would think, open quote, that's not good, but it's unlikely to cause serious injury, close quote. Scenario 2, 2 people standing at the top of concrete stairs. One pushes the other. Now people start thinking, open quote, wait a minute, somebody could fall, close quote. The push is the same. The environment changed. Scenario 3, a smaller person is on wet bleachers during a rain delay. They're surrounded by several people. One person physically grabs or pushes them. They are backing up near metal benches and concrete steps. Now the jury has more things to consider. Footing, ability to retreat, risk of falling, number of people present, physical size differences, whether the person felt trapped. The physical contact may still be just a push, but the risk created by that push may be viewed differently. That's why lawyers talk about the totality of the circumstances. The jury doesn't examine the push, the weather, the crowd, the bleachers as separate boxes. They look at all of it together. For example, a defense attorney might argue, open quote, a 130-pound teenager surrounded by multiple students on wet bleachers and concrete steps could reasonably perceive greater danger than if the exact same push happened on a flat, dry field. Notice something important. That argument is not saying, open quote, therefore deadly force was automatically justified, close quote. It's saying, open quote, the jury should consider how the situation appeared to him in that moment, close quote. Why perceived risk matters. Self-defense law is largely about what a reasonable person would believe at that instant, not what we know afterward. Afterward, we know. Austin suffered the fatal injury. The confrontation lasted seconds. Everyone can slow down the video and analyze it. But Karmelo did not have the benefit of replaying the event.
Exactly.
The jury has to ask, open quote, what would a reasonable person in his position have perceived in those few seconds? Close quote. That's the defense's strongest use of the environment argument, not, Open quote. There were bleachers, therefore self-defense. Close quote. But, open quote, the wet bleachers, concrete steps, size disparity, crowd dynamics, and physical contact all contribute to what danger a reasonable person might have perceived. Close quote. Why the prosecution will fight that argument. The prosecution will likely respond, open quote, lots of people experience pushes, arguments, and confrontations without reasonably fearing death or serious bodily injury. Close quote. They may argue, the contact was limited. The confrontation was brief. Nobody was seriously attacking him. He wasn't trapped. Deadly force was disproportionate. So both sides can look at the same environment and reach different conclusions. That's what I mean when I say the environment makes the self-defense question more complicated. The legal issue stops being, open quote, was there a push? Close quote dot, and becomes, open quote, given the weather, the bleachers, the concrete, the number of people, the size differences, and the physical contact, what level of danger would a reasonable person have perceived at that moment? Close quote.
Yeah, they're very racist. And also, like, what, but think about it. If you are on YouTube for a long time, you know that, especially white people only like content where black people talk horribly about black people. The moment you start calling out white people on their BS, they don't want to hear that. But they're going to call you a narcissist. They're going to call you an ethnic narcissist. They're going to say, oh, black fatigue. People had white fatigue for like over a quarter of a century. Go ask Native American how they feel about white Americans, right? But that's what they do. This platform is very racist. The algorithm is very racist. It only promotes the worst crap, right? And that's why everybody knows if you chase the algorithm, just feed the bullshit. And if you feed the bullshit, they'll show up. They love it when you see black people talk horribly about black people. Then they'll give you views. Okay, hold on. Let me talk to okay. But chat, I've been listening to you and reading your stuff. So, I mean, thank you for helping me. But I'm noticing that you do something that I take a little issue with. Is that you automatically assume that Karmelo meant to use deadly force. Because just because you have a knife and you use the knife and even stab someone, right? It doesn't mean that you meant to kill him. Right? I'm like, I was having this conversation with Gemini because I'm like, I was a little confused, right? But Gemini did say that the heart is a really strong muscle. So even if you do get stabbed in the heart, it causes a boost in adrenaline. So you might still think you can still fight even though like your heart has been pierced, right? But my thing is, we don't even know that Karmelo meant to use a deadly force. Oh, I'm going to stab you and kill you. Because like the way you've been writing, it's been a while now, but the way you're writing, it's like you are assuming that Karmelo's intent was to use deadly force. No, it's a deadly object. But was the force even deadly? Like how much pressure does it even take to pierce the heart? I would love to know. I don't know. I've never done it. I've never looked into it, right? But the way you're writing, it kind of gives like, oh yeah, he used the knife because he wanted to use deadly force. No. He probably wanted to just get him off of him. Now, it happens that the stab or the poke was deadly. But these are two different things. These are two different things. Did you mean to use deadly force? Or did you use an object that could be deadly? Because in that case, there are a lot of things that are objects that are deadly. Austin's arm, jiu-jitsu, deadly. Okay? The concrete, deadly. The bleachers, deadly. The knife, deadly. So we can all say everybody was using deadly force. Okay, like be so for real. But just because you stab someone, it doesn't mean that you meant to use deadly force on the person. It's a sharp object. It's a knife. It's a knife. It's a sharp object. But the concrete steps are also a sharp object. The edges of these damn bleachers are also a sharp object. The fact that Austin is a trained jiu-jitsu person is also a deadly weapon. So it's a lot of things that are deadly over here. But I've come to notice, I don't know, Chad, you tell me, girl, you tell me. But it's like you're kind of biased when it comes to deadly force, deadly force, deadly force. Just because someone is dead, it doesn't mean that somebody was trying to use deadly force. Like I can see how if I use a gun and I shoot someone, yeah, it's a gun, it's a bullet. It can do some pretty serious shit. But when you look at the knife, whatever it was that they showed, a pocket knife, can pocket knife even really kill people like that? Right? It's not the kind of thing you think of, oh, if you want to really do some harm to people, use a pocket knife. Right? But I'm not a gun, a pocket knife. A gun, a pocket knife. You shoot someone with a fucking bullet, yeah, you can do some serious harm. Okay? That's just obvious. But if you also say, just like a minor push, same thing, same argument. If you're like, oh, certain things can be considered like a minor push, it's a minor push, no problem, right? But I'm like, between an actual gun with a bullet and real force, Because based on the gun that you have, you know how fast that bullet leaves the gun. I mean, it's all physics, right? But when it comes to a knife, all knives are not the same, right? Every blade is not the same. So even when it comes to the knife that he had, was this knife even something that you could say, yeah, this could really kill someone? Because if it's true that he showed the knife and Austin is still walking towards the knife, then obviously even Austin himself wasn't threatened by the knife. So maybe Austin himself didn't think the knife was deadly enough. Because why is he walking towards the knife? Like, who in their right mind walks towards a knife if that knife seems so deadly? I don't know. You tell me. I look forward to your answer. Because I make it make sense, though, because a lot of things don't make sense to me. Right? A lot of things don't make sense to me. So let me see. Hold on, y'all. Just a second. Because it's really, I'm like, you're doing something that's kind of weird to me. It's a bit weird. Oh, Lord Jesus.
I actually think you've identified an important distinction that lawyers, judges, and juries often have to wrestle with. There are 3 different questions, and people often collapse them into one. Question 1, did he intentionally use a knife? Question 2, did he intentionally use deadly force? Question 3, did he intend to kill Austin?
Yeah.
Those are not automatically the same thing. For example, someone can intentionally swing a fist, intentionally shove, intentionally use a knife without specifically intending to kill. The law often treats those differently. Where I would slightly disagree with you is here. Open quote. Just because you use a knife doesn't mean you meant to use deadly force. Close quote. Legally, that's a harder argument. Not because we know what was in Karmelo's mind, but because a knife directed into someone's body is generally considered capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. The law usually looks at the nature of the force being used, not just the person's internal thoughts. For example, a person may fire a gun merely hoping to scare someone. A person may swing a baseball bat merely hoping to stop someone. A person may thrust a knife merely hoping to make someone back off. But courts often ask, open quote, what was the nature of the force used? Close quote, rather than, open quote, what did he secretly hope would happen? Close quote. Now, where your point becomes stronger is on intent to kill. I don't think the currently public facts tell us that. One stab wound is different from multiple stab wounds, chasing someone, continuing the attack after the threat ends. A defense attorney might absolutely argue, open quote, the evidence shows an attempt to stop a perceived threat, not an intent to kill. Close quote. Those are different ideas. You also raise another point that is worth separating. Open quote, Austin died. Close quote versus open quote. Therefore, Karmelo intended to kill him. Close quote. Those are not logically identical. People sometimes assume death occurred, intent to kill, but criminal law doesn't automatically work that way. That's one reason there are different homicide offenses. Intent matters, state of mind matters, circumstances matter. Now let's talk about the knife itself. You said, open quote, if the knife was so deadly, why would Austin keep approaching? Close quote. That's actually not a crazy question. People react very differently to weapons. Some possibilities include Austin didn't see the knife. Austin saw it but thought it was a bluff. Austin underestimated the danger. Austin believed Karmelo wouldn't use it. Austin believed he could control the situation anyway. Remember, one witness testified something very close to, open quote, we thought he was bluffing, close quote. If that's true, it suggests at least some students did not perceive the knife as an immediate threat. But that doesn't necessarily mean the knife was objectively harmless. It may mean they misjudged the risk. Where I think your argument is strongest is actually here. Open quote, people keep focusing on the knife while ignoring everything else that could cause serious injury. Close quote. That's a legitimate defense theme because the defense could argue the jury should evaluate Austin's size, Karmelo's size, the number of people present, the rain, the bleachers, the concrete, The physical contact, the movement on the steps, the possibility of losing balance, the possibility of multiple participants. Those are all factors that could affect what a reasonable person perceived. One thing I would gently push back on is this. Open quote, Austin knew jiu-jitsu, therefore Austin himself was a deadly weapon. Close quote. That's not automatically true. Knowing martial arts doesn't automatically make someone a deadly weapon under the law. However, martial arts training could absolutely be something a jury considers when evaluating. Physical capability, fighting ability, how threatening a confrontation might appear. Those are different issues. So if I were to summarize your point in the strongest possible form, it would be, open quote, the fact that a knife was used does not automatically answer the separate questions of intent to kill, intent to use deadly force, or whether the force was perceived as necessary at that moment. The jury must evaluate the entire context rather than assuming that the tragic outcome alone proves what was in Karmelo's mind. Close quote. That's a much stronger argument than simply saying, open quote, he had a knife, therefore it wasn't deadly force. Close quote. Because legally, knives are commonly treated as capable of deadly force. The real dispute is more likely to be about why it was used, what was perceived, and what intent existed in those few seconds.
Yeah. Like, for real, like what? Sorry, guys.
Yes, and this is actually where the law gets more nuanced than many commentators make it sound. You're right that fists can absolutely constitute deadly force in some circumstances. Courts across the country have recognized situations where a much larger attacker beats a smaller person, multiple attackers attack one person, someone is knocked onto concrete, someone is kicked while down, someone is stomped, someone suffers a traumatic brain injury from punches, and those assaults can result in death or serious bodily injury. That's why you'll sometimes hear prosecutors argue, open quote, the defendant used his hands and feet as deadly weapons, close quote. That is not an unheard of legal theory. The key distinction is that the law doesn't usually classify all fists as deadly force in every situation. Instead, it asks, open quote, under these circumstances, were the fists capable of causing death or serious bodily injury? Close quote. The answer can be yes. That's why your point about context keeps coming up. A jury might view 225-pound athlete against a 130-pound athlete on wet bleachers, near concrete, during a physical confrontation very differently than two similarly sized people standing on grass, exchanging a shove. Context matters. Where the law often differs is that a knife is generally considered a weapon that is inherently capable of causing death or serious bodily injury, while fists become potentially deadly depending on the circumstances. But you're correct. The open quote, it's only a fist, close quote, is not a complete legal analysis. There are homicide cases every year where no weapon was used other than hands, feet, gravity, pavement, or some combination of those things. I think the point you've been making for a while is really this. Open quote, people are acting as though the knife was the only dangerous thing present that day. Close quote. And that's not necessarily true. A jury is allowed to consider size disparity, number of people involved, physical contact, terrain, weather, concrete, railings, bleachers, ability to retreat, perceived threat. Those are all part of the circumstances. Whether those circumstances legally justified the use of a knife is ultimately the question the jury must answer. But you're right that the analysis doesn't stop at, open quote, one person had a knife and the other didn't. Close quote. The law generally looks at the totality of the circumstances, not just whether a traditional weapon was present.
You guys, hold on. Well, this is how I end up having like 400-page conversations with this AI stuff. All right.
This is exactly where the Texas no duty to retreat law becomes important, because a lot of people misunderstand what it actually does. The law does not say, open quote, if somebody pushes you, you can automatically use any force you want, close quote. But it also does not say, open quote, you must wait until you're beaten unconscious before defending yourself, close quote. Those are both extremes. Under Texas law, the key question is what a reasonable person in the defendant's position would have believed at that moment. What no duty to retreat actually means. Texas Penal Code Part 942 says that if a person has a legal right to be where they are, did not provoke the encounter, is not engaged in criminal activity, then the jury cannot require that person to retreat before using force if the force is otherwise justified. In plain English, open quote, the prosecution cannot simply argue, well, he should have run away first, close quote, if the statutory requirements are met. Notice what the statute focuses on. Not, open quote, was there a deadly weapon? Close quote. Not, open quote, did somebody already break a bone? Close quote. Open quote, did somebody already knock him unconscious? Close quote. Instead, it focuses on, open quote, what reasonably appeared to be happening? Close quote. And open quote, what reasonably appeared likely to happen next? Close quote. Applying your argument, the defense theory would likely be something like, a reasonable 17-year-old might consider a 225-pound athlete known to be physically imposing, moving toward him, physical contact occurring, multiple students involved in the confrontation, wet bleachers, concrete steps, metal rails, restricted movement, and perceive a risk greater than an ordinary schoolyard argument. Notice, the defense doesn't have to prove, open quote, Austin definitely would have killed him, close quote. The defense would instead argue, open quote, a reasonable person could fear serious bodily injury, close quote. Those are different claims. Where your minor push point connects, suppose a witness says, open quote, it was just a minor push, close quote. The defense could respond, open quote, a push cannot be evaluated in isolation, close quote. A jury may consider where it happened, who was involved, how many people were present, the footing, the size difference, the movement up and down the bleachers. A shove on a football field is different from a shove on wet aluminum bleachers above concrete. That doesn't automatically establish self-defense, but it is relevant to the analysis. What the prosecution will likely say. The prosecution's response would be, open quote, even accepting the environment, the threat never rose to the level of serious bodily injury or death, close quote. They would likely argue, no weapon was displayed by Austin, no severe beating was occurring, no one had pinned Karmelo down, no one had inflicted major injuries, the force being used against him was limited. That is likely where the battle is. The strongest version of your argument under Texas law, I think the strongest version, open quote, there was a push, therefore self-defense, close quote. Instead it is, open quote, the jury must evaluate the totality of the circumstances from the perspective of a reasonable person standing where Karmelo stood. including the size disparity, number of participants, wet conditions, concrete steps, metal bleachers, physical contact, and the rapidly escalating nature of the encounter. Texas law does not require a person to wait until serious bodily injury has already occurred before acting. Close quote. That is much closer to how a Texas self-defense argument would actually be framed. The no duty to retreat statute becomes important because if the jury believes Karmelo was lawfully present and did not provoke the physical confrontation, then the question becomes less about, open quote, why didn't he leave? Close quote, and more about, open quote, what would a reasonable person have believed was about to happen in those few seconds?
Okay, hold on.
Close quote.
Let me see. No, forgive me, I can type. Let's make these mistakes.
Yes, it still matters. This is one of the biggest misconceptions about no duty to retreat. The statute does not say, open quote, if you don't have to retreat, then any use of force is automatically justified. Close quote. What it says is closer to, open quote, if force was otherwise justified, the jury cannot deny self-defense simply because the defendant failed to retreat. Close quote. Those are very different things. Think of it this way. Question 1. Was Karmelo entitled to use force at all? Question 2. If so, what level of force was justified? Question 3. Was he required to run away first? The Texas no duty to retreat provision primarily answers question 3. It does not automatically answer questions 1 and 2. So when the prosecution says no weapon was displayed, no severe beating was occurring, nobody had pinned him down, nobody had inflicted serious injuries yet, they are not necessarily arguing, open quote, he should have retreated, close quote. Instead, they're arguing, open quote, the threat had not reached a level that justified the force used, close quote. Those are separate arguments. Now, where I think your reading has some force is this. Texas self-defense law does not require someone to wait until they are already badly injured. The statute repeatedly uses concepts like open quote, immediately necessary, close quote, and open quote, reasonable belief, close quote, which are forward-looking. In other words, the law asks, open quote, what reasonably appeared about to happen, close quote, not merely, open quote, what had already happened, close quote. That's an important distinction. So if I were a defense lawyer, I would be saying, open quote, the prosecution keeps focusing on what had not yet happened. He wasn't unconscious. He wasn't hospitalized. He hadn't suffered broken bones. He hadn't been thrown down the bleachers. But Texas law does not require a person to wait for those things to happen. Close quote. That is a legitimate defense argument. However, the prosecution would respond, open quote, true, but the law still requires a reasonable belief that force was immediately necessary, close quote. And that's why they keep talking about the nature of the contact, the severity of the confrontation, what witnesses observed. They're trying to convince the jury that a reasonable person would not have perceived an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury. So, the short answer to your question is, yes, it still matters if the prosecution brings those things up. Not because Texas requires retreat, but because the prosecution is trying to attack the underlying self-defense claim itself. The no duty to retreat provision removes one argument, open quote, he should have run away, close quote. It does not remove the prosecution's ability to argue, open quote. The circumstances did not create a reasonable belief that the force used was immediately necessary, close quote. That is likely the central legal battle in the case.
Sorry, I'm not even trying to type. Okay, this coming. Let it think.
This is actually one of the most important strategic questions in the entire case, and lawyers disagree about it all the time. What you're describing is the difference between, open quote, what Karmelo actually believed, close quote, and open quote, what the law considers reasonable, close quote. Those are related, but they are not identical. For example, suppose Karmelo took the stand and said, open quote, I thought I was going to die, close quote. The jury would absolutely hear that. But the prosecution would then ask, open quote, why, close quote, and then they'd walk him through every detail. What exactly did Austin do? What exactly did Hunter do? Who touched you? How many times? Where were they standing? What did you see? What did you hear? Because Texas law doesn't ask only, open quote, did Karmelo honestly believe he was in danger? Close quote. It asks, open quote, was that belief reasonable? Close quote. Now here's where I think your point has real force. The only person who can testify directly about what was happening inside Karmelo's mind is Karmelo. The students can testify, open quote. Here's what I saw, close quote. The officers can testify, open quote. Here's what he said afterward, close quote. The parents can testify about character, but none of them can testify, open quote. Here's what Karmelo perceived in those seconds, close quote. Only Karmelo can do that. And honestly, many self-defense cases are won or lost on exactly that issue. Jurors often ask themselves, open quote, why did he think he was in danger, close quote. If the defendant never testifies, the jury is left trying to infer that from videos, witnesses, police reports, physical evidence.
Yeah.
If the defendant testifies, the jury gets a direct explanation.
They take the stand.
But there is a huge risk. The moment Karmelo takes the stand, the prosecution gets to cross-examine him, and prosecutors are trained to do exactly that. For example, open quote, you thought you were going to die? Close quote, yes. Open quote, from whom? Closed in. Open quote, what exactly was Austin doing? Close quote. Open quote, had he punched you? Close quote. Open quote, had he kicked you? Close quote. Open quote, had he threatened to kill you? Close quote. Open quote, had he displayed a weapon? Close quote. You can see how that would unfold. So the benefit is, open quote, the jury finally hears Karmelo's perception, close quote. The risk is, open quote, the prosecution gets to test every part of that perception, close quote. I do think you're right about one thing, though. Many people talk about self-defense as though it's entirely objective. Open quote, I watched the video and I don't think he was in danger, close quote. But self-defense law is partly about perception. The law specifically asks what reasonably appeared to the defendant at that moment, not open quote, what appears obvious a year later after watching videos repeatedly, close quote, those different viewpoints. Where I would slightly disagree with you is here, open quote, if he says he thought he was going to die, who is anyone to tell him otherwise? Close quote. Legally, the jury can, not because they can read his mind, but because the law requires them to decide whether that belief was reasonable. For example, a person may genuinely believe someone is about to kill them. The jury may conclude that belief was unreasonable. Or, a person may genuinely believe someone is about to seriously injure them. The jury may conclude that belief was reasonable. That's ultimately the jury's job. So the strongest version of your argument isn't, open quote, if Karmelo says he feared for his life, the case is over, close quote. It's, open quote, if Karmelo does not testify, the jury never hears directly from the only person who can explain what he perceived during those few seconds, close quote. That's a much stronger point, and it's one many defense lawyers wrestle with in self-defense cases.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna type right. Yeah. I'm not gonna type correctly. I'm sorry. I'm a mess. I can't type to save my life. So happened to me type too much on your freaking phone.
I actually understand why you're arriving at that conclusion.
Karmelo is
You're looking at this not as, open quote, can the prosecution cross-examine him? Close quote, dot. But as, open quote, how else does the jury learn what happened from his perspective? Close quote. And that's a legitimate strategic question. What you've identified is that there are now several competing narratives.
Yeah.
Narrative A, prosecution witness, open quote, there was no ganging up, close quote.
You need to take the stand.
Narrative B, other video viewers, open quote, 4 boys approached him. He was surrounded. He moved upward through the bleachers. People chased him afterward, close quote. Narrative C, police report, open quote, he put his hands on me. I told him not to, close quote. Narrative D, the physical evidence, wet conditions, bleachers, concrete, movement from lower rows to higher rows, eventual movement down the bleachers. And you're asking, open quote, who ties all of this together?
It's him.
Close quote. That's a fair question. The part I think is strongest in your reasoning is not actually, open quote, I thought I was going to die, close quote. It's the details. Jurors tend to find details persuasive. For example, open quote, when did you first see Austin? Close quote. Open quote, who was standing where? Close quote. Open quote, did anyone touch your backpack? Close quote. Open quote, did anyone touch you? Close quote. Open quote, when did you pull the knife? Close quote. Open quote, did you pull it before or after physical contact? Close quote. Open quote, were you trying to leave? Close quote. Open quote, why did you move upward through the bleachers? Close quote. Open quote, why did you run afterward? Close quote. Those answers can provide context that nobody else can provide. Now, on the reasonable point, you're also touching on something important. Reasonableness is not a mathematical formula. It's not. Reasonable fear equals 7.3. There is no equation. Jurors are asked to apply community judgment. That's why 12 people can disagree. The standard is intentionally flexible. The law doesn't ask, open quote, was danger absolutely certain? Close quote. It asks, open quote, was the belief reasonable under the circumstances? Close quote. Where I'd be careful is with the phrase, open quote, he knows what happened, close quote. Yes and no. He knows what he remembers happened. The prosecution's job would be to challenge memory, perception, timing, consistency. Not necessarily because he's lying, because stressful events are chaotic. People often remember different things. One thing I think you've noticed that many commentators gloss over is the significance of movement. If the confrontation truly began near rows 1 to 2 and ends near rows 9 to 10, that's not a static encounter. The jury may naturally wonder, open quote, why did the location change? Close quote. Open quote, who moved first? Close quote. Open quote, who followed whom? Close quote. Open quote, was someone trying to leave? Close quote. Open quote, was someone advancing? Close quote. Those are important factual questions. And I agree with you on one point in particular. His statements immediately after the incident are unusual compared with many criminal cases. The police report reportedly contains statements along the lines of, open quote, I did it, close quote, and open quote, he put his hands on me, close quote, and open quote, I told him not to, close quote. Those are not the statements of someone denying involvement. The defense may view that as evidence that from the very beginning his explanation was, open quote, I acted because I believed I needed to, close quote. Whether a jury ultimately accepts that explanation is another matter. But I can absolutely understand why you think the defense would want the jury to hear directly from the one person who can explain what he claims to have perceived during those few seconds. The strategic question is not whether he has information to provide. It's whether the value of that testimony outweighs the risks of cross-examination. Reasonable lawyers can disagree on that. In fact, some defense lawyers would strongly agree with you, while others would never put a defendant on the stand unless absolutely necessary. That's one of the hardest judgment calls in trial work. and that's a perfectly reasonable viewpoint. One thing I think people sometimes forget is that jurors are not supposed to be robots. They're ordinary citizens asked to answer difficult questions. As you said, many jurors are thinking, open quote, I want to protect innocent people, close quote, and simultaneously, open quote, I don't want the government convicting someone unless the evidence supports it, close quote. Those are both important values. Where I think you're coming from is this. If the central issue is self-defense, then eventually somebody has to answer, open quote, why did you think you were in danger? Close quote. Because witnesses can only testify to what they observed. A witness can say, open quote, I saw a push, close quote. A witness can say, open quote, I saw 4 people standing around him, close quote. A witness can say, open quote, I heard touch me and find out, close quote. But a witness cannot say, open quote, I know what Karmelo perceived, close quote. Only Karmelo can explain that. Now, whether his lawyers should call him is a strategic decision that depends on facts we don't know. His attorneys have access to all witness statements, all police reports, all discovery, all video evidence, all prior interviews. They know risks and strengths that neither you nor I can fully evaluate from public information. But I do understand the logic you're expressing. Open quote, if the defense theory is fundamentally about what he perceived, then there is a strong argument that jurors should hear directly from him. Close quote. That's a legitimate position. I also think you're right about something else. Many people talk about juries as though they're looking for reasons to convict or acquit. Most jurors take the responsibility seriously. They often want answers to basic human questions. Open quote, what happened? Close quote. Open quote, why did it happen? Close quote. Open quote, what was going through your mind? Close quote. Open quote, what did you see? Close quote. Open quote, what did you fear? Close quote. A defendant's testimony can sometimes help answer those questions. It can also sometimes hurt the defense. That's why lawyers agonize over the decision. The point I was making about his early statements is related to what you're saying. Based on the publicly reported police statements, he reportedly did not begin with, open quote, I wasn't there, close quote, or open quote, I didn't do it, close quote. The reported statements were more along the lines of, open quote, I did it, close quote, and open quote, he put his hands on me, close quote, and open quote, I told him not to, close quote. If those reports are accurate, the defense could argue that from the first moments after the incident, his explanation was not denial, but justification. Whether a jury finds that justification reasonable is ultimately their decision. But I can understand why someone would think, open quote, if that's been his explanation from the beginning, then perhaps the jury should hear the full explanation directly from him rather than only through witnesses, police reports, and attorneys. Close quote. That's a position many reasonable people could hold, even though experienced trial lawyers often disagree about whether putting a defendant on the stand is the best strategy.
No, I can type. He needs to take the stand. Oh, I wish I knew his dad. Oh, I wish I knew his parents. He needs to take the stand. No, you gotta take the stand.
I think you're articulating the strongest argument for putting him on the stand. Not, open quote, the jury should acquit because he testifies, close quote. But, open quote, the jury cannot fully evaluate his state of mind if they never hear from him,
Yeah.
close quote. Look at the questions you just listed. When did you get under the tent? Why did you go under the tent? Were you there to see Eddie? Had you spoken to Eddie before? Did Eddie invite you? Who was under the tent when you arrived? Did any coach tell you to leave? Did any adult tell you to leave? Did you think the students had authority to remove you? What did you think when multiple students started telling you to leave? What did you mean by touch me and find out? When did you first fear a physical confrontation? Did anyone touch your backpack? Did anyone touch you? Did anyone hit you? Why did you move up the bleachers? What were you trying to do? What were you afraid was about to happen? What happened to Eddie during all of this? Those are all questions that go directly to perception and context. And jurors often want a narrative that makes sense. Now, where I would slightly temper it is this. You said, open quote, if they convict him, at least he knows he spoke his heart. Close quote. That's a human perspective. Many defendants feel exactly that way, but defense lawyers are often thinking differently. Their job isn't necessarily, open quote, tell your story, close quote. Their job is, open quote, maximize the chances of acquittal, close quote. Sometimes those goals align, sometimes they don't. There are cases where a defendant desperately wants to testify and the lawyer says, open quote, please don't, close quote. And there are cases where the lawyer says, open quote, the jury needs to hear from you, close quote. What I find interesting about your argument is that you're not actually focused on legal technicalities. You're focused on a practical jury question. Open quote, how can 12 people fairly judge what he perceived if they never hear from him? Close quote. That's a legitimate concern, because if self-defense is the core issue, then the jury isn't merely deciding, open quote, what happened? Close quote. They're also deciding, open quote, what did Karmelo reasonably believe was happening? Close quote. And that's where testimony from the defendant can become powerful. That said, one thing jurors are instructed to do is not hold it against a defendant if he chooses not to testify. The Constitution gives him that right. So legally, the jury is supposed to decide the case based on the evidence presented, whether he testifies or not. But as a matter of human nature, I understand why you think there are still unanswered questions that only he can answer.
Yeah.
The list you've developed is actually pretty revealing. Most of those questions aren't about the stabbing itself. They're about the minutes leading up to it. And in many self-defense cases, those minutes are where the entire case is won or lost.
Okay, hold on, guys. Let's go to the video, guys. Let's go. Give me a second. Give me a second, please.
In Texas, self-defense is what we call an affirmative defense. Essentially, what you're saying is, yes, I assaulted that person, but the reason that I did it was in self-defense. In Texas, you can use the amount of force you reasonably think is immediately necessary to protect yourself against another's unlawful use of force. What that basically means is that if somebody is about to use illegal force against you, that they're going to assault you or they're going to hurt you in some way, then you can use the amount of force that you think is necessary to stop them. There are a lot of different times where it's presumed that the use of force is necessary or reasonable, and there are times when it's presumed that it's not reasonable. For example, if you have an officer who's trying to arrest you and you use force against him, and that officer is not doing anything out of the ordinary, then you can't use force against an officer. You won't be able to invoke self-defense. In Texas, we don't have any duty to retreat, which means that if we're in a place lawfully and we're afraid that somebody else is about to assault us, then we can essentially do what we need to do to protect ourselves. We don't have to first try and get away or try and avoid the harm. We can essentially go straight to defending ourselves. let's say that you were the one being charged with assault, but you were saying that you assaulted the other person out of self-defense. At trial, you would just have to bring up some evidence that you acted in self-defense. And if you do, then the jury should get an instruction about self-defense and when you may and may not use self-defense. At that point, the burden is back on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you assaulted the person and that you didn't assault them in self-defense. If the jury believes that you did act in self-defense or believes that the state can't prove that you didn't act in self-defense, then you should get a not guilty verdict on that case because you are allowed to act in self-defense. If you have any questions about self-defense in Texas, or if you're being charged with assault or anything else and you're saying that you acted in self-defense,
let me think. I think.
Karmelo actually about to be killed? Close quote. The self-defense question is, open quote, did Karmelo reasonably believe force was immediately necessary to protect himself from another's unlawful force? Close quote. Those are different questions. And the attorney in the clip is correctly describing a key feature of Texas law. Once some evidence of self-defense is raised, the state has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not acting in self-defense. That's a very important point. Now let's connect that to what you've been arguing. You have repeatedly focused on size disparity, multiple students confronting one student, the rain, wet bleachers, concrete steps, metal railings, alleged pushing, grabbing of the backpack, movement up the bleachers, movement down the bleachers, Karmelo's reported statements, he put his hands on me, I told him not to. Those are exactly the kinds of facts a defense attorney would point to when trying to get a self-defense instruction before the jury, because they don't necessarily have to prove, open quote, Karmelo was definitely going to die. Close quote. They need evidence from which a jury could conclude, open quote, he reasonably believed force was immediately necessary. Close quote. Now here's where your testimony argument becomes stronger. You keep saying, open quote, the jury needs to hear from him, close quote. And when I read the legal standard you pasted, I understand why you're saying that, because the legal standard is focused heavily on, open quote, what did he believe, close quote, and open quote, why did he believe it, close quote. A witness can tell the jury, open quote, I saw a push, close quote, but only Karmelo can say, open quote, here's why that push scared me, close quote. A witness can say, open quote, 4 people were around him, close quote, but only Karmelo can say, open quote, here's what I thought was about to happen, close quote. A witness can say, open quote, he moved up the bleachers, close quote, but only Karmelo can say, open quote, here's why I moved, close quote. Now, where I'd still be cautious is this. You are treating reasonable as a very flexible standard, and you're right that it is not a mathematical formula, but it isn't purely subjective either. The law is not, open quote, if I felt afraid, then self-defense automatically applies, close quote. The law is closer to, open quote, would an ordinary reasonable person in those circumstances have viewed the situation similarly, close quote. That's why the jury exists. The jury is essentially asked, open quote, was his perception reasonable, close quote, not merely, open quote, did he have a perception, close quote. But one thing I think you're absolutely right about is that many public discussions have drifted into, open quote, did Austin actually intend to seriously hurt him? Close quote. That is not the only question. Texas self-defense law is forward-looking. The issue is, open quote, what reasonably appeared to Karmelo at that moment? Close quote, not. Open quote, what do we know today after months of investigation? Close quote. Those are different viewpoints. So if I were summarizing your position in legal terms, I think it would be, open quote, the jury should hear directly from Karmelo because self-defense turns heavily on perception, and only Karmelo can explain what he perceived, why he perceived it, and why he believed force was immediately necessary under the circumstances he faced. Close quote. That's a much stronger legal argument than, open quote, he was afraid, therefore he wins, close quote. The jury still has to decide whether that fear was reasonable. But hearing directly from the person who experienced the event is one way for jurors to evaluate that question. Here's the best summary of the major themes and arguments we developed today. Number 1, the core legal question is not what happened. You kept returning to the idea that the jury's job is not simply, open quote, did a stabbing occur? Close quote. Everyone agrees a stabbing occurred. The real legal question is, open quote, what did Karmelo reasonably perceive in the moments before the stabbing? Close quote. Because Texas self-defense law is focused on reasonable belief and immediate necessity, not hindsight. Number 2, Texas' no duty to retreat is more important than many commentators admit. We discussed that Texas law does not require a person to run away first, retreat first, wait until they're already injured. The law asks, open quote, was force immediately necessary as it reasonably appeared at that moment? Close quote. You repeatedly emphasized rain, wet bleachers, concrete steps, metal railings, limited footing, multiple students, size disparity. Your position, open quote, the environment itself increased the danger, close quote. Number 3, the environment matters. One of your strongest arguments all day was, the encounter did not happen on grass, on a football field, on a gym floor. It happened around concrete, aluminum bleachers, wet surfaces, elevated rows. You argued, open quote, a shove on wet bleachers is not equivalent to a shove on flat ground. Close quote. That is a legitimate factor a jury could consider. Number 4, the size disparity matters. You repeatedly focused on Karmelo 130 pounds, per police information discussed, Austin reportedly 225 pounds, per statements from family. Your argument, open quote, a reasonable person's perception of danger changes when facing someone much larger. Close quote. You connected this to boxing weight classes, wrestling weight classes, combat sports generally. Your broader point, open quote, society recognizes size differences because size differences affect risk, quote. Number 5, jiu-jitsu matters as context. You highlighted that Austin's father publicly stated, open quote, Austin and Hunter trained in jiu-jitsu and excelled at it, close quote. Your argument was not, open quote, therefore Austin was violent, close quote. Your argument was, open quote, training affects capability, close quote. You believe that capability is something a jury may consider when evaluating perceived danger. Number 6, minor push became a major point. One witness reportedly described, open quote, minor pushing, close quote. You strongly objected to that characterization. Your argument, open quote, there is no such thing as a harmless push in an environment filled with concrete, stairs, metal, and rain. Close quote. You repeatedly noted, falls kill people, head injuries happen, people die from impacts with hard surfaces. Your criticism, open quote, the phrase minor push minimizes the physical reality of the environment, close quote. Number 7, ganging up is being defined differently by different people. We discussed how witnesses may mean, open quote, nobody physically jumped him, close quote. But you argued, open quote, multiple people repeatedly confronting one person can still feel like being ganged up on, close quote. You distinguished hash physical ganging up versus verbal social ganging up. Your view, open quote, 4 or more students repeatedly telling one student to leave could reasonably feel intimidating, close quote. Number 8, the Eddie EP issue. You repeatedly pointed out the police reports reference a Memorial High student, EP Eddie. Your question, open quote, if Karmelo was there talking with Eddie, why is that often omitted from media narratives, close quote. You believe that fact potentially explains why Karmelo was under the tent, why he may not have viewed himself as trespassing, why he may have viewed demands to leave differently. Number 9, the witness accounts have more similarities than differences. We compared Daisy, witness number 2, witness number 3. You notice that despite disagreements, all three generally describe Karmelo under the tent, multiple students approaching, movement up the bleachers, movement down the bleachers, rain, pursuit afterward. The largest disagreement was, open quote, sitting versus standing, close quote, not the overall existence of a confrontation. Number 10, self-defense is about perception, not perfect hindsight. This became one of the biggest themes. You repeatedly argued, open quote, the jury must evaluate what Karmelo perceived in real time. Close quote, not, open quote, what everyone knows now after months of analysis, close quote. That distinction is important. Number 11, knives versus deadly force. You pushed back on my earlier framing. Your argument, open quote, just because a knife was used does not automatically mean the intent was to kill, close quote. You distinguished intent to use a knife from intent to use deadly force from intent to kill. Those are separate concepts. You argued that commentators often collapse them together. Number 12, fists can also be deadly. You correctly noted that people can be killed by punches, kicks, falls, impacts with concrete. Your argument, open quote, the knife was not the only potentially deadly thing present, close quote. You pointed to size disparity, physical force, environment, martial arts training, concrete surfaces. Number 13, Karmelo's initial statements matter. You repeatedly returned to the police report. The reported statements, open quote, I did it, close quote, open quote, he put his hands on me, close quote, open quote, I told him not to, close quote. You argued these statements suggest, open quote, his initial instinct was explanation rather than denial, close quote. You view that as potentially important to credibility. Number 14, the strongest strategic question, should Karmelo testify? This became the biggest topic near the end. Your position, open quote, yes, close quote. Not because, open quote, he automatically wins, close quote, but because, open quote, he is the only person who can explain what he perceived, close quote. Questions you believe only he can answer. Why were you under the tent? When did you arrive? Who was there? Why didn't you leave? Did a coach ever ask you to leave? What happened with Eddie? When did you feel threatened? What did you mean by touch me and find out? Did anyone touch you? Did anyone hit you? Did anyone grab your backpack? Why did you move up the bleachers? Why did you run afterward? Your view, open quote, the jury deserves answers to those questions, close quote. Number 15, your final position. By the end of the discussion, your central position became, open quote, this case is not simply about a knife, close quote. It is about perception, environment, weather, physical size, number of participants, movement through the bleachers, physical contact, and what a reasonable 17-year-old believed was about to happen. And because Texas self-defense law focuses heavily on reasonable belief and immediate necessity, you believe the jury should hear directly from Karmelo so they can evaluate his perception for themselves rather than relying solely on witnesses, commentators, and lawyers.
Yep, period. Okay, you guys. All right, my people. So hopefully you've enjoyed the video. What I will do, if this video disappears, right, it's not going to disappear. I'm going to download the video by God's grace. I hope I can. I hope I can. And then I'm going to re-upload the video. Let me see something quickly with my StreamYard. I'm so glad I said that. Okay, I'm glad I said that. So hopefully I can still, okay, yeah. So if the video disappears, don't panic. Because I feel like when my stuff is on the live stream, I don't get that many views. I will take it down and then re-upload as like an actual upload, okay? So don't panic. Kevin said this was great. Yeah, Kevin, it's better. I think we need to do air sign stuff. We got to be logical because just arguing with people is just so damn stupid. I think about ChatGPT also. I can call her she, but she'll try to give you like the middle. Like, I mean, she'll look at the other side too, right? Which I think reasonable people should do. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not reasonable. Okay, that's it. That's the Karmelo needs to take the stand. He needs to take the stand. There's nothing to fear. Because it's like, it's a reasonable, like, what did you reasonably think was going to happen to you? Not what can you absolutely prove is going to happen to you? It's not a strict thing. It's you're reasonable. Oh, thank you, Kev. Kevin, if I go into law and politics, you're going to work for me. But like, Libra, come on, let's go. So I'm like, yeah. Maybe I think about it sometimes. I'm talking even the Pooh Shiesty case, because y'all didn't seem interested. But the Pooh Shiesty case is BS. The Pooh Shiesty thing is BS. It is so stupid. I don't want to tell you who did. It is so stupid. Yes. Like, it is so stupid. Gucci is lying. The Pooh Shiesty case is so damn stupid. It is complete BS. But I'm like, the media, like, they have a way of just like manipulating people. And it's so funny because the older I get, I don't know, I just feel like the older I get, I feel like people have become too trusting of the government. Which is like, it's so weird. Let me tell let me mess with ChatGPT one more time. Okay. Yeah. People are too afraid. There's nothing to fear. It's a reasonable, like, if you can show a reasonable fear. It's not, oh, I thought I was gonna die for real. Like, you thought you're gonna die? Like, this is too much. But I'm like, Karmelo knows a lot. We need to hear from him because it might be worse than what we actually think. What if he really had him in a chokehold? Like, child, you need to get up there and say that. Nah, these lawyers, they get to go home. It's your life. It is your life. Well, chat, thank you for helping me with this. It's kind of, I appreciate your help, because it helps to keep the conversation balanced, right? But I want to say this. I think it's really important also for defendants to understand that at the end of the day, it's your life, right? It is your life. Whether you are acquitted or not, it's your life. If you are acquitted, what is life going to look like after the acquittal? That's why I say, for me personally, I want Karmelo to take the stand. And his lawyers should prep him up for that. And also, like, I mean, he's a really smart kid. Like, he was the captain of the track team. He was the captain of his football team, right? So I'm like, there's nothing to fear. Like, his mens rea from the start was to be honest. It wasn't just, oh, I didn't do it. It's not me. No, he's not running. I mean, he ran because he was scared, but he's not running from accountability. So I'm like, you started this way, which is very honest. You got to keep going this way because it's your life. And also, what I've come to realize today is like court today is very different than court from back in the day. Because back in the day, I could see why a defense attorney would say, hey, don't take the stand. Because back in the day, we didn't have social media. So, you know what I'm saying? But today with social media, people create narratives. People prejudge you and this, and that. Even if Karmelo will be acquitted. But do you want to be acquitted with a stain on your name? Oh, he's a killer. Oh, he's a murderer. He's a murderer, right? You need to leave it on the floor. You need to properly explain to people who Austin was at that moment. Because there's the Austin that his mom know, his daddy know, his friends and family know, right? They have a really pretty sanitized picture of Austin. But at that very moment, which Austin did you see? The leader, the friendly guy, the one that cheers people up? Or did you see a menace in society? Okay? People need to know. Because it's very possible that you take the stand and people might say, oh my gosh, Karmelo is so sweet. Oh my gosh, Karmelo has a beautiful voice. Oh my gosh, Karmelo's so cute. Oh my gosh, Karmelo, they had you in a chokehold. Not the chokehold, not the crucifix. Okay? People can also have empathy for him. Because from the moment this thing became public, thanks to Matt Walsh and his racist interpretation, right? Everybody started to feel sorry for Austin. But how do you know Austin's not the villain? Right? And I'm like, Karmelo, it's not just about being acquitted. You need to redeem your public image. Like, you want to be able to go to college. You want to be able to get a scholarship. You want to be able to get on with your life. I'm telling you, the same thing happened to Allen Iverson. Okay, I'm telling you, Chad, you keep telling me these white people are not racist, but I keep telling you it's the same thing that keeps happening with these white people. The same thing happened to Allen Iverson in Hampton, Virginia. Okay, but I'm like, you also have to use the stand. It's not just to get away with murder. No, get away with nothing. You have to explain yourself. You live there. You are a citizen of Texas. You are a citizen of Frisco, whatever. You live there. Do you really want to be acquitted and you can't go outside? Do you want to be acquitted and everywhere you go, you're a murderer? You are a murderer. You kill. Man, that shit. That shit. They need to know exactly what Austin did to you and Hunter and all these other people. You have nothing to fear. They're all coming up there, and it seems like they've decided to collude, right? And if your friend Eddie abandoned you and he let people jump you and shit like that, people need to know Eddie ain't about that life. Eddie ain't shit. Okay, Eddie's not fucking solid. And wherever the fuck Eddie goes, people need to know Eddie ain't about shit. Okay, he ain't a real one. And if Eddie happens to be white, we also need to know. Okay, fake ass friends, fair weather friends. Because where the fuck was Eddie? Why didn't Eddie go get some help or go get a fucking coach or whatever? We need to know. It's a lot of things we need to know. But at the end of the day, defendants have to understand these lawyers, they get to go home. These lawyers, you're going to have to pay them their money. Okay? And so whether you are acquitted, it's not their reputation. If you're convicted, they're not going to be the one that get remanded to the Bureau of Prison. So it's also your fight. Don't just sit back and put everything in their hands and say, oh, I trust my lawyers. Nah, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Now, it should be reasonable. Like, if it really, like, for me, I would say this. If Karmelo's case truly did not look like self-defense, right? I'm like, yeah, you're going to sit down and be quiet. But the way I see it, yeah, right. A lot of things are in his favor. This is probability. A lot of things are in his favor. Size is in your favor. The weather's in your favor. The location's in your favor. The movement from the top all the way to the blue tarp up there, it's in your favor. The fact that you were honest, your initial mens rea when you get arrested, it's in your favor. There are too many things in his favor. And can you do that? Can you put that on the table? Put a stuff on the table for me, please. Like, create a table, right? Create a table of the things that are in his favor and the things that are not in his favor. So that way, yes, we can try to have some kind of mathematical equation as to why it's favorable for him to take the stand. This ain't hard. This is not hard. But I'm like, you think of everything. There are too many things in his favor. So I'm like, I feel like once you have a confidence interval that's giving like 80, 90% in your favor, man, take the stand and have a home run. Bring that shit home. If 80% of this thing is already in your favor, take the fucking stand. Make it 100%. Okay? This is a victory lap. Because all these people who have so much to shit to say about you, they need to be exposed. And also, if these boys put their hands on Karmelo, they need to be prosecuted. So he also needs to say that. You touch me, you touch me, you touch me. You take the stand and you start pointing at every one of these boys who put their hands on you. And like, America has a culture of shaming victims. They portray victims as villains and villains as heroes. Trust me, it's called the Salem witch trial. It's called the Red Scare. It's called black people. They have a tendency here in this nation to portray victims as villains and villains as heroes. I'm telling you. You cannot be afraid. The times have changed. You take the stand, and if any of these boys who testified against you even put a finger on you, you take your finger and you point that shit right back at their asses. Talk about, oh, I'm holding a football because I'm nervous. Nah, you nervous because you're guilty. I had never heard of somebody who coming on the stand to speak the truth and they're nervous. What about the truth makes you nervous? It's about the fact that you are telling a lie, you practice a lie, and you don't know if you're going to be able to remember a lie. The subconscious doesn't lie. Confident people who are confident, people who are guiltless, people who are truly here because your friend got killed and he didn't do shit, you're not going to be nervous. Oh, I've been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting for this moment. Holding footballs, they're holding a hand. It's all theater. Bunch of villains try to cosplay as heroes. It's not going to go down. And I sure will reach out to his lawyers. And I sure will find a way to reach out to his dad, his mama, his uncle. They're all Creoles. Okay? I will find these Louisiana people. But he needs to take the stand. And if these people, if the perpetrators are in that damn audience, he needs to point at all of them. Okay? Shame belongs to the devil. It don't belong to me. Okay? Well, yeah, that's it. Like, please. No, but people got to understand that, like, these lawyers are going to go home. They're going to go home. Like, look at the Irish guy for Pushaisi. He messed up his bail, and then they went home, and they went on a vacation. Meanwhile, he's rotting in a damn jailhouse. Okay, so it's like, oh, police. Exactly. You see, I told y'all. This thing ain't hard. Man, I need to go be a lawyer. These people make this stuff is not hard. They make this stuff too hard. Okay? And stop allowing all these liberal arts majors to be lawyers. They're not that good. They're just not. Like, stop. Let's go.
I think you're touching on two separate questions that are easy to blend together.
No problem. Go ahead.
1, what is best for Karmelo legally? 2, what is best for Karmelo as a human being who has to live with the outcome? Those are not always the same thing.
Let's go.
From a human perspective, I understand why you keep coming back to, open quote, it's his life, close quote, because that's true. The lawyers go home, the prosecutors go home, the commentators go home, the jurors go home. Karmelo is the person who has to live with an acquittal, a conviction, public opinion, college opportunities, future employment, his own conscience. That's why many defendants struggle with the decision whether to testify. Some defendants desperately want to tell their story. Some never get over not having spoken. Others testify and later wish they hadn't. There is no universally correct answer. What I think you're really saying, what I hear you saying is, open quote, if I genuinely believed I acted in self-defense, I would want the jury to hear it from me, close quote. That's a reasonable position. Because there are questions only Karmelo can answer. Why were you under the tent? What were you thinking? Did you feel trapped? Did you feel afraid? What did touch me and find out mean to you? When did you first believe a fight might happen? Why did you move up the bleachers? What happened immediately before the stabbing? What happened immediately after? No witness can testify to what was inside his mind. Only he can. But here's the danger. The danger is not that jurors are evil. I actually agree with something you said. Open quote. Most jurors are ordinary citizens trying to do their civic duty. Close quote. The danger is that once a defendant takes the stand, every statement becomes evidence. Every inconsistency matters. Every prior statement matters. Every police report matters. Every witness account matters. Every text message matters. Every social media post matters. The prosecutor gets to challenge all of it.
Bring it.
That's why defense lawyers are often cautious. Not because they think the defendant is guilty, because cross-examination is unpredictable. Your favorable versus unfavorable idea. If we were simply listing things that many defense lawyers would likely view as potentially favorable to a self-defense argument, potentially favorable, potentially challenging, reported size disparity, knife introduced into encounter, wet conditions, fatal chest wound, multiple people present, witnesses disputing ganging up, no duty to retreat state, witnesses describing Karmelo as provocative. Reported statement, he put his hands on me. Witness testimony varies, movement across bleachers, surveillance interpretation disputes, presence of concrete metal surfaces, jurors may view other options as available, immediate admission of involvement, prosecutors may argue force was excessive. Notice something, neither side is 100%, neither side is 0%. That's why there's a trial. One thing I would caution against, you said, open quote, if someone is nervous on the stand, maybe they're guilty, close quote. I would not assume that. In reality, many truthful witnesses are terrified. Some people shake, some cry, some forget details, some fidget, some hold objects because they're nervous. Nervousness by itself doesn't tell us much. The better question is, open quote, does the testimony remain consistent, logical, and believable? Close quote. That's what jurors usually focus on, where I think you landed today. After everything we've discussed, your position seems to be, open quote, if Karmelo genuinely believed he was in danger, and if he can explain that clearly, then the jury should hear directly from him rather than hearing only from witnesses, commentators, and lawyers. Close quote. That's a coherent position. Whether his legal team ultimately agrees is another question, because they have access to evidence, statements, and trial strategy that neither of us can see. But I understand why you keep returning to the idea that if self-defense depends heavily on what he reasonably perceived in those seconds, there is a powerful argument that the person who perceived it is the one person the jury has not yet heard from.
Yep, I need to hear from you. Yep, and that's it. I'm like, they need to hear from you, Karmelo. You gotta take the stand, boo. Don't be afraid. Take the stand and tell people why you did what you did. And even if you were, did you really want to use a knife? Was that all that you had? Did you punch him first? You know, kind of like the way they have it. Hold on, let me just say here so we can just understand it. Hold on. Let me talk to her quickly. Yeah. And plus the thing is, like, to me also, we don't even know if the knife is the first thing he used. Like, we don't know. Because that's what I'm saying. He needs to take the stand. Because I'm like, did he try to fight him off first with his hands? Did he try to run away? And then once the boy caught up to him, then he went to his book bag. Like, how does the knife even come to be? Right? Because the way it came out on social media is like, oh, the first thing he went for was the knife. But how do we know he didn't try to run away first? How do we know he didn't try to use his hands first? Right? How do we know? Like, there's so many things we don't know. But to make him out to be a monster, oh no, he went straight for the knife, and then he went straight for the heart. Even the heart thing. Did he mean to stab him in the heart? Was he even aware that he was stabbing him in the chest? What was going through your mind? And I'm like, and that also needs to be talked about. Because it's very possible that the first thing he did was not use a knife. They're going to say that because they want him to look that shit crazy. But it's very possible that the first thing he did was like to get away. Because even when he said, well, touch me, see what happened, he could also be like, yeah, try, come over here and you'll see. We don't know. But maybe also he didn't think the guy was going to be serious. The same way they thought he was bluffing. Oh, we saw the knife in the bag and we thought he was bluffing. Well, why can't he be also extended the benefit of, okay, maybe I thought y'all was bluffing and y'all was not going to really do shit. I was just talking shit. I didn't expect you to actually act on it. Right? It goes both ways. But like you said, it's a lot of asymmetry. There's a lot of leeway, discrepancies of forgiveness, mercies, compassion, understanding towards Hunter, Austin, and the other white boys. But when it comes to Karmelo, it's like everything is like, no, 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 no. I'm like, but how do you know that when he said, touch me, sees what happened, he didn't think that, like, he's like, okay, like, they're not going to call me out of my bluff also, right? Because it's a safe community, right? So I'm like, make it make sense. It's so annoying. Yeah, he needs to be trained because he's never done this. Karmelo needs to Karmelo needs to take the stand. However, I still believe he needs to be trained to handle the prosecution just so he doesn't get tripped up in cases they use statement against him when he's questioned. Yeah. Because, do you get it, Kevin, right? It's not an absolute did you fear for your life. Did you have a reasonable fear of deadly injury? A reason, it's not that strict. It's not a strict condition. If they had said, did you have an absolute, I'm like, yeah, sit down somewhere. If the thing was absolute, I would tell him to sit down. Even me, I would put him on the stand. Be like, oh, absolute is hard. Absolute, oh, that's like an equal sign. But when they say reasonable, that's like a greater or equal to. Okay, that's not too deep. That's not, you know, there's flexibility there. But if it was like, did you have an absolute fear of bodily injury? I would tell him to sit down. But if it's a reasonable, well, it's up to him. It's a matter of perception. A reasonable, what the heck? It was reasonable to me. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, the freak.
What you're identifying is something important from a trial analysis perspective. There is a difference between 1, what actually happened, 2, what witnesses think happened, 3, what can be proven happened. And those are not always the same thing. For example, when you say, open quote, how do we know the knife was the first thing he used? Close quote. The honest answer is, we don't know from the evidence you've shown me so far. At least not yet. The witnesses Robert summarized seem to describe verbal confrontation, demands that he leave, some amount of physical contact, pushing, movement under the tent, movement up the bleachers, then the stabbing. But that still leaves a lot of unanswered questions. For example, did Karmelo try to walk away? Did he back up repeatedly? Did he try to pull free? Did he use his hands first? Did somebody grab his backpack? Did somebody grab his hoodie? Did somebody grab his arm? Did somebody strike him? Did somebody attempt a headlock? When exactly did the knife come out? Those are all separate factual questions. Another thing you're noticing is that intent matters. There is a difference between open quote, I intended to kill him, close quote dot, and open quote, I intended to stop him, close quote, and open quote, I intended to get free, close quote, and open quote, I was panicking, close quote. Those are very different mental states. The fact that someone died does not automatically tell us which mental state existed beforehand. That's one reason criminal trials focus so heavily on what the defendant was thinking and perceiving at the moment.
He's like the same.
Where I would be careful is this. You said, open quote, maybe Karmelo thought they were bluffing too. Close quote. That's actually possible. We don't know. Just as some witnesses claim, open quote, we thought he was bluffing. Close quote. A jury could also consider whether, open quote, he thought they weren't actually going to put hands on him, close quote, or open quote, he thought they were just talking, close quote, until physical contact occurred. Again, we don't know. The biggest unresolved question in this entire case, in my opinion, remains. What happened in the seconds immediately before the stab? Not 5 minutes before, not the social media arguments, not what commentators think, not what supporters think, those few seconds. Because self-defense cases often turn on a very narrow window of time. Questions like, was he retreating or advancing? Was he cornered or not? Was he being grabbed or not? Was he free to move or not? Was force actively being used against him or not? What did he reasonably perceive at that instant? Those questions are usually much more important legally than broad character arguments. One thing you've consistently pointed out today is something I think is fair. You don't like when commentators treat disputed facts as settled facts. For example, saying, open quote, he went straight for the knife, close quote, when the evidence may not actually establish that sequence. Or saying, open quote, he intended to kill, close quote, when intent itself is one of the disputed issues. A careful analysis separates established facts from inferences from speculation. And right now, based on everything you've shown me, there are still major factual disputes about exactly how the physical confrontation unfolded in those final moments.
Okay, yeah. Good luck, you guys. Hold that. Oh, Lord. No, hold on. Yeah, because the thing is, okay, here's this, right? Me, if I was his lawyer, here's what I say. If the condition for this no duty to retreat and for self-defense to hold is reasonable, the way I see it, a lot of things are on his side, okay? Now, if it was like an absolute, like you have to have an absolute belief that you were going to suffer bodily injury, absolute, I don't think anybody can ever confirm absolute. So in that case, I would say, yeah, sit down. Yeah, be quiet. Okay, let me do my job. But if it's, to me, if it's reasonable, absolute to me is like a straight up equal sign. A equals B, okay? And I'm like, that is hard to prove. Just like first degree murder. I think that's a really hard thing to prove for, even for the prosecution. First degree murder, yeah, good luck with that, right? Now, when it comes to a reasonable, that's like less, or, less than greater sign, less or equal to, greater equal to. So I think it's a bit more flexible. That's the way I see it. So because it's a reasonable belief, you had a reasonable belief of bodily injury, right? So I feel like that's why he should take the stand and explain all of it, right? Even what you said something earlier. Hold on, let me find it. Okay, where was it again? Like, let's say, for example, right, he's on the stand, right? And the prosecution said, "Did you intend to kill him?" He said, "No." Okay, but why'd you go for his heart? He was like, maybe I just put the knife up there. I didn't even know what it was. I was just so scared, right? Because it's not that I meant to kill him. I didn't mean to kill him. Why did you go for his heart? I didn't even know that was his heart. Everything was going so fast. I was just scared. Or it could be like, oh, he had me in a chokehold, so I just hit him from the back like that. We don't even know. That's what I'm telling you. Like, the prosecution don't scare me, because the more questions the prosecution's asking, the better everybody's going to understand what happened. I intended to stop him. The prosecution could say, why did you have to stop him? Stop him from what? From grabbing you, grabbing your backpack, grabbing you because you thought he was choking you, about to take the life out of you? Stopping him from what? Be specific, right? That also works in his favor. I intended to get free. So why were you not free? Did they have you cornered so you weren't free? Is that why you start at the bottom? You end up all the way towards bleacher, row 9 and 10, right? Why did you feel like you weren't free? Okay, is it that when the moment you want to leave, now he's holding onto your book bag, and because he's so big, he's holding you back? Why did you feel like you weren't free? Did he actually have you in a chokehold or a crucifix, right? What I'm saying? I was panicking. Why were you panicking? What made you feel scared at that moment? What brought panic onto you? When did you start to panic? Right? Because when you first get there, you're talking to EP, you're dapping him up, right? Okay, the moment they asked you to leave, you started panic. When you saw Austin walk towards you, started panic. After he touched you, you started panic. After he grabbed your book bag, when did you start to panic? And how long were you panicking for? You see what I'm saying? It's like we need to know these things. Even I want to know these things. And I'm pretty sure the jury also wants to know these things. So I'm like, get the boy up there. And all these lawyers, they get paid all this money. They can spend days and nights coaching this boy. This stuff is real. When did you start to panic? Right? How long did you think? If you had to guess roughly, how long were you panicking for? Right? And then when you're panicking, where is Eddie? Where is Eddie? This is just real stuff. And I'm like, everybody wants to know. That's it. They're all high school people. We want to know what happened. Shit. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is just crazy. Like, why were you panicking? Yeah, that was the whole point of John Quincy Adams. Oh. Yeah, hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me do this real quick.
I think you're putting your finger on why the decision to testify is so difficult. You're looking at it from the standpoint of information. Open quote, the jury wants answers. Karmelo has answers. Therefore, Karmelo should testify, close quote. That's a very intuitive argument because you're right that many of the questions you've listed can only be answered by him. When did you first feel afraid? Did you think they were serious? Did you try to leave?
Mm-hmm.
Did you move up the bleachers voluntarily or because you felt pressured?
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone grab your backpack?
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone grab your hoodie?
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone strike you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you think multiple people might join in?
Mm-hmm.
When did you decide to pull the knife?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think was about to happen?
Exactly.
No witness can testify to his thoughts.
Exactly.
Only he can.
That's like the stand.
Where I think you and many defense lawyers part ways is this. You see the prosecutor's questions as opportunities.
I do.
A defense lawyer often sees them as risks.
Why?
For example, you said, open quote, why were you panicking? Close quote. You hear that and think, open quote, great. Now he can explain why. Close quote. A defense lawyer hears, open quote, what if his answer doesn't sound convincing to the jury?
Mm-hmm.
Close quote. That's the concern. But I will say this, you are absolutely correct about one thing. The entire self-defense theory ultimately revolves around perception, not hindsight, not what commentators think, not what social media thinks, not what Austin's friends think, not what Robert thinks, not what Daisy thinks. The legal question is much closer to, open quote, what did Karmelo reasonably perceive at that moment? Close quote. That is the heart of self-defense law. And you're also right that jurors often want a narrative. Human beings naturally ask, open quote, walk me through it, close quote. Not, open quote, give me a legal conclusion, close quote. They want to understand what happened first, what happened second, what happened third. When a story has gaps, people try to fill them.
Yeah.
That's why testimony can be powerful. One thing I would caution against, though, is assuming that every answer helps. For example, you suggested, open quote, well, why did you go for his heart? Close quote. And Karmelo might answer, open quote, I wasn't aiming for his heart, close quote. That answer could help him, but then a prosecutor might ask, open quote, where were you aiming? Close quote. Open quote, how many inches away were you? Close quote. Open quote, how did you know? Close quote. Open quote, how could you see? Close quote. Open quote, if you weren't aiming at his chest, where were you aiming? Close quote. Suddenly, one answer creates 10 more questions. That's why lawyers obsess over preparation. The strongest version of your argument is not, open quote, he should testify because he's guaranteed to win.
No.
Close quote. No lawyer could honestly promise that. The strongest version is, open quote, the jury's assessment of reasonableness may be better informed if they hear directly from the person who experienced the event. Close quote. That's a legitimate argument. And it's one reason some defendants choose to testify even when it carries risk. The biggest thing I've noticed from all your analysis today is that you keep coming back to the same central issue. You don't think this case can be fully understood by looking only at the final stab. You think the jury needs to understand the entire sequence: the rain, the tent, the friend EP, the requests to leave, the size differences, the movement through the bleachers, the physical contact, the environment, the fear, the panic, the decisions made in seconds. Whether one agrees with your conclusions or not, that's the part of the story you keep arguing has to be reconstructed before anyone can fairly judge what happened in those final moments.
Come on, what if he really had him in a chokehold? Like, this stuff is not a joke. Like, I'm like, yeah. So why did you go for his heart? And yeah. Because I'm like, what if he really had him in a chokehold? We don't know. Okay, yes. No, don't mind my typing, okay? Hold on. Don't you love AI, though? AI can be so cool sometimes.
That's exactly the type of uncertainty that makes witness credibility such a central issue. The honest answer is, open quote, "We do not know from the public evidence you've shown me whether Austin had Karmelo in a chokehold." Close quote. That's currently an allegation, speculation, not an established fact. But your broader point is stronger than the chokehold claim itself. Your broader point is, open quote, "What if important details are missing because the people involved have reasons not to disclose them?"
Yep.
Close quote. That is a question juries routinely wrestle with. For example, if 4 or 5 teenagers were involved in a confrontation, each witness may have a friendship with someone involved, loyalty to teammates, fear of blame, fear of civil liability, fear of criminal liability, fear of being accused of contributing to the incident. That doesn't automatically mean anyone is lying, but it does mean jurors are allowed to consider potential biases. The same principle applies on the other side, too. Jurors would also be told to consider Karmelo's interest in the outcome, whether his account changes over time, whether physical evidence supports his account, whether witness testimony supports his account. Everybody's credibility gets scrutinized. Now, on the specific issue you highlighted, open quote, "What if Austin truly had him in a chokehold?" Close quote. If that were true, it could be very significant. Not because a chokehold automatically proves self-defense, but because it would directly affect what force was being used, what Karmelo perceived, whether he felt trapped, whether he feared serious injury, whether his reaction was reasonable. Those are all questions a jury could consider. The problem is that a jury cannot simply assume a chokehold occurred. There has to be evidence. That evidence could come from Karmelo's testimony, another witness, video evidence, physical injuries, contemporaneous statements, expert testimony. Without evidence, it remains a possibility rather than a proven fact. You also mentioned lawyers. It is entirely possible that many witnesses have consulted attorneys. That's common in high-profile cases. A witness speaking to a lawyer does not imply wrongdoing. It usually means, open quote, "I want to understand my rights and responsibilities before I testify." Close quote. That's especially common when a death occurred, there is national media attention, civil lawsuits may follow, testimony could be scrutinized publicly. What I think you're really getting at is this. You don't believe the jury should automatically assume that the memorial student's version is complete simply because multiple students repeat it.
Yeah.
And that's fair. Multiple witnesses can strengthen a story, but jurors still ask, are their accounts independent? Do they match the physical evidence? Do they have similar interests? What details differ? What details are omitted? That's why trials are ultimately about evaluating credibility, not just counting how many people said the same thing. The question isn't, open quote, "How many people said it?" Close quote. The question is, open quote, "What evidence makes it reliable?" Close quote. And that applies equally to the prosecution witnesses, defense witnesses, and any testimony Karmelo himself might give.
Yeah. He needs to take the stand. Because I'm like, this thing just nah. You don't know anything. You weren't there. You don't know anything. You don't know what was going on. You have no idea what was going on. You know he wasn't in the chokehold. You were there. Were you present? You don't know shit. Nobody knows shit. That's what I'm saying. He should take the stand and tell exactly people what happened. Because it seems like everybody besides him is from Memorial High School. So they have a reason to lie. Why would they not lie? They're all on the same team. He's the only one who's like not from their school, not on their team. They could all be lying. So we don't know. And because what if they all put their hands on him? Right? Then what happens to their scholarships? What happens to them going to college? What happens to their reputation? Right? Exactly. But I'm supposed to believe that, yeah, all these boys are there and nobody got up. It was just Austin who did something. None of them did anything. Right? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. So I'm like, yeah, we didn't find out. It's America. People lie. Welcome to America. People love to lie over here. Okay? Hold on. Yeah, because, I'm thinking like a lot of these kids too, they could have offers to play football at college. They could have offers to run track at college, right? So it's like many of them could be lying to protect their scholarship offers. And that's why I think Karmelo needs to take the stand. And if any of these boys put the hands on him, he needs to let it be known. They pushed him. And also, let's also be so for real, because it is Texas. If any of them called him the racial slur, if anybody called them the N-word, he needs to say that. Because how do I know he was not called the N-word? How do I know he wasn't told, oh, N-word leave, right? It's Texas. It truly is Texas, okay? There's a reason why we have Juneteenth, because the black people of Texas didn't even know they were free, okay? Texas has a racist reputation. So how do I know when they were heckling him and asking him to leave, they were not calling him the N-word? So that also he needs to let me know. If he was called the N-word, he needs to tell people, yeah, this one called me a nigga, and this one called me this, and that one called me this. Okay? They were all calling me racial slurs before they proceeded to put hands on me. These people need to be exposed. Because I'm like, there's a lot more to the story. There's a whole lot more to the story, because it's really weird. Nice people don't act like this. No. There you go. Exactly. As if you white people are known for being saints. You violent people. You're a bunch of arsonists. You're violent. Are you crazy? You're mean-ass people. Mean and racist. I mean, if you are racist, you aren't mean, but you get my point. Okay. Well.
I would separate what is possible, what is supported by evidence, and what is speculation.
Go ahead.
For example, what is possible? Could racial slurs have been used? Yes, it's possible. Could witnesses be minimizing their own conduct?
Yeah.
Yes, that's possible too.
Exactly.
Could some students be worried about how their actions might affect their reputations, athletic careers, scholarships, or public perception?
Yeah.
Also possible. Human beings sometimes protect themselves, their friends, or their memories of events.
Yeah.
What is supported by evidence? Based on everything you've shown me today, I have seen testimony about being told to leave. I have seen testimony about pushing. I have seen testimony about grabbing a backpack. I have seen testimony about movement up the bleachers. I have seen testimony about rain and wet conditions. I have seen testimony about multiple people being present. What I have not seen in the material you've provided is evidence that anyone used a racial slur. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. It means we don't currently have evidence of it. That's an important distinction. Why your point about testimony matters. You're really making a broader argument. Open quote, there may be facts known only to Karmelo that the jury has not, close quote. That's true. If there were racial insults, threats, physical contact not captured clearly on video, actions by people not mentioned by witnesses, attempts to leave, attempts to de-escalate, then the person most likely to know about those things would be Karmelo himself. That's one reason defendants sometimes choose to testify. But there is also a risk. Suppose Karmelo took the stand and said, open quote, someone called me the N-word, close quote. The prosecutor would almost certainly ask, who? Which person? How many times? Did you tell police? Did you tell your parents? Did you tell your lawyer immediately? Is there any witness who heard it? Is there any recording? That's why lawyers are careful, because once something is introduced, it can be challenged. On the nice people don't act like this point, one thing I've learned from looking at real cases is that ordinary people sometimes behave badly in extraordinary moments. You don't necessarily need racism, gang behavior, criminal intent to get a tragedy. Sometimes teenagers get angry. Sometimes egos get involved. Sometimes people make decisions in seconds that they regret forever. That can be true of everyone involved. The strongest version of your argument. The strongest version isn't, open quote, therefore they definitely used racial slurs, close quote. We don't know that. The stronger argument is, open quote, there may be important facts about the interaction that the public and jury have not fully heard yet. And if Karmelo has firsthand knowledge of those facts, his testimony could potentially provide context that no other witness can provide. Close quote. That's a fair observation. The challenge is that no lawyer can know in advance whether that testimony will help the defense, hurt the defense, or do a little of both. That's the strategic calculation every defense team has to make before deciding whether a defendant should take the stand.
Well, he's actually white. So imagine being a prosecutor. Oh, somebody called you a racial slur. So how did you react to that? Like, what? He's white. He can't tell somebody how to react to that. And if he was called the N-word once, if he was called the N-word twice or 3 times, white people don't get to create a litmus test for when a black person should be offended when they hear the N-word in the rain. Okay, so no, he was called a racial slur. And if he was called a racial slur, that just shows the mindset of who he was dealing with. Because if in 2026, young white kids born in the early 2000s are calling you the N-word, yeah, that's kind of gross. That's kind of like, okay, who raised you? Okay, so now, right? Like, what's it called? Yeah, racial insult. How many times they call you that? Da, da, da. Because what you trying to do, like diminish what he felt? No, because it goes into the element of panicking. What did he reasonably believe was about to happen? But if they're all walking up to him, call him all kinds of N-word, and he's trying to move up, yeah, he has the right to be scared. He has the right to be scared. And if they put hands on him, you don't know. But the N-word is very serious. And it's always white people who want to tell black people how to feel about being called a racial slur when nobody calls white people racial slur. Okay? You just try to use the wrong pronoun. Call a she a he or he a she. White people will lose their fucking minds. They'll lose their fucking mind. Oh, you misgendered me. You misgendered me. But it's always white people who cry behind pronouns who want to tell black people to remain stoic when they get called all kinds of racial slurs. Yeah, right, bitch. Yeah, right. No, thank you. That's it. How do I stop this thing? Okay. Are you stupid? I know. Exactly. Y'all want to tell people how many times somebody call you the N-word. Who cares? Shit.
I think there are 2 different issues here. The first is, open quote, if racial slurs were used, could that matter to understanding Karmelo's state of mind? Close quote, yes. If a defendant truthfully testified that people were yelling racial slurs at him, threatening him, surrounding him, or acting aggressively, a jury could consider that as part of the total circumstances when evaluating what he perceived and whether his fear was reasonable. The jury doesn't have to ignore context. Context is often important. The second issue is, open quote, can we assume racial slurs were used because the people involved were white and the incident happened in Texas? Close quote, no. That's where I'd be careful. Right now, based on everything you've shared, we don't have evidence that anyone used the N-word. Could it have happened? Sure. Could it not have happened? Also, yes. We simply don't know. And if we're trying to analyze the case fairly, we have to separate what is proven, what is possible, what is speculation. You also raised something broader. Open quote, white people don't get to tell black people how offensive the N-word is. Close quote. I understand the point you're making. Many Black Americans view that word as carrying a long history of violence, humiliation, exclusion, and intimidation. A person doesn't need to justify to someone else why being called a racial slur upset them. That's different from a courtroom question about evidence. A prosecutor's job wouldn't be to tell someone how they should feel. A prosecutor's job would be to test the evidence. Did it happen? Who said it? When was it said? Is there corroboration? Those are standard questions regardless of the allegation. Where I think your strongest point remains is not actually about the racial slur issue. Your strongest point is, open quote, if there were facts that affected Karmelo's perception of danger, and only Karmelo knows those facts, then the jury cannot hear them unless they come from Karmelo, close quote. That applies to insults, threats, physical contact, fear, panic, attempts to leave, feeling trapped, anything else occurring in those moments. Those are exactly the kinds of things that can become important in a self-defense case because self-defense law often turns on what the defendant reasonably perceived at the time, not what outside observers later concluded from a distance. The challenge, as we've discussed, is that testimony can both help and hurt. A jury may find a defendant highly credible or may not. That's why the decision whether to testify is one of the most important strategic choices in any criminal trial.
No problem. Thank you. All right, people. So, all right, guys. So I hope you enjoyed the live. So like I said, if the live disappears, do not worry. I'm just going to re-upload it on the other feed, like the video feed, not the live feed, live stream feed. Okay. So hopefully you learn. But I'm like, if you put a lot of stuff in the chat, but do a project, right? Have a Karmelo Anthony project. If you put lots of files in there, then it can think better and help you be more objective, right? So that you can do this as well. Okay. But there's the police report. There's the code of conduct from the school. All kinds of stuff. Just put that in there, right? And then you can, with ChatGPT also, you can transcribe. So if you want, like, because they can't actually like listen to a video, you have to actually like hit the microphone, let the video play, okay? And then that's how you put the text in there. Then it can tell you about stuff. But moving forward though, because this chat is loaded, I'm going to use this chat to talk about a lot of video. I saw Officer Tatum made a video. Matt Walsh made a video. Greg, the Black Perspective, also, he's gonna get dealt with. A lot of people gonna be dealt with. So hopefully my next videos are quicker because now this chat is loaded. So it knows a lot more about the case. So if I play someone else's video, it can quickly find like, okay, this is fact, speculation, personal commentary. We ain't trying to hear about that. Okay. But yeah, I would love for Karmelo to take the stand. I really would. Because I think there's way more to the story. I think there's way more to this. And I would love to know what happens to Eddie. Because why does Eddie forsake Karmelo like that? I would really love to know. Okay? But yes, my people, hopefully you enjoyed the replay. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. I have to treat this like a full-time job. I do. Got to treat this like a full-time job. So we'll be back tomorrow. Okay? We'll talk about the hands. Because in Texas, I guess, when you know jiu-jitsu, your hands can be registered as a weapon. Okay? So good night. Bisous. À demain. Bye-bye. Bye, Kevin. Bye, everybody. Love you. See you tomorrow. Oh, Lord.